Preface of the Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Preface. This work was first issued in 1885 by Messrs. Sampson Low in 2 slim volumes, with the longer and to most persons enigmatical title of The Purple Land That England Lost. A purple land may be found in almost any region of the globe, and 'tis of our gains, not our losses, we keep count. A few notices of the book appeared in the papers, 1 or 2 of the more serious literary journals reviewing it, not favorably, under the heading of Travels and Geography. But the reading public cared not to buy, and it very shortly fell into oblivion. There it might have remained for a further period of 19 years, or forever, since the sleep of a book is apt to be of the unawakening kind, had not certain men of letters, who found it on a forgotten heap and liked it in spite of its faults, or because of them, concerned themselves to revive it. We are often told that an author never wholly loses his affection for a first book, and the feeling has been likened, more than once, to that of a parent towards a firstborn. I have not said it, but in consenting to this reprint, I consider that a writer's early or unregarded work is apt to be raked up when he is not standing by to make remarks. He may be absent on a journey from which he is not expected to return. It accordingly seemed better that I should myself supervise a new edition, since this would enable me to remove a few of the numerous spots and pimples which decorate the ingenious countenance of the work before handing it on to posterity. Besides many small verbal corrections and changes, the deletion of some paragraphs, and the insertion of a few new ones, I have omitted 1 entire chapter containing the story of a piebald horse, recently reprinted in another book entitled El Ombu. I have also dropped the tedious introduction to the former edition, only preserving as an appendix the historical part, for the sake of such of my readers as may like to have a few facts about the land that England lost. W.H.H., September 1904. End of preface.
Chapter 1 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Chapter 1. 3 chapters in the story of my life, 3 periods, distinct and well defined, yet consecutive, beginning when I had not completed 25 years and finishing before 30, will probably prove the most eventful of all. To the very end they will come back oftenest to memory and seem more vivid than all the other years of existence, the 24 I had already lived, and the, say, 40 or 45, I hope it may be 50 or even 60, which are to follow. For what soul in this wonderful, various world would wish to depart before 90? The dark as well as the light, its sweet and its bitter, make me love it. Of the first of these 3, a word only need be written. This was the period of courtship and matrimony, and though the experience seemed to me then something altogether new and strange in the world, it must, nevertheless, have resembled that of other men, since all men marry. And the last period, which was the longest of the 3, occupying fully 3 years, could not be told. It was all black disaster. 3 years of enforced separation and the extremest suffering which the cruel law of the land allowed an enraged father to inflict on his child, and the man who had ventured to wed her against his will. Even the wise may be driven mad by oppression, and I that was never wise, but lived in and was led by the passions and illusions and the unbounded self-confidence of youth, What must it have been for me when we were cruelly torn asunder, when I was cast into prison to lie for long months in the company of felons, ever thinking of her who was also desolate, and breaking her heart? But it is ended. The abhorrent restraint, the anxiety, the breedings over 1,000 possible and impossible schemes of revenge. If it is any consolation to know that in breaking her heart he, at the same time, broke his own, and made haste to join her in that silent place, I have it. Ah, no, it is no comfort to me, since I cannot but reflect that before he shattered my life I had shattered his by taking her from him, who was his idol. We are quits, then, and I can even say, peace to his ashes. But I could not say it then in my frenzy and grief, nor could it be said in that fatal country which I had inhabited from boyhood and had learned to love like my own, and had hoped never to leave. It was grown hateful to me, and, flying from it, I found myself once more in that purple land, where we had formerly taken refuge together, and which now seemed to my distracted mind a place of pleasant and peaceful memories. During the months of quietude after the storm, mostly spent in lonely rambles by the shore, these memories were more and more with me. Sometimes sitting on the summit of that great solitary hill which gives the town its name, I would gaze by the hour on the wide prospect towards the interior, as if I could see, and never weary of seeing, all that lay beyond, plains and rivers, woods and hills, and cabins where I had rested, and many a kindly human face. Even the faces of those who had ill-treated or regarded me with evil eyes now appeared to have a friendly look. Most of all did I think of that dear river, the unforgettable Yí, the shaded white house at the end of the little town, and the sad and beautiful image of one whom I, alas, had made unhappy. So much was I occupied towards the end of that vacant period with these recollections that I remembered how, before quitting these shores, the thought had come to me that during some quiet interval in my life I would go over it all again, and write the history of my rambles for others to read in the future. But I did not attempt it then, nor until long years afterwards, for I had no sooner begun to play with the idea than something came to rouse me from the state I was in, during which I have been like one that has outlived his activities, and is no longer capable of a new emotion, but feeds wholly on the past. And this something new, affecting me so that I was all at once myself again, eager to be up and doing, was nothing more than a casual word from a distance, the cry of a lonely heart, which came by chance to my ear, and, hearing it, I was like one who, opening his eyes from a troubled doze, unexpectedly sees the morning star in its unearthly lustre above the wide, dark plain where night overtook him, the star of day and everlasting hope, and of passion and strife and toil and rest and happiness. I need not linger on the events which took us to the Banda, our nocturnal flight from Paquita's summer home on the pampas, the hiding and clandestine marriage in the capital, and subsequent escape northwards into the province of Santa Fe, the 7 to 8 months of somewhat troubled happiness we had there, and finally the secret return to Buenos Aires in search of a ship to take us out of the country. Troubled happiness, ah, yes, and my greatest trouble was when I looked on her, my partner for life, when she seemed loveliest, so small, so exquisite in her dark blue eyes that were like violets, and silky black hair, and tender pink and olive complexion, so frail in appearance. And I had taken her, stolen her, from her natural protectors, from the home where she had been worshipped. I, of an alien race and another religion, without means, and, because I had stolen her, an offender against the law. But of this no more. I begin my itinerary where, safe in our little ship, with the towers of Buenos Aires fast fading away in the west, we began to feel free from apprehension, and to give ourselves up to the contemplation of the delights before us. Winds and waves presently interfered with our raptures, Paquita proving a very indifferent sailor, so that for some hours we had a very trying time of it. Next day a favourable northwest breeze sprang up to send us flying like a bird over those unlovely red billows, and in the evening we disembarked in Montevideo, the city of refuge. We proceeded to a hotel, where for several days we lived very happily, enchanted with each other's society, and when we strolled along the beach to watch the setting sun, kindling with mystic fire heaven, water, and the great hill that gives the city its name, and remembered that we were looking towards the shores of Buenos Aires, it was pleasant to reflect that the widest river in the world rolled between us and those who probably felt offended at what we had done. This charming state of things came to an end at length in a somewhat curious manner. One night, before we had been a month in the hotel, I was lying awake in bed. It was late. I had already heard the mournful, long-drawn voice of the watchman under my window calling out 1:30 and cloudy. Gil Blas relates in his biography that one night while lying awake he fell into practicing a little introspection, an unusual thing for him to do, and the conclusion he came to was that he was not a very good young man. I was having a somewhat similar experience that night, when in the midst of my unflattering thoughts about myself, a profound sigh from Paquita made me aware that she too was lying wide awake and also, in all probability, chewing the cud of reflection. When I questioned her concerning that sigh, she endeavoured in vain to conceal from me that she was beginning to feel unhappy. What a rude shock the discovery gave me! And we so lately married! It is only just to Paquita, however, to say that had I not married her, she would have been still more unhappy. Only the poor child could not help thinking of father and mother. She yearned for reconciliation, and her present sorrow rose from her belief that they would never, never, never forgive her. I endeavoured, with all the eloquence I was capable of, to dispel these gloomy ideas, but she was firm in her conviction that precisely because they had loved her so much, they would never pardon this first great offence. My poor darling might have been reading Christabel, I thought, when she said that it is toward those who have been most deeply loved the wounded heart cherishes the greatest bitterness. Then, by way of illustration, she told me of a quarrel between her mother and a till then dearly loved sister. It had happened many years ago, when she, Paquita, was a mere child, yet the sisters had never forgiven each other. "And where," I asked, "is this aunt of yours, of whom I have never heard you speak until this minute?" "Oh," answered Paquita, with the greatest simplicity imaginable, "she left this country long, long ago, and you never heard of her because we were not even allowed to mention her name in the house. She went to live in Montevideo, and I believe she is still there, for several years ago I heard some person say that she had bought herself a house in that city." "Soul of my life," said I, "you have never left Buenos Aires in heart, even to keep your poor husband company. Yet I know, Paquita, that corporeally you are here in Montevideo, conversing with me at this very moment." "True," said Paquita. "I had somehow forgotten that we were in Montevideo. My thoughts were wandering. Perhaps it is sleepiness." "I swear to you, Paquita," I replied, "that you shall see this aunt of yours to-morrow before set of sun, and I am positive, sweetest, that she will be delighted to receive so near and lovely a relation. How glad she will be of an opportunity of relating that ancient quarrel with her sister, and ventilating her mouldy grievances. I know these old dames, they are all alike." Paquita did not like the idea at first, but when I assured her that we were getting to the end of our money, and that her aunt might be able to put me in the way of obtaining employment, she consented, like the dutiful little wife she was. Next day I discovered her relation without very much trouble, Montevideo not being a large city. We found Donna Isidora, for that was the lady's name, living in a somewhat mean-looking house at the eastern extremity of the town, farthest away from the water. There was an air of poverty about the place, for the good dame, though well provided with means to live comfortably, made a pet of her gold. Nevertheless, she received us very kindly when we introduced ourselves, and related our mournful and romantic story. A room was prepared for our immediate reception, and she even made me some vague promises of assistance. On a more intimate acquaintance with our hostess, we found that I had not been very far out in guessing her character. For several days she could talk of nothing except her immemorial quarrel with her sister and her sister's husband, and we were bound to listen attentively and to sympathize with her, for that was the only return we could make for her hospitality. Paquita had more than her share of it, but was made no wiser as to the cause of this feud of long standing, for, though Donna Isidora had evidently been nursing her wrath all those years to keep it warm, She could not, for the life of her, remember how the quarrel originated. After breakfast each morning I would kiss her and hand her over to the tender mercies of her Isidora, then go forth on my fruitless perambulations about the town. At first I only acted the intelligent foreigner, going about staring at public buildings and collecting curios, strangely marked pebbles, and a few military brass buttons, long shed by the garments they once made brave, rusty, misshapen bullets, mementos of the immortal 9 or 10 years' siege which had won for Montevideo the mournful appellation of modern Troy. When I had fully examined from the outside the scene of my future triumphs, for I had now resolved to settle down and make my fortune in Montevideo, I began seriously to look out for employment. I visited in turn every large mercantile establishment in the place, and, in fact, every house where I thought there might be a chance of lighting on something to do. It was necessary to make a beginning, and I would not have turned up my nose at anything, however small. I was so heartily sick of being poor, idle, and dependent. Nothing could I find. In one house I was told that the city had not yet recovered from the effects of the late revolution, and that business was, in consequence, in a complete state of paralysis. In another that the city was on the eve of a revolution, and that business was, in consequence, in a complete state of paralysis. And everywhere it was the same story. The political state of the country made it impossible for me to win an honest dollar. Feeling very much dispirited, and with the soles nearly worn off my boots, I sat down on a bench beside the sea, or river, for some call it one thing, some the other, and the muddied hue and freshness of the water, and the uncertain words of geographers, leave one in doubt as to whether Montevideo is situated on the shores of the Atlantic, or only near the Atlantic and on the shores of a river 150 miles wide at its mouth. I did not trouble my head about it. I had other things that concerned me more nearly to think of. I had a quarrel with this Oriental nation, and that was more to me than the greenness or the saltiness of the vast estuary that washes the dirty feet of its queen. For this modern Troy, this city of battle, murder, and sudden death, also calls itself Queen of the Plata. That it was a very just quarrel on my part I felt well assured. Now, to be even with every human being who despitefully uses me has ever been a principle of action with me. Nor let it be said that it is an unchristian principle, for when I have been smitten on the right or left cheek, the pain is just the same in either case. Before I am prepared to deliver the return blow, so long a time has often elapsed that all wrathful or revengeful thoughts are over. I strike in such a case more for the public good than for my own satisfaction, and am therefore right in calling my motive a principle of action, not an impulse. It is a very valuable one too, infinitely more effective than the fantastical code of the duellist, which favors the person who inflicts the injury, affording him faculties for murdering or maiming the person injured. It is a weapon invented for us by nature before Colonel Colt ever lived, and it has this advantage, that one is permitted to wear it in the most law-abiding communities, as well as amongst miners and backwoodsmen. If inoffensive people were ever to cast it aside, then wicked men would have everything their own way and make life intolerable. Fortunately, the evildoers always have the fear of this intangible six-shooter before them, a wholesome feeling which restrains them more than reasonableness or the law courts, and to which we owe it that the meek are permitted to inherit the earth. But now this quarrel was with a whole nation, though certainly not with a very great one, since the population of the Banda Oriental numbers only about 250,000. Yet in this sparsely settled country, with its beautiful soil and genial climate, there was apparently no place for me, a muscular and fairly intelligent young man, who only asked to be allowed to work to live. But how was I to make them smart for this injustice? I could not take the scorpion they gave me when I asked them for an egg, and make it sting every individual composing the nation. I was powerless, utterly powerless, to punish them, and therefore the only thing that remained for me to do was to curse them. Looking around me, my eyes rested on the famous hill across the bay, and I all at once resolved to go up to its summit and, looking down on the Banda Oriental, pronounce my imprecation in the most solemn and impressive manner. The expedition to the Cerro, as it is called, proved agreeable enough. Notwithstanding the excessive heats we were just then having, many wildflowers were blooming on its slopes, which made it a perfect garden. When I reached the old ruined fort which crowns the summit, I got upon a wall and rested for half an hour, fanned by a fresh breeze from the river, and greatly enjoying the prospect before me. I had not left out of sight the serious object of my visit to that commanding spot, and only wished that the malediction I was about to utter could be rolled down in the shape of a stupendous rock, loosed from its hold, which would go bounding down the mountain, and, leaping clear over the bay, crash through the iniquitous city beyond, filling it with ruin and amazement. Whichever way I turn, I said, I see before me one of the fairest habitations God has made for man. Great plains smiling with everlasting spring, ancient woods, swift, beautiful rivers, ranges of blue hills stretching away to the dim horizon, and beyond those fair slopes, how many leagues of pleasant wilderness are sleeping in the sunshine, where the wildflowers waste their sweetness, and no plough turns the fruitful soil, where deer and ostrich roam fearless of the hunter, where over all bends a blue sky without a cloud to stain its exquisite beauty. And the people dwelling in yon city, the key to a continent, they are the possessors of it all. It is theirs, since the world, out of which the old spirit is fast dying, has suffered them to keep it. What have they done with this their heritage? What are they doing even now? They are sitting dejected in their houses, or standing in their doorways with folded arms and anxious, expectant faces. For a change is coming. They are on the eve of a tempest. Not an atmospheric change. No blighting simoom will sweep over their fields, nor will any volcanic eruption darken their crystal heavens. The earthquakes that shake the Andean cities to their foundations they have never known, and can never know. The expected change and tempest is a political one. The plot is ripe, the dagger sharpened, the contingent of assassins hired, the throne of human skulls styled in their ghastly fastidiousness a presidential chair, is about to be assaulted. It is long, weeks or even months perhaps, since the last wave, crested with bloody froth, rolled its desolating flood over the country. It is high time, therefore, for all men to prepare themselves for the shock of the succeeding wave. And we consider it right to root up thorns and thistles, to drain malarious marshes, to extirpate rats and vipers. But it would be immoral, I suppose, to stamp out these people because their vicious natures are disguised in human shape. This people that in crimes have surpassed all others, ancient or modern, until because of them the name of a whole continent has grown to be a byword of scorn and reproach throughout the earth, and to stink in the nostrils of all men. I swear that I, too, will become a conspirator if I remain long on this soil. Oh, for 1,000 young men of Devon and Somerset here with me, every one of them with a brain on fire with thoughts like mine. What a glorious deed would be done for humanity! What a mighty cheer we would raise for the glory of the old England that is passing away! Blood would flow in yon streets as it never flowed before, or, I should say, as it only flowed in them once, and that was when they were swept clean by British bayonets. And afterwards there would be peace, and the grass would be greener and the flowers brighter for that crimson shower. Is it not then bitter as wormwood and gall to think that over these domes and towers beneath my feet, no longer than half a century ago, fluttered the holy cross of St. George? For never was there a holier crusade undertaken, never a nobler conquest planned, than that which had for its object the wresting this fair country from unworthy hands, to make it for all time part of the mighty English kingdom. What would it have been now, this bright, winterless land, and this city commanding the entrance to the greatest river of the world? And to think that it was won for England, not treacherously, or bought with gold, but in the old Saxon fashion with hard blows, and climbing over heaps of slain defenders. And after it was thus won, to think that it was lost. Will it be believed? Not fighting, but yielded up without a stroke by craven wretches unworthy of the name of Britons. Here, sitting alone on this mountain, my face burns like fire when I think of it. This glorious opportunity lost forever. We offer you your laws, your religion, and property under the protection of the British government, loftily proclaimed the invaders, Generals Beresford, Achmety, Whitelock, and their companions. And presently, after suffering one reverse, they, or one of them, lost heart and exchanged the country they had drenched in blood and had conquered for a couple of thousand British soldiers made prisoners in Buenos Aires across the water. Then, getting into their ships once more, they sailed away from the Plata forever. This transaction, which must have made the bones of our Viking ancestors rattle with indignation in their graves, was forgotten later on when we seized the rich Falklands, a splendid conquest and a glorious compensation for our loss. When yon Queen City was in our grasp, and the regeneration, possibly even the ultimate possession, of this green world before us, our hearts failed us and the prize dropped from our trembling hands. We left the sunny mainland to capture the desolate haunt of seals and penguins, and now let all those who in this quarter of the globe aspire to live under that British protection of which Achmety preached so loudly at the gates of yon capital, transport themselves to those lonely Antarctic islands to listen to the thunder of the waves on the grey shores, and shiver in the bleak winds that blow from the frozen south. After delivering this comminatory address, I felt greatly relieved, and went home in a cheerful frame of mind to supper, which consisted that evening of mutton scrag, boiled with pumpkin, sweet potatoes, and milky maize, not at all a bad dish for a hungry man. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 2. Several days passed, and my second pair of boots had been twice resold before Donna Isidora's schemes for advancing my fortunes began to take form. Perhaps she was beginning to think us a burden on her somewhat niggardly establishment. Anyway, hearing that my preference was for a country life, she gave me a letter containing half a dozen lines of commendation addressed to the mayordomo of a distant cattle-breeding establishment, asking him to serve the writer by giving her nephew, as she called me, employment of some kind on the estancia. Probably she knew that this letter would really lead to nothing, and gave it merely to get me away into the interior of the country, so as to keep Paquita for an indefinite time to herself, for she had become extremely attached to her beautiful niece. The estancia was on the borders of the Paysandú department, and not less than 200 miles from Montevideo. It was a long journey, and I was advised not to attempt it without a tropilla, or troop of horses. But when a native tells you that you cannot travel 200 miles without a dozen horses, he only means that you cannot do the distance in 2 days, for it is hard for him to believe that one may be satisfied with less than 100 miles a day. I traveled on one horse, and it therefore took me several days to accomplish my journey. Before I reached my destination, called Estancia de la Virgen de los Desamparados, I met with some adventures worth relating, and began to feel as much at home with the Orientals as I had long been with the Argentinos. Fortunately, after I left the town, a west wind continued blowing all day, bringing with it many light, flying clouds to mitigate the sun, so that I was able to cover a good number of leagues before the evening. I took the road northwards through Camelones department, and was well on into the Florida department when I put up for the night at a solitary mud rancho of an old herdsman, who lived with his wife and children in a very primitive fashion. When I rode up to the house, several huge dogs rushed out to attack me. One seized my horse by the tail, dragging the poor beast about this way and that, so that he staggered and could scarcely keep his legs. Another caught the bridle reins in his mouth, while a third fixed his fangs in the heel of my boot. After eyeing me for some moments, the grizzled old herdsman, who wore a knife a yard long at his waist, advanced to the rescue. He shouted at the dogs, and finding that they would not obey, sprang forward and with a few dexterous blows, dealt with his heavy whip-handle, sent them away howling with rage and pain. Then he welcomed me with great courtesy, and very soon, when my horse had been unsaddled and turned loose to feed, we were sitting together enjoying the cool evening air and imbibing the bitter and refreshing mate his wife served to us. While we conversed, I noticed numberless fireflies flitting about. I had never seen them so numerous before, and they made a very lovely show. Presently one of the children, a bright little fellow of 7 or 8, came running to us with one of the sparkling insects in his hand, and cried, "Look, Tatia! I have caught a linterna. See how bright it is." "The saints forgive you, my child," said the father. "Go, little son, and put it back on the grass, for if you should hurt it, the spirits will be angry with you, for they go about by night, and love the linterna that keeps them company." What a pretty superstition, I thought, and what a mild, merciful heart this old Oriental herdsman must possess, to show so much tenderness towards one of God's tiny creatures. I congratulated myself on my good fortune in having fallen in with such a person in this lonely place. The dogs, after their rude behaviour to me and the sharp punishment they had suffered in consequence, had returned, and were now gathered around us, lying on the ground. Here I noticed, for the first time, that the dogs belonging to these lonely places are not nearly so fond of being noticed and caressed as are those of more populous and civilized districts. On attempting to stroke one of these surly brutes on the head, he displayed his teeth and growled savagely at me. Yet this animal, though so truculent in temper, and asking for no kindness from his master, is just as faithful to man as his better-mannered brother in the more settled country. I spoke on that subject to my gentle herdsman. "What you say is true," he replied. "I remember once during the siege of Montevideo, when I was with a small detachment sent to watch the movements of General Rivera's army, we one day overtook a man on a tired horse. Our officer, suspecting him to be a spy, ordered him to be killed, and, after cutting his throat, we left his body lying on the open ground at a distance of about 250 yards from a small stream of water. A dog was with him, and when we rode off we called it to follow us, but it would not stir from its dead master's side. 3 days later we returned to the same spot, to find the corpse lying just where we had left it. The foxes and birds had not touched it, for the dog was still there to defend it. Many vultures were near, waiting for a chance to begin their feast. We alighted to refresh ourselves at the stream, then stood there for half an hour watching the dog. He seemed to be half famished with thirst, and came towards the stream to drink, but before he got half-way to it the vultures, by twos and threes, began to advance, when back he flew and chased them away, barking. After resting a few minutes beside the corpse, he came again towards the stream, till, seeing the hungry birds advance once more, he again flew back at them, barking furiously and foaming at the mouth. This we saw repeated many times, and at last, when we left, we tried once more to entice the dog to follow us, but he would not. 2 days after that we had occasion to pass by that spot again, and there we saw the dog lying dead beside his dead master. "Good God!" I exclaimed. "How horrible must have been the feelings you and your companions experienced at such a sight!" "No, señor, not at all," replied the old man. "Why, señor, I myself put the knife into that man's throat, for if a man did not grow accustomed to shed blood in this world, his life would be a burden to him." What an inhumane old murderer, I thought. Then I asked him whether he had ever in his life felt remorse for shedding blood. "Yes," he answered, "when I was a very young man, and had never before dipped weapon into human blood. That was when the siege began. I was sent with half a dozen men in pursuit of a clever spy who had passed the lines with letters from the besieged. We came to a house where, our officer had been informed, he had been lying concealed. The master of the house was a young man about 22 years old. He would confess nothing. Finding him so stubborn, our officer became enraged and bade him step out, and then ordered us to lance him. We galloped 40 yards off, then wheeled back. He stood silent, his arms folded on his breast, a smile on his lips. Without a cry, without a groan, with that smile still on his lips, he fell pierced through with our lances. For days afterwards his face was ever present to me. I could not eat, for my food choked me. When I raised a jug of water to my lips, I could, señor, distinctly see his eyes looking at me from the water. When I lay down to sleep, his face was again before me, always with that smile that seemed to mock me on the lips. I could not understand it. They told me it was remorse, and that it would soon leave me, for there is no ill that time will not cure. They spoke the truth, and when that feeling left me I was able to do all things. The old man's story so sickened me that I had little appetite for supper, and passed a bad night thinking, waking or sleeping, of that young man in this obscure corner of the world, who folded his arms and smiled on his slayers when they were slaying him. Very early next morning I bade my host good-bye, thanking him for his hospitality, and devoutly hoping that I should never look upon his abhorred face again. I made little progress that day, the weather proving hot, and my horse lazier than ever. After riding about 5 leagues, I rested for a couple of hours, then proceeded again, at a gentle trot, till about the middle of the afternoon. When I dismounted at a wayside pulperia, or store, and public-house all in one, where several natives were sipping rum and conversing. Standing before them was a brisk-looking old man. old, I say, because he had dark, dry skin, though his hair and moustache were black as jet, who paused in the discourse he appeared to be delivering, to salute me. Then, after bestowing a searching glance on me out of his dark, hawk-like eyes, he resumed his talk. After calling for rum and water, to be in the fashion, I sat down on a bench, and, lighting a cigarette, prepared to listen. He was dressed in shabby gaucho habiliments, cotton shirt, short jacket, wide cotton drawers, and chiripa, a shawl-like garment fastened at the waist with a sash and reaching down halfway between the knees and ankles. In place of a hat he wore a cotton handkerchief tied carelessly about his head. His left foot was bare, while the right one was cased in a colt's skin stocking, called bota de potro, and on this distinguished foot was buckled a huge iron spur, with spikes 2 inches long. One spur of the kind would be quite sufficient, I should imagine, to get out of a horse all the energy of which he was capable. When I entered he was holding forth on the pretty well-worn theme of fate versus free will. His arguments were not, however, the usual dry philosophical ones, but took the form of illustration, chiefly personal reminiscences and strong incidents in the lives of people he had known, while so vivid and minute were his descriptions, sparkling with passion, satire, humour, pathos, and so dramatic his action, while wonderful story followed story, that I was fairly astonished, and pronounced this old pulperia orator a born genius. His argument over, he fixed his keen eyes on me and said, "My friend, I perceive you are a traveller from Montevideo. May I ask what news there is from that city?" "What news do you expect to hear?" said I. Then it came into my thought that it was scarcely proper to confine myself to more commonplace phrases in replying to this curious old Oriental bird, with such ragged plumage, but whose native wood-notes, wild, had such a charm in them. "It is only the old story over again," I continued. "They say there will be a revolution some day. Some of the people have already retired into their houses, after chalking in very big letters on their front doors, 'Please come into this house and cut the owner's throat for him, so that he may rest at peace and have no fear of what may happen.' Others have climbed on their roofs and occupied themselves there looking at the moon through spy-glasses, thinking that the conspirators are concealed in that luminary, and only waiting for a cloud to obscure it, in order to descend upon the city unobserved." "Here!" cried the old man, rapping delighted applause on the counter with his empty glass. "What do you drink, friend?" I asked, thinking his keen appreciation of my grotesque speech deserved a treat, and wishing to draw him out a little more. "Rum, friend, thank you. They say it warms you in winter, and cools you in summer. What can you have better?" "Tell me," said I, when his glass had been refilled by the storekeeper, "what shall I say when I return to Montevideo, and am asked what news there is in the country?" The old fellow's eyes twinkled, while the other men ceased talking, and looked at him as if anticipating something good in reply to my question. "Say to them," he answered, "that you met an old man, a horse-tamer named Lucero, and that he told you this fable for you to repeat to the townspeople. Once there was a great tree named Montevideo growing in this country, and in its branches lived a colony of monkeys. One day one of the monkeys came down from the tree and ran full of excitement across the plain, now scrambling along like a man on all fours, then erect like a dog running on its hind legs, while its tail, with nothing to catch hold of, wriggled about like a snake when its head is under foot. He came to a place where a number of oxen were grazing, and some horses, ostriches, deer, goats, and pigs. 'Friends all,' cried the monkey, grinning like a skull, and with staring eyes round as dollars. 'Great news! Great news! I come to tell you that there will shortly be a revolution.' 'Where?' said an ox. 'In the tree. Where else?' said the monkey. 'That does not concern us,' said the ox. 'Oh, yes, it does,' cried the monkey, 'for it will presently spread about the country, and you will all have your throats cut.' Then the ox replied, 'Go back, monkey, and do not molest us with your news, lest we get angry and go to besiege you in your tree, as we have often had to do since the creation of the world, and then, if you and the other monkeys come down to us, we will toss you on our horns.' This apologue sounded very well, so admirably did the old man picture to us with voice and gesture the chattering excitement of the monkey and the majestic aplomb of the ox. 'Signor,' he concluded, after the laughter had subsided, 'I do not wish any of my friends and neighbours here present to fly to the conclusion that I have spoken anything offensive. Had I seen in you a Montevidean, I should not have spoken of monkeys. But, signor, though you speak as we do, there is yet in the pepper and salt on your tongue a certain foreign flavour.' "You are right," I said. "I am a foreigner." "A foreigner in some things, friend, for you were doubtless born under other skies, but in that chief quality, which we think was given by the Creator to us, and not to the people of other lands, the ability to be one in heart with the men you meet, whether they are clothed in velvet or in sheepskins, in that you are one of us, a pure Oriental." I smiled at his subtle flattery. Possibly it was only meant in payment of the rum I had treated him to, but it pleased me none the less, and to his other mental traits I was now inclined to add a marvelous skill in reading character. After a while he invited me to spend the night under his roof. "Your horse is fat and lazy," he said with truth, "and, unless you are in relation of the owl family, you cannot go much farther before tomorrow. My house is a humble one, but the mutton is juicy, the fire warm, and the cool water there, the same as in another place." I readily accepted his invitation, wishing to see as much as I could of so original a character, and before starting I purchased a bottle of rum, which made his eyes sparkle so that I thought his name, Lucero, rather an appropriate one. His rancho was about 2 miles from the store, and our ride thither was about as strange a gallop as I ever took. Lucero was a domador, or horse-tamer, and the beast he rode was quite unbroken and vicious as it could be. Between horse and man a fierce struggle for mastery raged the whole time, the horse rearing, plunging, buck-jumping, and putting into practice every conceivable trick to rid itself of its burden, while Lucero plied whip and spur with tremendous energy, and poured out torrents of strange adjectives. At one moment he would come into violent collision with my old, sober beast, at another there would be 50 yards of ground between us. Still, Lucero would not stop talking, for he had begun a very interesting story at starting, and he stuck to his narrative through everything, resuming the thread after each tempest of execration vented on his horse, and raising his voice almost to a shout when we were far apart. The old fellow's staying powers were really extraordinary, and when we arrived at the house he jumped airily to the ground, and seemed fresh and calm as possible. In the kitchen were several people sipping mate, Lucero's children and grandchildren, also his wife, a grey old dame with dim-looking eyes. But then my host was old in years himself, only, like Ulysses, he still possessed the unquenched fire and energy of youth in his soul, while time bestowed infirmities together with wrinkles and white hairs on his helpmate. He introduced me to her in a manner that brought the modest flame to my cheeks. Standing before her, he said that he had met me at the pulperia, and had put to me the question which a simple old countryman must ask every traveller from Montevideo, what the news was. Then, assuming a dry, satirical tone, which years of patience would not enable me to imitate, he proceeded to give my fantastical answer, garnished with much original matter of his own. "Señora," I said when he had finished, "you must not give me credit for all you have heard from your husband. I only gave him brute wool, and he has woven it for your delight into beautiful cloth." "Hear him! Did I tell you what to expect, Juana?" cried the old man, which made me blush still more. We then settled down to mate and quiet conversation. Sitting in the kitchen on the skull of a horse, a common article of furniture in an Oriental rancho, was a boy about 12 years old, one of Lucero's grandchildren, with a very beautiful face. His feet were bare and his clothes very poor, but his soft dark eyes and olive face had that tender, half-melancholy expression often seen in children of Spanish origin, which is always so strangely captivating. "Where is your guitar, Cipriano?" said his grandfather, addressing him, whereupon the boy rose and fetched a guitar, which he first politely offered to me. When I had declined it, he seated himself once more on his polished horse-skull, and began to play and sing. He had a sweet boy's voice, and one of his ballads took my fancy so much that I made him repeat the words to me while I wrote them down in my notebook, which greatly gratified Lucero, who seemed proud of the boy's accomplishment. Here are the words, translated almost literally, therefore without rhymes, and I only regret that I cannot furnish my musical readers with the quaint, plaintive air they were sung to. "O let me go, O let me go, where the high are born amidst the hills, the streams that gladden all the south, and o'er the grassy desert wide, where slakes his thirst the antlered deer, hurry towards the great green ocean. The stony hills, with azure air flowers on their crags, where cattle stray unowned by man, the monarch of the head there seems no bigger than my hand in size, roaming among the tall, steep summit. I know them well, those hills of God, and they know me. When I go there they are serene, but where the stranger visits them, dark rain clouds gather round their tops. Over the earth goes forth the tempest. Then tell me not, 'tis sorrowful to dwell alone. My heart within the city pent pines for the desert's liberty. The streets are red with blood, and fear makes pale and mournful women's faces. Oh, bear me far, on swift, sure feet, my trusted steed. I do not love the burial ground, but I shall sleep upon the plain, where long green grass shall round me wave, over me graze wild herds of cattle. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 3. Leaving the eloquent old horse-tamer's rancho early next morning, I continued my ride, jogging quietly along all day, and leaving the Florida department behind me, entered upon that of the Durazno. Here I broke my journey at an estancia, where I had an excellent opportunity of studying the manners and customs of the Orientals, and where I also underwent experiences of a mixed character, and greatly increased my knowledge of the insect world. This house, at which I arrived an hour before sunset to ask for shelter, permission to unsaddle is the expression a traveler uses, was a long, low structure, thatched with rushes, but the low, enormously thick walls were built of stone from the neighboring sierras, in pieces of all shapes and sizes, and presenting, outwardly, the rough appearance of a stone fence. How these rudely piled-up stones, without cement to hold them together, had not fallen down was a mystery to me. And it was more difficult still to imagine why the rough interior, with its innumerable dusty holes and interstices, had never been plastered. I was kindly received by a very numerous family, consisting of the owner, his hoary-headed old mother-in-law, his wife, 3 sons, and 5 daughters, all grown up. There were also several small children, belonging, I believe, to the daughters, notwithstanding the fact that they were unmarried. I was greatly amazed at hearing the name of one of these youngsters. Such Christian names as Trinity, Heart of Jesus, Nativity, John of God, Conception, Ascension, Incarnation are common enough, but these had scarcely prepared me to meet with a fellow creature named, well, Circumcision. Besides the people, there were dogs, cats, turkeys, ducks, geese, and fowls without number. Not content with all these domestic birds and beasts, they also kept a horrid, shrieking paroquet, which the old woman was incessantly talking to, explaining to others all the time, in little asides, what the bird said, or wished to say, or rather what she imagined it wished to say. There were also several tame young ostriches, always hanging about the big kitchen or living room, on the lookout for a brass thimble, or iron spoon, or other little metallic bonne bouche, to be gobbled up when no one was looking. A pet armadillo kept trotting in and out, in and out the whole evening, and a lame gull was always standing on the threshold in everybody's way, perpetually wailing for something to eat, the most persistent beggar I ever met in my life. The people were very jovial, and rather industrious for so indolent a country. The land was their own. The men tended the cattle, of which they appeared to have a large number, while the women made cheeses, rising before daylight to milk the cows. During the evening, 2 or 3 young men, neighbours, I imagine, who were paying their addresses to the young ladies of the establishment, dropped in, and after a plentiful supper, we had singing and dancing to the music of the guitar, on which every member of the family, excepting the babies, could strum a little. About 11 o'clock I retired to rest, and stretching myself on my rude bed of rugs in a room adjoining the kitchen, I blessed these simple-minded, hospitable people. Good heavens, thought I to myself, what a glorious field is waiting here for some new Theocritus! How unutterably worn out, stilted, and artificial seems all the so-called pastoral poetry ever written when one sits down to supper and joins in the graceful cielo or pericon in one of these remote, semi-barbarous South American estancias. I swear I will turn poet myself, and go back some day to astonish old blasé Europe with something so... What the deuce was that? My sleepy soliloquy was suddenly brought to a most lame and impotent conclusion, for I had heard a sound of terror, the unmistakable zing of an insect's wings. It was the hateful vinchuca. Here was an enemy against which British pluck and 6-shooters are of no avail, and in whose presence one begins to experience sensations which are not usually supposed to enter into the brave man's breast. Naturalists tell us that it is the conorinus infectans, but as that information leaves something to be desired, I will proceed in a few words to describe the beast. It inhabits the entire Chilean, Argentine, and Oriental countries, and to all the dwellers in this vast territory it is known as the vinchuca, for, like a few volcanoes, deadly vipers, cataracts, and other sublime natural objects, it has been permitted to keep the ancient name bestowed on it by the aborigines. It is all over of a blackish-brown colour, as broad as a man's thumbnail, and flat as the blade of a table-knife when fasting. By day it hides, bug-like, in holes and chinks, but no sooner are the candles put out than forth it comes to seek whom it may devour, for like the pestilence it walks in darkness. It can fly, and in a dark room knows where you are and can find you. Having selected a nice, tender part, it pierces the skin with its proboscis or rostrum, and sucks vigorously for 2 or 3 minutes, and, strange to say, you do not feel the operation, even when lying wide awake. By that time, the creature, so attenuated before, has assumed the figure, size, and general appearance of a ripe gooseberry, so much blood has it drawn from your veins. Immediately after it has left you, the part begins to swell up, and burn as if stung by nettles. That the pain should come after and not during the operation is an arrangement very advantageous to the vinchuca, and I greatly doubt whether any other blood-sucking parasite has been equally favored by nature in this respect. Imagine then my sensations when I heard the sound of not one, but 2 or 3 pairs of wings. I tried to forget the sound and go to sleep. I tried to forget about those rough old walls full of interstices. 100 years old they were, my host had informed me. Most interesting old house, thought I. And then, very suddenly, a fiery itching took possession of my great toe. There it is, said I. Heated blood, late supper, dancing and all that. I can almost imagine that something has actually bitten me, when of course nothing of that kind has happened. Then, while I was furiously rubbing and scratching it, feeling a badger-like disposition to gnaw it off, my left arm was pierced with red-hot needles. My attentions were quickly transferred to that part, but soon my busy hands were called elsewhere, like a couple of hard-worked doctors in a town afflicted with an epidemic. And so, all night long, with only occasional snatches of miserable sleep, the contest went on. I rose early, and going to a wide stream, a quarter of a mile from the house, took a plunge which greatly refreshed me and gave me strength to go in quest of my horse. Poor brute! I had intended giving him a day's rest, so pleasant and hospitable had the people shown themselves. But now I shuddered at the thought of spending another night in such a purgatory. I found him so lame that he could scarcely walk, and so returned to the house on foot and very much cast down. My host consoled me by assuring me that I would sleep the siesta all the better for having been molested by those little things that go about, for in this very mild language he described the affliction. After breakfast, at noon, acting on his hint, I took a rug to the shade of a tree, and lying down, quickly fell into a profound sleep, which lasted till late in the afternoon. That evening visitors came again, and we had a repetition of the singing, dancing, and other pastoral amusements, till near midnight. Then, thinking to cheat my bedfellows of the night before, I made my simple bed in the kitchen. But here also the vile vinchucas found me, and there were, moreover, dozens of fleas that waged a sort of guerrilla warfare all night, and in this way exhausted my strength and distracted my attention, while the more formidable adversary took up his position. My sufferings were so great that before daybreak I picked up my rugs and went out a distance from the house to lie down on the open plain. But I carried with me a smarting body and got but little rest. When morning came, I found that my horse had not yet recovered from his lameness. "Do not be in a hurry to leave us," said my host, when I spoke of it. "I perceive that the little animals have again fought with and defeated you. Do not mind it. In time you will grow accustomed to them." How they contrived to endure it, or even to exist, was a puzzle to me, but possibly the vinchucas respected them, and only dined when, like the giant in the nursery rhyme, they smelt the blood of an Englishman. I again enjoyed a long siesta, and when night came, resolved to place myself beyond the reach of the vampires, and so, after supper, went out to sleep on the plain. About midnight, however, a sudden storm of wind and rain drove me back to the shelter of the house, and the next morning I rose in such a deplorable state that I deliberately caught and saddled my horse, though the poor beast could scarcely put one foot on the ground. My friends laughed good-humouredly when they saw me making these resolute preparations for departure. After partaking of bitter maté, I rose and thanked them for their hospitality. "You surely do not intend leaving us on that animal," said my host. "He is unfit to carry you." "I have no other," I replied, "and am anxious to reach my destination." "Had I known this, I would have offered you a horse before," he returned. And then he sent one of his sons to drive the horses of the estancia into the corral. Selecting a good-looking animal from the herd, he presented it to me, and as I did not have money enough to buy a fresh horse whenever I wanted one, I accepted the gift very gladly. The saddle was quickly transferred to my new acquisition, and once more thanking these good people and bidding adieu, I resumed my journey. When I gave my hand before leaving to the youngest, and also to my mind the prettiest of the 5 daughters of the house, instead of smiling pleasantly and wishing me a prosperous journey like the others, she was silent and darted a look at me which seemed to say, "Go, sir, you have treated me badly, and you insult me by offering your hand. If I take it, it is not because I feel disposed to forgive you, but only to save appearances." At the same moment, when she bestowed that glance on me which said so much, a look of intelligence passed over the faces of the other people in the room. All this revealed to me that I had just missed a very pretty little idyllic flirtation, conducted in very novel circumstances. Love cometh up as a flower, and men and charming women naturally flirt when brought together. Yet it was hard to imagine how I could have started a flirtation and carried it on to its culminatory point in that great public room, with all those eyes on me, dogs, babes, and cats tumbling about my feet, ostriches staring covetously at my buttons with great vacant eyes, and that intolerable paroquet perpetually reciting how the waters came down at Lodore in its own shrieky, beaky, birdy, hurdy-gurdy parrot language. Tender glances, soft whispered words, hand touchings, and 1,000 little personal attentions, showing which way the emotions tend, would scarcely have been practicable in such a place and in such conditions, and new signs and symbols would have to be invented to express the feelings of the heart. And doubtless these Orientals, living all together in one great room with their children and pets, like our very ancient ancestors, the pastoral Aryans, do possess such a language. And this pretty language I should have learnt from the most willing of teachers, if those venomous vinchucas had not dulled my brain with their persecutions, and made me blind to a matter which had not escaped the observation of even unconcerned lookers-on. riding away from the estancia, the feeling I experienced at having finally escaped from these execrable little things that go about was not one of unmixed satisfaction. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by RickVina. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 4. Continuing my journey through the Durazno district, I forded the pretty river Yí and entered the Tacuarembó department, which is immensely long, extending right away to the Brazilian frontier. I rode over its narrowest part, however, where it is only about 25 miles wide. Then, crossing two very curiously named rivers, Rios Salsipuedes Chico and Salsipuedes Grande, which means get out if you can rivers, little and big, I at length reached the termination of my journey in the province or department of Paysandú, the Estancia de la Virgen de los Desamparados, or, to put it very shortly, Vagabond's Rest, was a good-sized square brick house built on very high ground, which overlooked an immense stretch of grassy, undulating country. There was no plantation about the house, not even a shade tree or cultivated plant of any description, but only some large corrales, or enclosures, for the cattle, of which there were 6,000 or 7,000 head on the land. The absence of shade and greenery gave the place a desolate, uninviting aspect, but if I was ever to have any authority here, this would soon be changed. The mayordomo, or manager, Don Policarpo Santillera de Peñalosa, which, roughly done into English, means Polycarp of the Holy Land, abounding in slippery rocks, proved to be a very pleasant, affable person. He welcomed me with that quiet, Oriental politeness which is never cold and never effusive, and then perused the letter from Doña Isidora. Finally, he said, "I am willing, my friend, to supply you with all the conveniences procurable at this elevation, and for the rest, you know, doubtless, what I can say to you. A ready understanding requires few words. Nevertheless, there is here no lack of good beef, and to be short, you will do me a great favour by making this house, with everything it contains, your own, while you honour us by remaining in it." After delivering himself of these kindly sentiments, which left me rather in a mist as to my prospects, he mounted his horse and rode off, probably on some very important affair, for I saw no more of him for several days. I at once proceeded to establish myself in the kitchen. No person in the house appeared ever to pay even a casual visit to any other room. This kitchen was vast and barn-like, 40 feet long at least, and proportionately wide. The roof was of reeds, and the hearth, placed in the centre of the floor, was a clay platform, fenced round with cows' shank bones, half buried and standing upright. Some trivets and iron kettles were scattered about, and from the centre beam, supporting the roof, a chain and hook were suspended, to which a vast iron pot was fastened. One more article, a spit about 6 feet long for roasting meat, completed the list of cooking utensils. There were no chairs, tables, knives, or forks. Everyone carried his own knife, and at mealtime the boiled meat was emptied into a great tin dish, whilst the roast was eaten from the spit, each one laying hold with his fingers and cutting his slice. The seats were logs of wood and horse skulls. The household was composed of one woman, an ancient, hideously ugly, grey-headed negress, about 70 years old, and 18 or 19 men of all ages and sizes, and of all colours, from parchment white to very old oak. There was a capataz, or overseer, and 7 or 8 paid peones, the others being all agregados, that is, supernumeraries without pay, or, to put it plainly, vagabonds who attach themselves like vagrant dogs to establishments of this kind, lured by the abundance of flesh, and who occasionally assist the regular peones at their work, and also do a little gambling and stealing to keep themselves in small change. At break of day, everyone was up, sitting by the hearth, sipping bitter maté and smoking cigarettes. Before sunrise, all were mounted and away over the surrounding country to gather up the herds. At midday, they were back again to breakfast. The consumption and waste of meat was something frightful. Frequently, after breakfast, as much as 20 or 30 pounds of boiled and roast meat would be thrown into a wheelbarrow and carried out to the dust heap, where it served to feed scores of hawks, gulls, and vultures, besides the dogs. Of course, I was only an agregado, having no salary or regular occupation yet. Thinking, however, that this would only be for a time, I was quite willing to make the best of things, and very soon became fast friends with my fellow agregados, joining heartily in all their amusements and voluntary labours. In a few days, I got very tired of living exclusively on flesh, for not even a biscuit was procurable at this elevation, and as for a potato, one might as well have asked for a plum pudding. It occurred to my mind at last that, with so many cows, it might be possible to procure some milk and introduce a little change into our diet. In the evening, I broached the subject, proposing that on the following day we should capture a cow and tame her. Some of the men approved of the suggestion, remarking that they had never thought of it themselves, but the old negress, who being the only representative of the fair sex present, was always listened to with all the deference due to her position, threw herself with immense zeal into the opposition. She affirmed that no cow had been milked at that establishment since its owner had paid it a visit with his young wife 12 years before. A milch cow was then kept, and on the señora partaking of a large quantity of milk before breaking her fast, it produced such an indigestion in her that they were obliged to give her powdered ostrich stomach, and finally to convey her with great trouble in an ox cart to Paysandú, and thence by water to Montevideo. The owner ordered the cow to be released, and never, to her certain knowledge, had cow been milked since at La Virgen de los Desamparados. These ominous croakings produced no effect on me, and the next day I returned to the subject. I did not possess a lasso, and so could not undertake to capture a half-wild cow without assistance. One of my fellow agregados at length volunteered to help me, observing that he had not tasted milk for several years, and was inclined to renew his acquaintance with that singular beverage. This new-found friend in need merits being formally introduced to the reader. His name was Epifanio Claro. He was tall and thin, and had an idiotic expression on his long, sallow face. His cheeks were innocent of whiskers, and his lank, black hair, parted in the middle, fell to his shoulders, enclosing his narrow face between a pair of raven's wings. He had very large, light-coloured, sheepish-looking eyes, and his eyebrows bent up like a couple of Gothic arches, leaving a narrow strip above them that formed the merest apology for a forehead. This facial peculiarity had won for him the nickname of cejas, eyebrows, by which he was known to his intimates. He spent most of his time strumming on a wretched old cracked guitar and singing amorous ballads in a lugubrious, whining falsetto, which reminded me not a little of that hungry, complaining gull I had met at the estancia in Durazno. For, though poor Epifanio had an absorbing passion for music, nature had unkindly withheld from him the power to express it in a manner pleasing to others. I must, however, in justice to him, allow that he gave a preference to ballads or compositions of a thoughtful, not to say metaphysical character. I took the trouble of translating the words of one literally, and here they are. Yesterday my senses opened at a rap-a-tap from reason, inspiring in me an intention which I never had before, seeing that through all my days my life has been just what it is. Therefore, when I rose, I said, "Today shall be as yesterday," since reason tells me I have been, from day to day, the self-same thing. This is very little to judge from, being only a fourth part of the song, but it is a fair specimen, and the rest is no clearer. Of course, it is not to be supposed that Epifanio Claro, an illiterate person, took in the whole philosophy of these lines. Still, it is probable that a subtle ray or two of their deep meaning touched his intellect to make him a wiser and a sadder man. Accompanied by this strange individual, and with the grave permission of the capataz, who declined, however, in words of many syllables, all responsabilidad in the matter, we went out to the grazing grounds in quest of a promising-looking cow. Very soon we found one to our liking. She was followed by a small calf, not more than a week old, and her distended udder promised a generous supply of milk. But unfortunately, she was fierce-tempered, and had horns as sharp as needles. "We will cut them by and by," shouted Eyebrows. He then lassoed the cow, and I captured the calf, and lifting it into the saddle before me, started homewards. The cow followed me at a furious pace, and behind came Claro at a swinging gallop. Possibly he was a little too confident, and carelessly let his captive pull the line that held her. Anyhow, she turned suddenly on him, charged with amazing fury, and sent one of her horrid horns deep into the belly of his horse. He was, however, equal to the occasion, first dealing her a smart blow on the nose, which made her recoil for a moment. He then severed the lasso with his knife, and shouting to me to drop the calf, made his escape. We pulled up as soon as we had reached a safe distance, Claro dryly remarking that the lasso had been borrowed, and that the horse belonged to the estancia, so that we had lost nothing. He alighted and stitched up the great gash in the poor brute's belly, using for a thread a few hairs plucked from its tail. It was a difficult task, or would have been so to me, as he had to bore holes in the animal's hide with his knife point, but it seemed quite easy to him. Taking the remaining portion of the severed lasso, he drew it round the hind and one of the 4 feet of his horse, and threw him to the ground with a dexterous jerk, then, binding him there, performed the operations of sewing up the wound in about 2 minutes. "Will he live?" I asked. "How can I tell?" he answered indifferently. "I only know that now he will be able to carry me home. If he dies afterwards, what will it matter?" We then mounted and rode quietly home. Of course, we were chaffed without mercy, especially by the old negress, who had foreseen all along, she told us, just how it would be. One would have imagined, to hear this old black creature talk, that she looked on milk drinking as one of the greatest moral offences man could be guilty of, and that in this case Providence had miraculously interposed to prevent us from gratifying our depraved appetites. Eyebrows took it all very coolly. "Do not notice them," he said to me. "The lasso is not ours. The horse was not ours. What does it matter what they say?" The owner of the lasso, who had good-naturedly lent it to us, roused himself on hearing this. He was a very big, rough-looking man, his face covered with an immense shaggy black beard. I had taken him for a good-humoured specimen of the giant kind before, but I now changed my opinion of him when his angry passions began to rise. Blas, or Barbudo, as we called the giant, was seated on a log, sipping maté. "Perhaps you take me for a sheep, sirs, because you see me wrapped in skins," he observed. "But let me tell you this, the lasso I lent you must be returned to me." "These words are not for us," remarked Eyebrows, addressing me, "but for the cow that carried away his lasso on her horns. Curse them for being so sharp." "No, sir," returned Barbudo. "Do not deceive yourself. They are not for the cow, but for the fool that lassoed the cow. And I promise you, Epifanio, that if it is not restored to me, this thatch over our heads will not be broad enough to shelter us both." "I am pleased to hear it," said the other, "for we are short of seats, and when you leave us, the one you now encumber with your carcass will be occupied by some more meritorious person." "You can say what you like, for no one has yet put a padlock on your lips," said Barbudo, raising his voice to a shout, "but you are not going to plunder me, and if my lasso is not restored to me, then I swear I will make myself a new one out of a human hide." "Then," said Eyebrows, "the sooner you provide yourself with a hide for the purpose, the better, for I will never return the lasso to you. For who am I to fight against Providence that took it out of my hands?" To this Barbudo replied furiously, "Then I will have it from this miserable, starved foreigner, who comes here to learn to eat meat and put himself on an equality with men. Evidently he was weaned too soon, but if the starveling hungers for infants' food, let him in future milk the cats that warm themselves beside the fire, and can be caught without a lasso, even by a Frenchman. I could not endure the brute's insults, and sprang up from my seat. I happened to have a large knife in my hand, for we were just preparing to make an assault on the roasted ribs of a cow, and my first impulse was to throw down the knife and give him a blow with my fist. Had I attempted it, I should most probably have paid dearly for my rashness. The instant I rose, Barbudo was on me, knife in hand. He aimed a furious blow, which luckily missed me, and at the same moment I struck him, and he reeled back with a dreadful gash on his face. It was all done in a second of time, and before the others could interpose, in another moment they disarmed us, and set about bathing the barbarian's wound. During the operation, which I dare say was very painful, for the old negress insisted on having the wound bathed with rum instead of water, the brute blasphemed outrageously, vowing that he would cut out my heart and eat it stewed with onions and seasoned with cummin seed and various other condiments. I have often since thought of that sublime culinary conception of Blas the barbarian. There must have been a spark of wild Oriental genius in his bovine brains. When the exhaustion caused by rage, pain, and loss of blood had at length reduced him to silence, the old negress turned on him, exclaiming that he had been rightly punished, for had he not, in spite of her timely warnings, lent his lasso to enable these two heretics, for that is what she called us, to capture a cow? Well, his lasso was lost. Then his friends, with the gratitude only to be expected from milk drinkers, had turned round and well nigh killed him. After supper, the capataz got me alone, and with excessive friendliness of manner and an abundance of circumlocutory phrases, advised me to leave the estancia, as it would not be safe for me to remain. I replied that I was not to blame, having struck the man in self-defence, also that I had been sent to the estancia by a friend of the mayor domo, and was determined to see him and give him my version of the affair. The capataz shrugged his shoulders and lit a cigarette. At length, Don Policarpo returned, and when I told him my story, he laughed slightly, but said nothing. In the evening, I reminded him of the subject of the letter I had brought from Montevideo, asking him whether it was his intention to give me some employment on the estancia. "You see, my friend," he replied, "to employ you now would be useless, however valuable your services might be, for by this time the authorities will have information of your fight with Blas. In the course of a few days you may expect them here to make inquiries into that affair, and it is probable that you and Blas will both be taken into custody." "What then would you advise me to do?" I asked. His answer was that when the ostrich asked the deer what he would advise him to do when the hunters appeared, the deer's reply was, "Run away." I laughed at his pretty apologue, and answered that I did not think the authorities would trouble themselves about me, also that I was not fond of running away. Eyebrows, who had hitherto been rather inclined to patronize me and take me under his protection, now became very warm in his friendship, which was, however, dashed with an air of deference when we were alone together. But in company he was fond of parading his familiarity with me. I did not quite understand his change of manner at first, but by and by he took me mysteriously aside and became extremely confidential. "Do not distress yourself about Barbudo," he said. "He will never again presume to lift his hand against you, and if you will only condescend to speak kindly to him, he will be your humble slave, and proud to have you wipe your greasy fingers on his beard. Take no notice of what the mayordomo says. He also is afraid of you. If the authorities take you, it will only be to see what you can give them. They will not keep you long, for you are a foreigner, and cannot be made to serve in the army. But when you are again at liberty, it will be necessary for you to kill someone." Very much amazed, I asked him why. "You see," he replied, "your reputation as a fighter is now established in this department, and there is nothing men envy more. It is the same as in our old game of pato, where the man that carries the duck away is pursued by all the others, and before they give up chasing him, he must prove that he can keep what he has taken. There are several fighters you do not know who have resolved to pick quarrels with you in order to try your strength. In your next fight, you must not wound, but kill, or you will have no peace." I was greatly disturbed at this result of my accidental victory over Blas the Bearded, and did not at all appreciate the kind of greatness my officious friend Claro seemed so determined to thrust upon me. It was certainly flattering to hear that I had already established my reputation as a good fighter in so warlike a department as Paysandú. But then the consequences entailed were disagreeable, to say the least of it, and so, while thanking Eyebrows for his friendly hint, I resolved to quit the estancia at once. I would not run away from the authorities, since I was not an evil doer, but from the necessity of killing people for the sake of peace and quietness, I certainly would depart. And early next morning, to my friend's intense disgust, and without telling my plans to anyone, I mounted my horse and quitted Vagabond's Rest to pursue my adventures elsewhere. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by RickVina. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 5. Faith in the estancia as a field for my activities had been weak from the first. The mayordomo's words on his return had extinguished it altogether, and after hearing that ostrich parable, I had only remained from motives of pride. I now determined to go back towards Montevideo, not, however, over the route I had come by, but making a wide circuit into the interior of the country, where I would explore a new field, and perhaps meet with some occupation at one of the estancias on the way. Riding in a southwesterly direction towards the Rio Marlo in the Tacuarembó department, I soon left the plains of Paysandú behind me, and, being anxious to get well away from a neighbourhood where I was expected to kill someone, I did not rest till I had ridden about 25 miles. At noon I stopped to get some refreshment at a little roadside pulperia. It was a wretched-looking place, and behind the iron bars protecting the interior, giving it the appearance of a wild beast's cage, lounged the storekeeper, smoking a cigar. Outside the bar were two men with English-looking faces. One was a handsome young fellow, with a somewhat worn and dissipated look on his bronzed face. He was leaning against the counter, cigar in mouth, looking slightly tipsy, I thought, and wore a large revolver slung ostentatiously at his waist. His companion was a big, heavy man with immense whiskers sprinkled with grey, who was evidently very drunk, for he was lying full length on a bench, his face purple and swollen, snoring loudly. I asked for bread, sardines, and wine, and, careful to observe the custom of the country I was in, duly invited the tipsy young man to join in the repast. An omission of this courtesy might, amongst proud and sensitive Orientals, involve one in a sanguinary quarrel, and of quarrelling I had just then had enough. He declined with thanks, and entered into conversation with me. Then the discovery, quickly made, that we were compatriots gave us both great pleasure. He at once offered to take me to his house with him, and gave a glowing account of the free, jovial life he led in company with several other Englishmen, sons of gentlemen every one of them, he assured me, who had bought a piece of land and settled down to sheep farming in this lonely district. I gladly accepted the invitation, and when we had finished our glasses, he proceeded to wake the sleeper. "Hullo, I say, Cap, wake up, old boy," shouted my new friend. "Quite time to go home, don't you know? That's right, up you come. Now let me introduce you to Mr. Lamb. I'm sure he's an acquisition. What, off again? Damn it, old cloud, that's unreasonable, to say the least of it." At length, after a great deal of shouting and shaking, he succeeded in rousing his drunken companion, who staggered up and stared at me in an imbecile manner. "Now let me introduce you," said the other. "Mr. Lamb, my friend, Captain Cloudsley Wriothesley." "Bravo! Steady, old cock. Now shake hands." The captain said nothing, but took my hand, swaying forwards as if about to embrace me. We then, with considerable difficulty, got him onto his saddle and rode off together, keeping him between us to prevent him from falling off. Half an hour's ride brought us to my host, Mr. Vincent Winchcombe's house. I had pictured to myself a charming little homestead, buried in cool greenery and flowers, and filled with pleasant memories of dear old England. I was, therefore, grievously disappointed to find that his home was only a mean-looking rancho, with a ditch round it, protecting some ploughed or dug-up ground, on which not one green thing appeared. Mr. Winchcombe explained, however, that he had not yet had time to cultivate much. "Only vegetables and such things, don't you know?" he said. "I don't see them," I returned. "Well, no. We had a lot of caterpillars and blister beetles and things, and they ate everything up, don't you know," said he. The room into which he conducted me contained no furniture except a large deal table and some chairs, also a cupboard, a long mantelpiece, and some shelves against the walls. On every available place were pipes, pouches, revolvers, cartridge boxes, and empty bottles. On the table were tumblers, cups, a sugar basin, a monstrous tin teapot, and a demijohn, which I soon ascertained was half full of Brazilian rum or caña. Round a table 5 men were seated, smoking, drinking tea and rum, and talking excitedly, all of them more or less intoxicated. They gave me a hearty welcome, making me join them at the table, pouring out tea and rum for me, and generously pushing pipes and pouches towards me. "You see," said Mr. Winchcombe, in explanation of this convivial scene, "there are, altogether, 10 of us settlers here, going in for sheep farming and that sort of thing. 4 of us have already built houses and bought sheep and horses. The other 6 fellows live with us from house to house, don't you know? Well, we've made a jolly arrangement. Old Cloud, Captain Cloud, don't you know, first suggested it, and it is that every day one of the 4, the glorious 4 we are called, keeps open house, and it's considered the right thing for the other 9 fellows to drop in on him some time during the day, just to cheer him up a bit. Well, we soon made the discovery, Old Cloud, I fancy, made it, that tea and rum were about the best things to have on these occasions. Today it was my day, and tomorrow it will be some other fellow's, don't you know? And by Jove, how lucky I was to meet you at the pulperia. It will be ever so much jollier now." I had certainly not stumbled upon a charming little English paradise in this Oriental wilderness, and as it always makes me uncomfortable to see young men drifting into intemperate habits and making asses of themselves generally, I was not rapturously delighted with Old Cloud's system. Still, I was glad to find myself with Englishmen in this distant country, and in the end I succeeded in making myself tolerably happy. The discovery that I had a voice pleased them greatly, and when, somewhat excited from the effects of strong Cavendish, rum, and black tea, I roared out, "And may his soul in heaven dwell, who first found out the leather botel," they all got up and drank my health in big tumblers, and declared they would never let me leave the colony. Before evening the guests departed, all except the captain. He had sat with us at the table, but was too far gone in his cups to take part in the boisterous fun and conversation. Once in about every 5 minutes he had implored someone in a husky voice to give him a light for his pipe. Then, after 2 or 3 ineffectual puffs, he would let it go out again. He had also attempted 2 or 3 times to join in the chorus of a song, but soon relapsed again into his imbecile condition. Next day, however, when he sat down refreshed by a night's sleep to breakfast, I found him a very agreeable fellow. He had no house of his own yet, not having received his money from home, he confidentially informed me, but lived about, breakfasting in one house, dining in a second, and sleeping in a third. "Never mind," he would say, "by and by it will be my turn. Then I will receive you all every day for 6 weeks to make it all square." None of the colonists did any work, but all spent their time lounging about and visiting each other, trying to make their dull existence endurable by perpetual smoking and tea and rum drinking. They had tried, they told me, ostrich hunting, visiting their native neighbours, partridge shooting, horse racing, etc., but the partridges were too tame for them. They could never catch the ostriches. The natives didn't understand them, and they had finally given up all these so-called amusements. In each house, a peon was kept to take care of the flock and to cook, and as the sheep appeared to take care of themselves, and the cooking merely meant roasting a piece of meat on a spit, there was very little for the hired men to do. "Why don't you do these things for yourselves?" I innocently asked. "I fancy it wouldn't quite be the right thing, don't you know?" said Mr. Winchcombe. "No," said the captain gravely, "we haven't quite come down to that yet." I was greatly surprised to hear them. I had seen Englishmen sensibly roughing it in other places, but the lofty pride of these 10 rum-drinking gentlemen was quite a new experience to me. Having spent a somewhat listless morning, I was invited to accompany them to the house of Mr. Bingley, one of the Glorious Four. Mr. Bingley was really a very nice young fellow, living in a house far more worthy of the name than the slovenly rancho tenanted by his neighbour Winchcombe. He was the favourite of the colonists, having more money than the others, and keeping 2 servants. Always on his reception day, he provided his guests with hot bread and fresh butter, as well as with the indispensable rum bottle and teapot. It therefore happened that, when his turn came round to keep open house, not one of the other 9 colonists was absent from his table. Soon after our arrival at Bingley's, the others began to appear, each one on entering taking a seat at the hospitable board and adding another cloud to the dense volume of tobacco smoke obscuring the room. There was a great deal of hilarious conversation. Songs were sung, and a vast amount of tea, rum, bread and butter, and tobacco consumed. But it was a wearisome entertainment, and by the time it was over, I felt heartily sick of this kind of life. Before separating, after John Peel had been sung with great enthusiasm, someone proposed that we should get up a fox hunt in real English style. Everyone agreed, glad of anything, I suppose, to break the monotony of such an existence, and next day we rode out, followed by about 20 dogs of various breeds and sizes, brought together from all the houses. After some searching about in the most likely places, we at length started a fox from a bed of dark-leafed mio bushes. He made straight away for a range of hills about 3 miles distant, and over a beautifully smooth plain, so that we had a very good prospect of running him down. 2 of the hunters had provided themselves with horns, which they blew incessantly, while the others all shouted at the top of their lungs, so that our chase was a very noisy one. The fox appeared to understand his danger, and to know that his only chance of escape lay in keeping up his strength till the refuge of the hills was reached. Suddenly, however, he changed his course, this giving us a great advantage, for by making a short cut we were all soon close at his heels, with only the wide, level plain before us. But Reynard had his reasons for what he did. He had spied a herd of cattle, and in a very few moments had overtaken and mixed with them. The herd, struck with terror at our shouts and horn blowing, instantly scattered and flew in all directions, so that we were able still to keep our quarry in sight. Far in advance of us, the panic in the cattle ran on from herd to herd, swift as light, and we could see them miles away fleeing from us, while their hoarse bellowings and thundering tread came, borne by the wind, faintly to our ears. Our fat, lazy dogs ran no faster than our horses, but still they laboured on, cheered by incessant shouts, and at last ran into the first fox ever properly hunted in the Banda Oriental. The chase, which had led us far from home, ended close to a large estancia house, and while we stood watching the dogs worrying their victim to death, the capataz of the establishment, accompanied by 3 men, rode out to inquire who we were and what we were doing. He was a small, dark native, wearing a very picturesque costume, and addressed us with extreme politeness. "Will you tell me, señores, what strange animal you have captured?" he asked. "A fox," shouted Mr. Bingley, triumphantly waving the brush, which he had just cut off, over his head. "In our country, in England, we hunt the fox with dogs, and we have been hunting after the manner of our country." The capataz smiled, and replied that, if we were disposed to join him, it would afford him great pleasure to show us a hunt after the manner of the Banda Oriental. We consented gladly, and mounting our horses, set off at a swinging gallop after the capataz and his men. We soon came to a small herd of cattle. The capataz dashed after them, and unloosening the coils of his lasso, flung the noose dexterously over the horns of a fat heifer he had singled out, then started homewards at a tremendous pace. The cow, urged forward by the men, who rode close behind, and pricked it with their knives, rushed on, bellowing with rage and pain, trying to overtake the capataz, who kept just out of reach of its horns, and in this way we quickly reached the house. One of the men now flung his lasso and caught the beast's hind leg, pulled in 2 opposite directions. It quickly came to a standstill. The other men, now dismounting, first hamstrung, then ran a long knife into its throat. Without removing the hide, the carcass was immediately cut up, and the choice pieces flung on to a great fire of wood, which one of the men had been making. In an hour's time, we all sat down to a feast of carne con cuero, or meat roasted in the hide, juicy, tender, and exquisitely flavoured. I must tell the English reader who is accustomed to eat meat and game which has been kept till it is tender, that before the tender stage is reached, it has been permitted to get tough. Meat, game included, is never so tender or deliciously flavoured as when cooked and eaten immediately after it is killed. Compared with meat at any subsequent stage, it is like a new-laid egg or a salmon with the cream on, compared with an egg or a salmon after a week's keeping. We enjoyed the repast immensely, though Captain Cloud bitterly lamented that we had neither rum nor tea to wash it down. When we had thanked our entertainer and were about to turn our horses' heads homewards, the polite capataz once more stepped out and addressed us. "Gentlemen," he said, "whenever you feel disposed to hunt, come to me, and we will lasso and roast a heifer in the hide. It is the best dish the Republic has to offer the stranger, and it will give me great pleasure to entertain you. But I beg you will hunt no more foxes over the ground belonging to this estancia, for you have caused so great a commotion amongst the cattle I am placed here in charge of, that it will take my men 2 or 3 days to find them all and bring them back again." We gave the desired promise, plainly perceiving that fox hunting in the English fashion is not a sport adapted to the Oriental country. Then we rode back, and spent the remaining hours at the house of Mr. Girling of the Glorious Four, drinking rum and tea, smoking unlimited pipes of Cavendish, and talking over our hunting experience. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by DJRickyV. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 6. I spent several days at the colony, and I suppose the life I led there had a demoralizing effect on me, for, unpleasant as it was, every day I felt less inclined to break loose from it, and sometimes I even thought seriously of settling down there myself. This crazy idea, however, would usually come to me late in the day, after a great deal of indulgence in rum and tea, a mixture that would very soon drive any man mad. One afternoon, at one of our convivial meetings, it was resolved to pay a visit to the little town of Tolosa, about 18 miles to the east of the colony. Next day we set out, every man wearing a revolver slung at his waist, and provided with a heavy poncho for covering, for it was the custom of the colonists to spend the night at Tolosa when they visited it. We put up at a large public house in the centre of the miserable little town, where there was accommodation for man and beast, the last always faring rather better than the first. I very soon discovered that the chief object of our visit was to vary the entertainment of drinking rum and smoking at the colony by drinking rum and smoking at Tolosa. The bibulous battle raged till bedtime, when the only sober member of our party was myself, for I had spent the greater part of the afternoon walking about, talking to the townspeople, in the hope of picking up some information useful to me in my search for occupation. But the women and old men I met gave me little encouragement. They seemed to be a rather listless set in Tolosa, and when I asked them what they were doing to make a livelihood, they said they were waiting. My fellow countrymen and their visit to the town was the principal topic of conversation. They regarded their English neighbours as strange and dangerous creatures who took no solid food, but subsisted on a mixture of rum and gunpowder, which was the truth, and who were armed with deadly engines called revolvers, invented specially for them by their father, the devil. The day's experience convinced me that the English colony had some excuse for its existence, since its periodical visits gave the good people of Tolosa a little wholesome excitement during the stagnant intervals between the revolutions. At night we all turned into a large room with a clay floor, in which there was not a single article of furniture. Our saddles, rugs, and ponchos had all been thrown together in a corner, and anyone wishing to sleep had to make himself a bed with his own horse gear and toggery as best he could. The experience was nothing new to me, so I soon made myself a comfortable nest on the floor, and, pulling off my boots, coiled myself up like an opossum that knows nothing better and is friendly with fleas. My friends, however, were evidently bent on making a night of it, and had taken care to provide themselves with 3 or 4 bottles of rum. after conversation, with an occasional song, had been going on for some time, one of them, a Mr. Chillingworth, rose to his feet and demanded silence. "Gentlemen," he said, advancing into the middle of the room, where, by occasionally throwing out his arms to balance himself, he managed to maintain a tolerably erect position, "I am going to make a—what-d'ye-call-it?" Furious cheers greeted this announcement, while one of the hearers, carried away with enthusiasm at the prospect of listening to his friend's eloquence, discharged his revolver at the roof, scattering confusion amongst a legion of long-legged spiders that occupied the dusty cobwebs above our heads. I was afraid the whole town would be up in arms at our carryings on, but they assured me that they all fired off their revolvers in that room, and that nobody came near them, as they were so well known in the town. "Gentlemen," continued Mr. Chillingworth, when order had been at length restored, "I've been thinking. That's what I've been doing. Now let's review the situation. Here we stand, a colony of English gentlemen. Here we are, don't you know, far from our homes and country and all that sort of thing. What says the poet? I dare say some of you fellows remember the passage. But what for, I ask? What, gentlemen, is the object of our being here? That's just what I'm going to tell you, don't you know. We are here, gentlemen, to infuse a little of our Anglo-Saxon energy and all that sort of thing into this dilapidated old tin pot of a nation." Here the orator was encouraged by a burst of applause. "Now, gentlemen," he continued, "isn't it hard, devilish hard, don't you know, that so little is made of us? I feel it, gentlemen. Our lives are being frittered away. I don't know whether you fellows feel it. You see, we ain't a melancholy lot. We're a glorious combination against the blue devils, that's what we are. Only sometimes I feel, don't you know, that all the rum in the place can't quite kill them. I can't help thinking of jolly days on the other side of the water. Now, don't you fellows look at me as if you thought I was going to blubber. I'm not going to make such a confounded ass of myself, don't you know. But what I want you fellows to tell me is this. Are we to go on all our lives making beasts of ourselves, guzzling rum? I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I didn't mean to say that, really. Rum is about the only decent thing in this place. Rum keeps us alive. If any man says a word against rum, I'll call him an infernal ass. I meant to say the country, gentlemen. This rotten old country, don't you know. No cricket, no society, no baths, no anything. Supposing we had gone to Canada with our capital and energies, wouldn't they have received us with open arms? And what's the reception we get here? Now, gentlemen, what I propose is this. Let's protest. Let's get up a what-d'ye-call-it to the thing they call a government. We'll state our case to the thing, gentlemen, and we'll insist on it and be very firm. That's what we'll do, don't you know? Are we to live amongst these miserable monkeys and give them the benefit of our yes, gentlemen, our capital and energies, and get nothing in return? No, we must let them know that we are not satisfied, that we will be very angry with them. That's about all I have to say, gentlemen." Loud applause followed, during which the orator sat down rather suddenly on the floor. Then followed Rule Britannia, everyone assisting with all the breath in his lungs to make night hideous. When the song was finished, the loud snoring of Captain Wriothesley became audible. He had begun to spread some rugs to lie on, but, becoming hopelessly entangled in his bridle reins, surcingle, and stirrup straps, had fallen to sleep with his feet on his saddle and his head on the floor. "Hullo, we can't have this," shouted one of the fellows. "Let's wake old Cloud by firing at the wall over him, and knocking some plaster onto his head. It'll be awful fun, you know." Everybody was delighted with the proposal, except poor Chillingworth, who, after delivering his speech, had crept away on all fours into a corner, where he was sitting alone and looking very pale and miserable. The firing now began, most of the bullets hitting the wall only a few inches above the recumbent captain's head, scattering dust and bits of plaster over his purple face. I jumped up in alarm and rushed amongst them, telling them in my haste that they were too drunk to hold their revolvers properly, and would kill their friend. My interference raised a loud, angry remonstrance, in the midst of which the captain, who was lying in a most uncomfortable position, woke, and struggling into a sitting posture, stared vacantly at us, his reins and straps wound like serpents about his neck and arms. "What's all the row about?" he demanded huskily. "Getting up revolution, I suppose. All right. Only thing to do in this country. Only don't ask me to be president. Nor good enough. Good night, boys. Don't cut my throat by mistake. God bless you all." "No, no, don't go to sleep, Cloud," they shouted. "Lamb's the cause of all this. He says we're drunk. That's the way Lamb repays our hospitality. We were firing to wake you up, old Cap, to have a drink." "A drink, yes," assented the captain hoarsely. "And Lamb was afraid we would injure you. Tell him, old Cloud, whether you're afraid of your friends. Tell Lamb what you think of his conduct." "Yes, I'll tell him," returned the captain in his thick tones. "Lamb shan't interfere, gentlemen. But you know you took him in, didn't you now? And what was my opinion of him? It wasn't right of you fellows, was it now? He couldn't be one of us, you know, could he now? I'll leave it to you, gentlemen. Didn't I say the fellow was a cad? Why the devil doesn't he leave me alone, then? I'll tell you what I'll do with Lamb. I'll punch his damned nose, don't you know?" And here the gallant gentleman attempted to rise, but his legs refused to assist him, and, tumbling back against the wall, he was only able to glare at me out of his watery eyes. I went up to him, intending, I suppose, to punch his nose, but suddenly changing my mind, I merely picked up my saddle and things, then left the room with a hearty curse on Captain Cloudsley Wriothesley, the evil genius, drunk or sober, of the colony of English gentlemen. I was no sooner outside the door than the joy they felt at being rid of me was expressed in loud shouts, clapping of hands, and a general discharge of firearms into the roof. I spread my rugs out of doors, and soliloquized myself to sleep. "And so ends," said I, fixing my somewhat drowsy eyes on the constellation of Orion, "Adventure the Second, or 22nd, little does it matter about the exact number of them, since they all alike end in smoke, revolver smoke, or a flourish of knives and the shaking of dust from off my feet. And perhaps at this very moment Paquita, roused from light slumbers by the droning cry of the night watchman under her window, puts out her arms to feel me, and sighs to find my place still vacant. What must I say to her? that I must change my name to Hernandez, or Fernandez, or Blas, or Chaz, or Sandariaga, Gorostiaga, Madariaga, or any other aga, and conspire to overthrow the existing order of things? There is nothing else for me to do, since this Oriental world is indeed an oyster only a sharp sword will serve to open. As for arms and armies and military training, all that is quite unnecessary. One has only got to bring together a few ragged, dissatisfied men, and taking horse, charge pell-mell into poor Mr. Chillingworth's dilapidated old tin pot. I almost feel like that unhappy gentleman tonight, ready to blubber. But after all, my position is not quite so hopeless as his. I have no brutalized, purple-nosed Brighton sitting like a nightmare on my chest, pressing the life out of me. The shouts and choruses of the revellers grew fainter and fewer, and had almost ceased when I sank to sleep, lulled by a solitary, tipsy voice droning out in a lugubrious key, "We won't go home till morning." End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alexander Brett. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Chapter 7. Early next morning I left Tolosa and travelled the whole day in a southwesterly direction. I didn't hurry, but frequently dismounted to give my horse a sip of clear water and a taste of green herbage. I also called during the day at 3 or 4 estancia houses, but failed to hear anything that could be advantageous to me. In this way, I covered about 35 miles of road, going always towards the eastern part of the Florida district, in the heart of the country. About an hour before sunset I resolved to go no further that day, and I couldn't have hoped to find a nicer resting place than the one now before me. A neat rancho, with a wide corridor supported by wooden pillars, standing amidst a bower of fine old weeping willows. It was a calm, sunshiny afternoon. Peace and quiet resting on everything, even bird and insect, for they were silent, or uttered only soft, subdued notes, and that modest lodge, with its rough stone walls and thatched roof, seemed to be in harmony with it all. It looked like the home of a simple-minded pastoral people that had for their only world the grassy wilderness, watered by many clear streams, bounded ever by that far-off, unbroken ring of the horizon, and arched over with blue heaven, starry by night, and filled by day with sweet sunshine. On approaching the house I was agreeably disappointed at having no pack of loud-mouthed, ferocious dogs rushing forth to rend the presumptuous stranger to pieces, a thing one always expects. The only signs of life visible were a white-haired old man seated within the corridor, smoking, and a few yards from it, a young girl standing under a willow tree. But that girl was a picture for one to gaze long upon and carry about in his memory for a lifetime. Never had I beheld anything so exquisitely beautiful. It was not that kind of beauty so common in these countries, which bursts upon you like the sudden southwest wind, called pampero, almost knocking the breath out of your body, then passing as suddenly away, leaving you with hair ruffled up and mouth full of dust. Its influence was more like that of a spring wind, which blows softly, scarcely fanning your cheek, a delicious, magical sensation, like nothing else in earth or heaven. She was, I fancy, about 14 years old, slender and graceful in figure, and with a marvellously clear white skin, on which this bright Oriental sun had not painted one freckle. Her features were, I think, the most perfect I have ever seen in any human being, and her golden brown hair hung in 2 heavy braids behind, almost to her knees. As I approached, she looked up at me out of sweet grey-blue eyes. There was a bashful smile on her lips, but she didn't move or speak. On the willow branch over her head were 2 young doves. They were, it appeared, her pets, unable yet to fly, and she had placed them there. The little things had crept just beyond her reach, and she was trying to get them by pulling the branch down towards her. Leaving my horse, I came to her side. "I am tall, señorita," I said, "and perhaps I can reach them." She watched me with anxious interest while I gently pulled her birds from their perch and transferred them to her hands. Then she kissed them, well pleased, and with a gentle hesitation in her manner asked me in. Under the corridor I made the acquaintance of her grandfather, the white-haired old man, and found him a person it was very easy to get on with, for he agreed readily with everything I said. Indeed, even before I could get a remark out, he began easily assenting to it. There, too, I met the girl's mother, who was not at all like her beautiful daughter, but had black hair and eyes, and a brown skin, as most Spanish-American women have. Evidently the father is the white-skinned, golden-haired one, I thought. When the girl's brother came in by and by, he unsaddled my horse and led him away to pasture. This boy was also dark, darker even than his mother. The simple, spontaneous kindness with which these people treated me had a flavour about it, the like of which I have seldom experienced elsewhere. It was not the common hospitality usually shown to a stranger, but a natural, unstrained kindness, such as they might be expected to show to a beloved brother or son who had gone out from them in the morning and was now returned. By and by the girl's father came in, and I was extremely surprised to find him a small, wrinkled, dark specimen, with jet-black, bead-like eyes and podgy nose, showing plainly enough that he had more than a dash of aboriginal Chihuahua blood in his veins. This upset my theory about the girl's fair skin and blue eyes. The little dark man was, however, quite as sweet-tempered as the others, for he came in, sat down, and joined in the conversation, just as if I had been one of the family whom he had expected to find there. When I talk to these good people on simple pastoral matters, all the wickedness of Orientals, the throat-cutting war of whites and reds, and the unspeakable cruelties of the 10 years' siege were quite forgotten. I wish that I had been born amongst them and was one of them, not a weary, wandering Englishman, overburdened with the arms and armour of civilization, and staggering along, like Atlas, with the weight of a kingdom on which the sun never sets on his shoulders. By and by this good man, whose real name I never discovered, for his wife simply called him Batata, or Sweet Potato, looked critically at his pretty girl, and remarked, "Why have you decked yourself out like this, my daughter? It is not a saint's day." "His daughter indeed," I mentally ejaculated. "She is more like the daughter of the evening star than of such a man." But his words were unreasonable, to say the least of it, for the sweet child, whose name was Margarita, though wearing shoes, had no stockings on, while her dress, very clean certainly, was a cotton print so faded that the pattern was quite undistinguishable. The only pretence of finery, of any description, was a narrow bit of blue ribbon tied about her lily-white neck. And yet, had she been wearing the richest silks and costliest gems, she could not have blushed and smiled with a prettier confusion. "We are expecting Uncle Anselmo this evening, Papita," she replied. "Leave the child, Batata," said the mother. "You know what a craze she has for Anselmo. When he comes, she is always prepared to receive him like a queen." This was really almost too much for me, and I was powerfully tempted to jump up and embrace the whole family on the spot. How sweet was this primitive simplicity of mind! Here, doubtless, was the one spot on the wide earth where the golden age still lingered, appearing like the last beams of the setting sun touching some prominent spot, when elsewhere all things are in shadow. Oh, why had fate led me into this sweet Arcadia, since I must presently leave it, to go back to the dull world of toil and strife? That vain low strife which makes men mad, the tug for wealth and power, the passions and the care that wither life and waste its little hour. Had it not been for the thought of Paquita waiting for me over there in Montevideo, I could have said, "Oh, good friend Sweet Potato, and good friends all, let me remain for ever with you under this roof, sharing your simple pleasures, and, wishing for nothing better, forget that great crowded world where all men are striving to conquer nature and death, and win fortune, until, having wasted their miserable lives in their vain endeavours, they drop down and the earth is shovelled over them." Shortly after sunset, the expected Anselmo arrived to spend the night with his relations, and scarcely had he got down from his horse before Margarita was at his side to ask the avuncular blessing, at the same time raising his hand to her delicate lips. He gave his blessing, touching her golden hair. Then she lifted her face bright with new happiness. Anselmo was a fine specimen of Oriental gaucho, dark and with good features, his hair and moustache intently black. He wore costly clothes, while his whip handle, the sheath of his long knife, and other things about him, were of massive silver. Of silver also were his heavy spurs, the pommel of his saddle, the stirrups, and the headstall of his bridle. He was a great talker. Never, in fact, in the whole course of my varied experience have I encountered anyone who could pour out such an incessant stream of talk about small matters as this man. We all sat together in the social kitchen, sipping mate, I taking little part in the conversation, which was all about horses, scarcely even listening to what the others were saying. Reclining against the wall, I occupied myself agreeably watching the sweet face of Margarita, which in her happy excitement had been suffused with a delicate rosy colour. I have always had a great love for the beautiful. Sunsets, wild flowers, especially verbenas, so prettily called margaritas in this country, and, beyond everything, the rainbow spanning the vast gloomy heavens, with its green and violet arch, when the storm cloud passes eastward over the wet sun-flushed earth. All these things have a singular fascination for my soul. But beauty, when it presents itself in the human form, is even more than these things. There is in it a magnetic power drawing my heart, as something that is not love, for how can a married man have a feeling like that towards anyone except his wife? No, it is not love, but a sacred, ethereal kind of affection, resembling love only as the fragrance of violets resembles the taste of honey and the honeycomb. At length, some time after supper, Margarita, to my sorrow, rose to retire, though not without first once more asking her uncle's blessing. After her departure from the kitchen, finding that the inexhaustible talking machine Anselmo was still holding forth fresh as ever, I lit a cigar and prepared to listen. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by RickVina. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 8. When I began to listen, it was a surprise to find that the subject of conversation was no longer the favourite one of horse flesh, which had held undisputed sway the whole evening. Uncle Anselmo was just now expatiating on the merits of gin, a beverage for which he confessed to a special liking. "Gin is, without doubt," said he, "the flower of all strong drinks. I have always maintained that it is incomparable, and for this reason I always keep a little of it in the house in a stone bottle, for when I have taken my maté in the morning, and after it 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 sips of gin, I saddle my horse and go out with a tranquil stomach, feeling at peace with the whole world. Well, sirs, it happened that on the morning in question I noticed that there was very little gin left in the bottle, for though I could not see how much it contained, owing to its being of stone and not of glass, I judged from the manner in which I had to tip it upwards when pouring it out. In order to remember that I had to bring home some with me that day, I tied a knot in my handkerchief. Then, mounting my horse, I rode out towards the side on which the sun sets, little expecting that anything unusual was going to happen to me that day. But thus it often is, for no man, however learned he may be, and able to read the almanac, can tell what a day will bring forth. Anselmo was so outrageously prosy, I felt strongly inclined to go to bed to dream of beautiful Margarita, but politeness forbade, and I was also somewhat curious to hear what extraordinary thing had happened to him on that very eventful day. "It fortunately happened," continued Anselmo, "that I had that morning saddled the best of my cream noses, for on that horse I could say without fear of contradiction, I am on horseback and not on foot. I called him Chingolo, a name which Manuel, also called the Fox, gave him, because he was a young horse of promise, able to fly with his rider. Manuel had 9 horses, cream noses every one, and how from being Manuel's they came to be mine, I will tell you. He, poor man, had just lost all his money at cards. Perhaps the money he lost was not much, but how he came to have any was a mystery to many. To me, however, it was no mystery, and when my cattle were slaughtered and had their hides stripped off by night, perhaps I could have gone to justice, feeling like a blind man for something in the wrong place, and led her in the direction of the offender's house. But when one has it in his power to speak, knowing at the same time that his words will fall like a thunderbolt out of a blue sky upon a neighbour's dwelling, consuming it to ashes and killing all within it, why, sirs, in such a case, the good Christian prefers to hold his peace. For what has one man more than another that he should put himself in the place of Providence? We are all of flesh. True, some of us are only dog's flesh, fit for nothing, but to all of us the lash is painful, and where it rains, blood will sprout. This I say. But remember, I say not that Manuel the Fox robbed me, for I would sully no man's reputation, even a robber's, or have anyone suffer on my account. Well, sirs, to go back to what I was saying, Manuel lost everything. Then his wife fell ill with fever, and what was there left for him but to turn his horses into money? In this way, it came about that I bought the cream noses and paid him $50 for them. True, the horses were young and sound. Nevertheless, it was a great price, and I paid it not without first weighing the matter well in my own mind. For in things of this nature, if a person makes not his reckoning beforehand, where, let me ask, sirs, will he find himself at the year's end? The devil will take him with all the cattle he inherited from his fathers, or got together by his own proper abilities and industry. For you see, the thing is this: I have a poor head for figures. All other kinds of knowledge come easy to me, but how to calculate readily has never yet found an entrance into my head. At the same time, whenever I find it impossible to make out my accounts or settle what to do, I have only to take the matter to bed with me and lie awake thinking it over. For when I do that, I rise next morning feeling free and refreshed, like a man that has just eaten a watermelon. For what I have to do and how it is to be done is all as plain to my sight as this maté cup I hold in my hand. In this difficulty, I therefore resolved to take the subject of the horses to bed with me, and to say, Here I have you, and you shall not escape from me. But about supper time, Manuel came in to molest me, and sat in the kitchen with a sad face, like a prisoner under sentence of death. If Providence is angry against the entire human race, said he, and is anxious to make an example, I know not for what reason so harmless and obscure a person as I am should have been selected. What would you have, Manuel? I replied. Wise men tell us that Providence sends us misfortunes for our good. True, I agree with you, he said. It is not for me to doubt it. For what can be said of that soldier who finds fault with the measures of his commander? But you know, Anselmo, the man I am, and it is bitter that these troubles should fall on one who has never offended except in being always poor. The vulture, said I, ever preys on the weak and ailing. First I lose everything, he continued. Then this woman must fall ill of a calenture, and now I am forced to believe that even my credit is gone, since I cannot borrow the money I require. Those who knew me best have suddenly become strangers. When a man is down, said I, the very dogs will scratch up the dust against him. True, said Manuel, and since these calamities fell on me, what has become of the friendships that were so many? For nothing has a worse smell or stinks more than poverty, so that all men, when they behold it, cover up their faces or fly from such a pestilence. You speak the truth, Manuel, I returned, but say not all men, for who knows, there being so many souls in the world, whether you may not be doing injustice to someone. I say it not of you, he replied. On the contrary, if any person has had compassion on me, it is you, and this I say, not in your presence only, but publicly proclaim it to all men. Words only were these. And now, he continued, my cards oblige me to part with my horses for money. Therefore, I come this evening to learn your decision. Manuel, said I am a man of few words, as you know, and straightforward. Therefore, You need not have used compliments, and before saying this, to have said so many things, for in this you do not treat me as a friend." "You say well," he replied, "but I love not to dismount before checking my horse and taking my toes from the stirrups." "That is only as it should be," said I. "Nevertheless, when you come to a friend's house, you need not alight at such a distance from the gate." "For what you say I thank you," he answered. "My faults are more numerous than the spots on the wild cat, but not amongst them is precipitancy." "That is what I like," said I, "for I do not love to go about like a drunk man embracing strangers. But our acquaintance is not of yesterday, for we have looked into and know each other, even to the bowels and to the marrow in the bones. Why then should we meet as strangers, since we have never had a difference or any occasion to speak ill of each other?" "And how should we speak ill," replied Manuel, "since it has never entered into either of us, even in a dream, to do the other an injury? Some there are who, loving me badly, would blow up your head like a bladder with lies if they could, laying I know not what things to my charge, when, heaven knows, they themselves are perhaps the authors of all they so readily blame me for." "If you speak," said I, "of the cattle I have lost, trouble not yourself about such trifles, for if those who speak evil of you, only because they themselves are evil, were listening, they might say, 'This man begins to defend himself when no one has so much as thought of drawing against him.'" "True, there is nothing they will not say of me," said Manuel. "Therefore I am dumb, for nothing is to be gained by speaking. They have already judged me, and no man wishes to be made a liar." "As for me," I said, "I never doubted you, knowing you to be a man honest, sober, and diligent. If in anything you had given offence, I should have told you of it, so great is my frankness towards all men." "All that you tell me I firmly believe," said he, "for I know that you are not one that wears a mask like others. Therefore, relying on your great openness in all things, I come to you about these horses, for I love not dealing with those who shake you out a whole bushel of chaff for every grain of corn." "But, Manuel," said I, "you know that I am not made of gold, and that the mines of Peru were not left to me for an inheritance. You ask a high price for your horses." "I do not deny it," he replied, "but you are not one to stop your ears against reason and poverty when they speak. My horses are my only wealth and happiness, and I have no glory but them." "Frankly, then," I answered, "tomorrow I will tell you yes or no." "Let it be as you say. But, friend, if you will close with me tonight, I will abate something from the price." "If you wish to abate anything," said I, "let it be tomorrow, for I have accounts to make up tonight, and 1,000 things to think of." After that, Manuel got onto his horse and rode away. It was black and rainy, but he had never needed moon or lantern to find what he sought by night, whether his own house or a fat cow, also his own, perhaps. Then I went to bed. The first question I asked myself when I had blown out the candle was, "Are there fat wethers enough in my flock to pay for the cream noses?" Then I asked, "How many fat wethers will it take, at the price Don Sebastian, a miserly cheat, be it said in passing, offers me a head for them to make up the amount I require. That was the question. But you see, friends, I could not answer it. At length, about midnight, I resolved to light the candle and get an ear of maize, for by putting the grains into small heaps, each heap the price of a wether, then counting the whole, I could get to know what I wanted. The idea was good. I was feeling under my pillow for the matches to strike a light, when I suddenly remembered that all the grain had been given to the poultry. No matter, said I to myself, I have been spared the trouble of getting out of bed for nothing. Why, it was only yesterday, said I, still thinking about the maize, that Pascuala, the cook, said to me when she put my dinner before me, Master, when are you going to buy some grain for the fowls? How can you expect the soup to be good when there is not even an egg to put in it? Then there is the black cock with the twisted toe, one of the second brood the spotted hen raised last summer, though the foxes carried off no less than 3 hens from the very bushes where she was sitting. He has been going round with drooping wings all day, so that I verily believe he is going to have the pip, and if any epidemic comes amongst the fowls, as there was in neighbour Gumesinda's the year before last, you may be sure it will only be for want of corn. And the strangest thing is, and it is quite true, though you may doubt it, for neighbour Gumesinda told me only yesterday, when she came to ask me for some parsley, because as you know very well, her own was all rooted up when the pigs broke into her garden last October. Well, sir, she says the epidemic which swept off 27 of her best fowls in 1 week began by a black cock with a broken toe, just like ours, beginning to droop its wings as if it had the pip. May all the demons take this woman, I cried, throwing down the spoon I had been using, with her chatter about eggs and pip and neighbour Gumesinda, and I know not what besides. Do you think I have nothing to do but to gallop about the country looking for maize, when it is not to be had for its weight in gold at this season, and all because a sickly spotted hen is likely to have the pip? I have said no such thing, retorted Pascuala, raising her voice as women do. Either you are not paying proper attention to what I am telling you, or you pretend not to understand me, for I never said the spotted hen was likely to have the pip, and if she is the fattest fowl in all this neighbourhood, you may thank me, after the Virgin, for it, as neighbour Gumesinda often says, for I never fail to give her chopped meat 3 times a day, and that is why she is never out of the kitchen, so that even the cats are afraid to come into the house, for she flies like a fury into their faces. But you are always laying hold of my words by the heels, and if I said anything at all about pip, it was not the spotted hen, but the black cock with the twisted toe I said was likely to have it. To the devil with your cock and your hen, I shouted, rising in haste from my chair, for my patience was all gone, and the woman was driving me crazy with her story of a twisted toe and what neighbour Gumesinda said. And may all the curses fall on that same woman who is always full as a gazette of her neighbours' affairs. I know well what the parsley is she comes to gather in my garden. It is not enough that she goes about the country giving importance to the couplets I sang to Montenegro's daughter when I danced with her at cousin Teodoro's dance after the cattle marking, when, heaven knows, I never cared the blue end of a fingernail for that girl. But things have now come to a pretty pass when even a chicken with a broken toe cannot be indisposed in my house without neighbour Gumesinda thrusting her beak into the matter. Such anger did I feel at Pascuala when I remembered these things, and other things besides, for there is no end to that woman's tongue, that I could have thrown the dish of meat at her head. Just then, while occupied with these thoughts, I fell asleep. Next morning I got up, and without beating my head any more, I bought the horses and paid Manuel his price. For there is in me this excellent gift. When I am puzzled in mind and in doubt about anything, night makes everything plain to me, and I rise refreshed and with my determination formed. Here ended Anselmo's story, without one word about those marvellous matters he had set out to tell. They had all been clean forgotten. He began to make a cigarette, and fearing that he was about to launch forth on some fresh subject, I hastily bade good night and retreated to my bed. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Purple Land by William Henry Hudson. Chapter 9. Early next morning, Anselmo took his departure, but I was up in time to say goodbye to the worthy spinner of interminable yarns leading to nothing. I was, in fact, engaged in performing my morning ablutions in a large wooden bucket under the willows when he placed himself in the saddle. Then, after carefully arranging the drapery of his picturesque garments, he trotted gently away, a picture of a man with a tranquil stomach and at peace with the whole world, even neighbour Gumesinda included. I had spent a somewhat restless night, strange to say, for my hospitable hostess had provided me with a deliciously soft bed, a very unusual luxury in the Banda Oriental, and when I plunged into it, there were no hungry bedfellows waiting my advent within its mysterious folds. I thought about the pastoral simplicity of the lives and character of the good people slumbering near me, and that inconsequent story of Anselmo's about Manuel and Pascuala caused me to laugh several times. Finally, my thoughts, which had been roaming around in a wild, uncertain manner, like rooks blown about the windy skies, settled quietly down to the consideration of that beautiful anomaly, that mystery of mysteries, the white-faced Margarita. For how, in the name of heredity, had she got there? Whence that pearly skin and lithesome form, the proud sweet mouth, the nose that Phidias might have taken for a model, the clear, spiritual, sapphire eyes, and the wealth of silky hair that, if it unbound, would cover her as with a garment of surpassing beauty? With such a problem vexing my curious brain, what sleep could a philosopher get? When Batata saw me making preparations for departure, he warmly pressed me to stay to breakfast. I consented at once, for, after all, the more leisurely one does a thing, the sooner will it be accomplished, especially in the Banda Oriental. One breakfasts here at noon, so that I had plenty of time to see and renew my pleasure in seeing pretty Margarita. In the course of the morning we had a visitor, a traveller who arrived on a tired horse, and who slightly knew my host Banda, having, I was told, called at the house on former occasions. Marcos Marco was his name, a tall, sallow-faced individual about 50 years old, slightly gray, very dirty, and wearing threadbare gaucho garments. He had a slouching gait and manner, and a patient, waiting, hungry animal expression of face. Very, very keen were his eyes, and I detected him several times watching me narrowly. Leaving this Oriental tramp in conversation with Banda, who with misplaced kindness had offered to provide him with a fresh horse, I went out for a walk before breakfast. During my walk, which was along a tiny stream at the foot of the hill on which the house stood, I found a very lovely bell-shaped flower of a delicate rose color. I plucked it carefully and took it back with me, thinking it just possible that I might give it to Margarita should she happen to be in the way. On my return to the house, I found the traveller sitting by himself under the corridor, engaged in mending some portion of his dilapidated horse gear, and sat down to have a chat with him. A clever bee will always be able to extract honey enough to reward him from any flower, and so I did not hesitate tackling this outwardly very unpromising subject. "And so you are an Englishman," he remarked, after we had some conversation, and I of course replied in the affirmative. "What a strange thing," he said. "And you are fond of gathering pretty flowers," he continued, with a glance at my treasure. "All flowers are pretty," I replied. "But surely, senor, some are prettier than others. Perhaps you have observed a particularly pretty one growing in these parts, the white margarita?" Margarita is the Oriental vernacular for verbena. The fragrant white variety is quite common in the country, so that I was justified in ignoring the fellow's rather impudent meaning. Assuming as wooden an expression as I could, I replied, "Yes, I have often observed the flower you speak of. It is fragrant, and to my mind surpasses in beauty the scarlet and purple varieties. But you must know, my friend, that I am a botanist, that is, a student of plants, and they are all equally interesting to me." This astonished him, and, pleased with the interest he appeared to take in the subject, I explained in simple language the principles on which a classification of plants is founded, telling him about the lingua franca by means of which all the botanists in the world of all nations are able to converse together about plants. From the somewhat dry subject I launched into the more fascinating one of the physiology of plants. "Now look at this," I continued, and with my penknife I carefully dissected the flower in my hand, for it was evident that I could not now give it to Margarita without exposing myself to remarks. I then proceeded to explain to him the beautiful complex structure by means of which this campanula fertilizes itself. He listened in wonder, exhausting all the Spanish and Oriental equivalents of such expressions as "dear me," "how extraordinary," "loxamussy," "you don't say so." I finished my lecture, satisfied that my superior intellect had baffled the rude creature. Then, tossing away the fragments of the flower I had sacrificed, I restored the penknife to my pocket. "These are matters we do not often hear about in the Banda Oriental," he said, "but the English know everything, even the secrets of a flower. They are also able to do most things. Did you ever, Sir Botanist, take part in acting in a comedy? After all, I had wasted my flower and scientific knowledge on the animal for nothing." "Yes, I have," I replied rather angrily. Then, suddenly remembering eyebrows teaching, I added, "and in tragedy also." "Is that so?" he exclaimed. "How amused the spectators must have been! Well, we can all have our fill of fighting presently, for I see the white flower coming this way to tell us that breakfast is ready. Batata's roast beef will give something for our knives to do. I only wish we had one of his own flowery namesakes to eat it with." I swallowed my resentment, and when Margarita came to us, looked up into her matchless face with a smile, then rose to follow her into the kitchen. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by RickVina. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 10. After breakfast, I bade a reluctant good-bye to my kind entertainers, took a last lingering look at lovely Margarita, and mounted my horse. Scarcely was I in the saddle before Marcos Marco, who was also about to resume his journey on the fresh horse he had borrowed, remarked, "You are travelling to Montevideo, good friend. I am also going in that direction, and will take you the shortest way." "The road will show me the way," I rejoined curtly. "The road," he said, "is like a lawsuit, roundabout, full of puddles and pitfalls, and long to travel. It is only meant to be used by old, half-blind men and drivers of bullock carts." I hesitated about accepting the guidance of this strange fellow, who appeared to have a ready wit under his heavy slouching exterior. The mixed contempt and humility in his speech every time he addressed me gave me an uncomfortable sensation. Then his poverty-stricken appearance and his furtive glances filled me with suspicion. I looked at my host, who was standing near, thinking to take my cue from the expression of his face, but it was only a stolid Oriental face that revealed nothing. An ancient rule in whist is to play trumps when in doubt. Now my rule of action is, when two courses are open to me, and I am in doubt, to take the bolder one. Acting on this principle, I determined to go with Marcos, and accordingly we rode forth together. My guide soon struck away across country, leading me wide of the public road, through such lonely places that I at length began to suspect him of some sinister design against my person, since I had no property worth taking. Presently he surprised me by saying, "You were right, my young friend, in casting away idle fears when you accepted my company. Why do you let them return to trouble your peace? Men of your blood have never inflicted injuries on me that cry out for vengeance. Can I make myself young again by shedding your life? Or would there be any profit in changing these rags I now wear for your garments, which are also dusty and frayed? No, no, Sir Englishman, this dress of patience and suffering and exile, my covering by day and my bed by night, must soon be changed for brighter garments than you are wearing." This speech relieved me sensibly, and I smiled at the poor devil's ambitious dream of wearing a soldier's greasy red jacket, for I supposed that that was what his words meant. Still, his shortest way to Montevideo continued to puzzle me considerably. For 2 or 3 hours we had been riding nearly parallel to a range of hills or cuchilla, extending away on our left hand towards the southeast, but we were gradually drawing nearer to it, and apparently going purposely out of our way only to traverse a most lonely and difficult country. The few estancia houses we passed, perched on the highest points of the great sweep of moor-like country on our right, appeared to be very far away. Where we rode there were no habitations, not even a shepherd's hovel. The dry, stony soil was thinly covered with a forest of dwarf thorn trees, and a scanty pasturage burnt to a rust-brown colour by the summer heats, and out of this arid region rose the hills, their brown, woodless sides looking strangely gaunt and desolate in the fierce noonday sun. Pointing to the open country on our right, where the blue gleam of a river was visible, I said, "My friend, I assure you, I fear nothing, but I cannot understand why you keep near these hills, when the valley over there would have been pleasanter for ourselves and easier for our horses." "I do nothing without a reason," he said, with a strange smile. "The water you see over there is the Rio de las Canas, river of grey hairs, and those who go down into its valley grow old before their time." Occasionally talking, but oftener silent, we jogged on till about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when suddenly, as we were skirting a patch of scraggy woodland, a troop of 6 armed men emerged from it, and wheeling about, came directly towards us. A glance was enough to tell us that they were soldiers or mounted policemen, scouring the country in search of recruits, or, in other words, of deserters, skulking criminals, and vagabonds of all descriptions. I had nothing to fear from them, but an exclamation of rage escaped my companion's lips, and turning to him, I perceived that his face was of the whiteness of ashes. I laughed, for revenge is sweet, and I still smarted a little at his contemptuous treatment of me earlier in the day. "Is your fear so great?" I said. "You do not know what you say, boy," he returned fiercely. "When you have passed through as much hell fire as I have, and have rested as sweetly with a corpse for a pillow, you will learn to curb your impertinent tongue when you address a man." An angry retort was on my lips, but a glance at his face prevented me from uttering it. It was, in its expression, the face of a wild animal worried by dogs. In another moment the men had cantered up to us, and one, their commander, addressing me, asked to see my passport. "I carry no passport," I replied. "My nationality is a sufficient protection, for I am an Englishman, as you can see." "We have only your word for that," said the man. "There is an English consul in the capital, who provides English subjects with passports for their protection in this country. If you have not got one, you must suffer for it, and no one but yourself is to blame. I see in you only a young man complete in all his members, and of such the Republic is in need. Your speech is also like that of one who came into the world under this sky. You must go with us." "I shall do nothing of the sort," I returned. "Do not say such a thing, master," said Marcos, astonishing me very much with the change in his tone and manner. "You know I warned you a month ago that it was imprudent to leave Montevideo without our passports. This officer is only obeying the orders he has received. Still, he might see that we are only what we represent ourselves to be." "Oh," exclaimed the officer, turning to Marcos, "you are also an Englishman, unprovided with a passport, I suppose? You might at least have supplied yourself with a couple of blue crockery eyes and a yellow beard for your greater safety." "I am only a poor son of the soil," said Marcos meekly. "This young Englishman is looking for an estancia to buy, and I came as his attendant from the capital. We were very careless not to get our passports before starting. Then, of course, this young man has plenty of money in his pocket," said the officer. I did not relish the lies Marcos had taken upon himself to tell about me, but did not quite know what the consequences of contradicting them might be. I therefore replied that I was not so foolish as to travel in a country like the Banda Oriental with money on my person. To pay for bread and cheese till I reach my destination is about as much as I have, I added. The government of this country is a generous one, said the officer sarcastically, and will pay for all the bread and cheese you will require. It will also provide you with beef. You must now come with me to the Juzgado de las Cuevas, both of you. Seeing no help for it, we accompanied our captors at a swinging gallop over a rough, undulating country, and in about an hour and a half reached Las Cuevas, a dirty, miserable-looking village composed of a few ranchos built round a large plaza overgrown with weeds. On one side stood the church, on the other a square stone building with a flagstaff before it. This was the official building of the Juez de Paz, or rural magistrate. Just now, however, it was closed, and with no sign of life about it except an old, dead and alive-looking man sitting against the closed door, with his bare, mahogany-coloured legs stretched out in the hot sunshine. "This is a very fine thing," exclaimed the officer, with a curse. "I feel very much inclined to let the men go." "You will lose nothing by doing so, except, perhaps, a headache," said Marcos. "Hold your tongue till your advice is asked," retorted the officer, thoroughly out of temper. "Lock them up in the calabozo till the Juez comes tomorrow, Lieutenant," suggested the old man by the door, speaking through a bushy white beard and a cloud of tobacco smoke. "Do you not know that the door is broken, old fool?" said the officer. "Lock them up. Here I am neglecting my own affairs to serve the state, and this is how I am treated. We must now take them to the Juez at his own house, and let him look after them. Come on, boys." We were then conducted out of Las Cuevas to a distance of about 2 miles, where the Señor Juez resided in the bosom of his family. His private residence was a very dirty, neglected-looking estancia house, with a great many dogs, fowls, and children about. We dismounted and were immediately taken into a large room, where the magistrate sat at a table on which lay a great number of papers. Goodness knows what they were about. The Juez was a little, hatchet-faced man with bristly grey whiskers, standing out like a cat's moustache, and angry eyes, or rather with one angry eye, for over the other a cotton handkerchief was tied. No sooner had we all entered than a hen, leading a brood of a dozen half-grown chickens, rushed into the room after us, the chickens instantly distributing themselves about the floor in quest of crumbs, while the mother, more ambitious, flew on the table, scattering the papers right and left with the wind she created. "1,000 demons take the fowls!" cried the Juez, starting up in a fury. "Man, go and bring your mistress here this instant. I command her to come." This order was obeyed by the person who had ushered us in, a greasy-looking, swarthy-faced individual in threadbare military clothes, and in 2 or 3 minutes he returned, followed by a very fat, slatternly woman, looking very good-tempered, however, who immediately subsided, quite exhausted, into a chair. "What is it, Fernando?" she panted. "What is it? How can you have the courage to ask such a question, Toribia? Look at the confusion your pestilent fowls are creating amongst my papers that concern the safety of the Republic. Woman, what measures are you going to take to stop this before I have your fowls all killed on the spot?" "What can I do, Fernando? They are hungry, I suppose. I thought you wanted to ask my advice about these prisoners. Poor fellows. And here you are with your hens." Her placid manner acted like oil on the fire of his wrath. He stormed about the room, kicking over chairs and hurling rulers and paper weights at the birds, apparently with the most deadly intentions, but with shockingly bad aim, shouting, shaking his fist at his wife, and even threatening to commit her for contempt of court when she laughed. At last, after a great deal of trouble, the fowls were all got out, and the servant placed to guard the door, with strict orders to decapitate the first chicken that should attempt to enter and disturb the proceedings. Order being restored, the Juez lit a cigarette and began to smooth his ruffled feathers. "Proceed," he said to the officer, from his seat at the table. "Sir," said the officer, "in pursuance of my duty, I have taken in charge these two strangers who are unprovided with passports or documents of any description to corroborate their statements. According to their story, the young man is an English millionaire going about the country buying up estates, while the other man is his servant. There are 25 reasons for disbelieving their story, but I have not sufficient time to impart them to you now. Having found the doors of the juzgado closed, I have brought these men here with great inconvenience to myself, and I am now only waiting to have this business dispatched without further delay, so that I may have a little time left to devote to my private affairs." "Address not me in this imperative manner, sir officer," exclaimed the Juez, his anger blazing out afresh. "Do you imagine, sir, that I have no private interests, that the state feeds and clothes my wife and children? No, sir, I am the servant of the Republic, not the slave, and I beg to remind you that official business must be transacted during the proper hours and at the proper place." "Sir Juez," said the officer, "it is my opinion that a civil magistrate ought never to have any part in matters which more properly come under the military authorities. However, since these things are differently arranged, and I am compelled to come with my reports to you in the first place, I am only here to know, without entering into any discussion concerning your position in the Republic, what is to be done with these two prisoners I have brought before you." "Done with them. Send them to the devil. Cut their throats. Let them go. Do what you like, since you are responsible, not I. And be sure, sir officer, I shall not fail to report your insubordinate language to your superiors." "Your threats do not alarm me," said the officer, "for one cannot be guilty of insubordination towards a person one is not bound to obey. And now, sirs," he added, turning to us, "I have been advised to release you. You are free to continue your journey." Marcos rose with alacrity. "Man, sit down," yelled the irate magistrate, and poor Marcos, thoroughly crestfallen, sat down again. Sir Lieutenant, continued the fierce old man, you are dismissed from further attendance here. The republic you profess to serve would perhaps be just as well off without your valuable aid. Go, sir, to attend to your private affairs, and leave your men here to execute my commands." The officer rose, and having made a profound and sarcastic bow, turned on his heel and left the room. "Take these 2 prisoners to the stocks," continued the little despot. "I will examine them tomorrow." Marcos was first marched out of the room by 2 of the soldiers, for it happened that an outhouse on the place was provided with the usual wooden arrangement to make captives secure for the night. But when the other men took me by the arms, I recovered from the astonishment the magistrate's order had produced in me, and shook them roughly aside. "Señor Juez," I said, addressing him, "let me beg you to consider what you are doing. Surely my accent is enough to satisfy any reasonable person that I am not a native of this country. I am willing to remain in your custody, or to go wherever you like to send me, but your men shall tear me to pieces before making me suffer the indignity of the stocks. If you maltreat me in any way, I warn you that the government you serve will only censure and perhaps ruin you for your imprudent zeal." Before he could reply, his fat spouse, who had apparently taken a great fancy to me, interposed on my behalf, and persuaded the little savage to spare me. "Very well," he said, "consider yourself a guest in my house for the present. If you are telling the truth about yourself, a day's detention cannot hurt you." I was then conducted by my kind intercessor into the kitchen, where we all sat down to partake of maté and talk ourselves into good humour. I began to feel rather sorry for poor Marcos, for even a worthless vagabond, such as he appeared to be, becomes an object of compassion when misfortune overtakes him, and I asked permission to see him. This was readily granted. I found him confined in a large empty room built apart from the house. He had been provided with a maté cup and a kettle of hot water, and was sipping his bitter beverage with an air of stoical indifference. His legs, confined in the stocks, were thrust straight out before him, but I suppose he was accustomed to uncomfortable positions, for he did not seem to mind it much. After sympathizing with him in a general way, I asked him whether he could really sleep in that position. "No," he replied, with indifference. "But do you know, I do not mind about being taken. They will send me to the commandancia, I suppose, and after a few days liberate me. I am a good workman on horseback, and there will not be wanting some estanciero in need of hands to get me out. Will you do me one small service, friend, before you go to your bed?" "Yes, certainly, if I can," I answered. He laughed slightly and looked at me with a strange, keen glitter in his eyes. Then, taking my hand, he gave it a powerful grip. "No, no, my friend, I am not going to trouble you to do anything for me," he said. "I have the devil's temper, and today, in a moment of rage, I insulted you. It therefore surprised me when you came here and spoke kindly to me. I desired to know whether that feeling was only on the surface, since the men one meets with are often like horned cattle. When one falls, his companions to the pasture ground remember only his past offences and make haste to gore him." His manner surprised me. He did not now seem like the Marcos Marceau I had travelled with that day. Touched with his words, I sat down on the stocks facing him, and begged him to tell me what I could do for him. "Well, friend," said he, "you see the stocks are fastened with a padlock. If you will get the key and take me out, I will sleep well. Then, in the morning, before the old one-eyed lunatic is up, you can come and turn the key in the lock again. Nobody will be the wiser." "And you are not thinking of escaping?" I said. "I have not even the faintest wish to escape," he replied. "You could not escape if you did," I said, "for the room would be locked, of course. But if I were disposed to do what you ask, how could I get the key?" "That is an easy matter," said Marcos. "Ask the good señora to let you have it. Did I not notice her eyes dwelling lovingly on your face? For doubtless you reminded her of some absent relative, a favourite nephew, perhaps. She would not deny you anything in reason, and a kindness, friend, even to the poorest man, is never thrown away." "I will think about it," I said, and shortly after that I left him. It was a sultry evening, and the close, smoky atmosphere of the kitchen becoming unendurable, I went out and sat down on a log of wood out of doors. Here the old Juez, in his character of amiable host, came and discoursed for half an hour on lofty matters relating to the Republic. Presently his wife came out, and declaring that the evening air would have an injurious effect on his inflamed eye, persuaded him to go indoors. Then she subsided into a place at my side, and began to talk about Fernando's dreadful temper and the many cares of her life. "What a very serious young man you are," she remarked, changing her tone somewhat abruptly. "Do you keep all your gay and pleasant speeches for the young and pretty señoritas?" "Ah, señora, you are yourself young and beautiful in my eyes," I replied. "But I have no heart to be gay when my poor fellow traveller is fastened in the stocks, where your cruel husband would also have confined me but for your timely intervention. You are so kind-hearted. Cannot you have his poor, tired legs taken out, in order that he may also rest properly tonight?" "Ah, little friend," she returned, "I could not attempt such a thing. Fernando is a monster of cruelty, and would immediately put out my eyes without remorse. Poor me, what I have to endure!" And here she placed her fat hand on mine. I drew my hand away somewhat coldly. A born diplomatist could not have managed the thing better. "Madam," I said, "you are amusing yourself at my expense. When you have done me a great favour, will you now deny me this small thing? If your husband is so terrible a despot, surely you can do this without letting him know. Let me get my poor Marcos out of the stocks, and I give you my word of honour that the Juez will never hear of it, for I will be up early to turn the key in the lock before he is out of his bed." "And what will my reward be?" she asked, again putting her hand on mine. "The deep gratitude and devotion of my heart," I returned, this time without withdrawing my hand. "Can I refuse anything to my sweet boy?" said she. "After supper I shall slip the key into your hand. I am going now to get it from his room. Before Fernando retires, ask to see your Marcos, to take him a rug or some tobacco or something, and do not let the servant see what you do, for he will be at the door, waiting to lock it when you come out." After supper, the promised key was secretly conveyed to me, and I had not the least difficulty in liberating my friend in misfortune. Luckily, the man who took me to Marcos left us alone for some time, and I related my conversation with the fat woman. He jumped up and, seizing my hand, wrung it till I almost screamed with pain. "My good friend," he said, "you have a noble, generous soul, have done me the greatest service it is possible for one man to render to another. You have, in fact, now placed me in a position to enjoy my night's rest. Good night, and may heaven's angels put it in my power to reward you at some future time." The fellow was overdoing it a little, I thought. Then, when I had seen him safely locked up for the night, I walked back to the kitchen slowly and very thoughtfully. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 11. I walked thoughtfully back because, after rendering that unimportant service to Marcos, I began to experience sundry qualms of conscience and inward questionings concerning the strict morality of the whole proceeding. Allowing that I had done something very kind, charitable, and altogether praiseworthy in getting the poor fellow's unfortunate feet out of the stocks, did all that justify the cajolery I had practised to attain my object? Or, to put it briefly in the old familiar way, does the end sanctify the means? Assuredly it does in some cases, very easy to be imagined. Let us suppose that I have a beloved friend, an ailing person of a nervous, delicate organization, who has taken it into his poor cracked brains that he is going to expire at the stroke of 12 on a given night. Without consulting the authorities on ethical questions, I should, in such a case, flit about his room secretly manipulating his timepieces, till I had advanced them a whole hour, and then, just before the stroke of midnight, triumphantly produce my watch and inform him that death had failed to keep the appointment. Such an acted lie as that would weigh nothing on the conscience of any man. The fact of the matter is, the circumstances must always be considered, and every case judged on its own particular merits. Now, this affair of getting the key was not one for me to judge, since I had been a chief actor in it, but rather for some acute and learned casuist. I therefore made a mental note of it, with the intention of putting it impartially before the first person of that description I should meet. Having thus disposed of a troublesome matter, I felt greatly relieved in mind, and turned into the kitchen once more. I had scarcely sat down, however, before I round that one disagreeable consequence of my performance. The fat señora's claim on my undying devotion and gratitude had yet to be faced. She greeted my entrance with an effusive smile, and the sweetest smiles of some people one meets are less endurable than their black looks. In self-defence I assumed as drowsy and vacant an expression as I could summon, on the instant, to a countenance by nature almost too ingenuous. I pretended not to hear or to misunderstand everything that was said to me. Finally I grew so sleepy that I was several times on the point of falling off my chair. Then, after each extravagant nod, I would start up and stare vacantly around me. My grim little host could scarcely conceal his quiet smile, for never had he seen a person so outrageously sleepy before. At length he mercifully remarked that I seemed fatigued, and advised me to retire. Very gladly I made my exit, followed in my retreat from the kitchen by a pair of sad, reproachful eyes. I slept soundly enough in the comfortable bed, which my obese Gulnar had provided for me, until the numerous cocks of the establishment woke me shortly after daybreak with their crowing. Remembering that I had to secure Marcos in the stocks before the irascible little magistrate should appear on the scene, I rose and hastily dressed myself. I found the greasy man of the brass buttons already in the kitchen, sipping his matutinal mate amargo, and asked him to lend me the key of the prisoner's room, for this was what I had been instructed to do by the Señora. He got up and went with me to open the door himself, not caring, I suppose, to trust me with the key. When he threw the door open, we stood silently gazing for some time into the empty apartment. The prisoner had vanished, and a large hole cut in the thatch of roof showed how and where he had made his exit. I felt very much exasperated at the shabby trick the fellow had played on us, on me especially, for I was in a measure responsible for him. Fortunately, the man who opened the door never suspected me of being an accomplice, but merely remarked that the stocks had evidently been left unlocked by the soldiers the evening before, so that it was not strange the prisoner had made his escape. When the other members of the household got up, the matter was discussed with little excitement or even interest, and I soon concluded that the secret of the escape would remain between the lady of the house and myself. She waited for an opportunity to speak to me alone. Then, shaking her fat forefinger at me in a playful anger, whispered, "Ah, deceiver, you planned it all with him last evening, and only made me your instrument." "Señora," I protested with dignity, "I assure you, on the word of honour of an Englishman, I never suspected the man had any intention of escaping. I am very angry it has happened." "What do you suppose I care about his escaping?" she replied laughingly. "For your sake, sweet friend, I would gladly open the doors of every prison in the Banda if I had the power." "Ah, how you flatter! But I must now go to your husband, to learn from him what he intends doing with the prisoner who has not attempted to escape." With this excuse I got away from her. The wretched little Juez, when I spoke to him, put me off with a number of vague, meaningless phrases about his responsible position, the peculiar nature of his functions, and the unsettled state of the Republic, as if it had ever known, or was ever likely to know, any other state. He then mounted his horse and rode away to Las Cuevas, leaving me with that dreadful woman, and I verily believe that in doing so he was only carrying out her private instructions. The only comfort he gave me was the promise he made before going that a communication respecting me would be forwarded to the commandante of the district in the course of the day, which would probably result in my being passed on to that functionary. In the meanwhile he begged me to make free use of his house and everything in it. Of course, the misguided little wretch had no intent of throwing his fat wife at my head; still, I had no doubt that it was she who inspired these complimentary phrases, telling him, perhaps, that he would lose nothing by a courteous treatment of the English millionaire. When he rode away, he left me sitting on the gate, feeling very much disgusted, and almost wishing that, like Marcos Marco, I had run away during the night. Never had I taken so sudden and violent a dislike to anything as I then and there did to that estancia, where I was an honoured, albeit a compulsory guest. The hot, brilliant morning sun shone down on the discoloured thatch and mud-plastered walls of the sordid-looking building, while all about, wherever I cast my eyes, they rested on weeds, old bones, broken bottles, and other rubbish, eloquent witnesses of the dirty, idle, thriftless character of the inmates. Meanwhile, my sweet angelic child-wife, with her violet eyes dim with tears, was waiting for me far away in Montevideo, wondering at my long absence, and even now, perhaps, shading her face with her lily hand, and looking out on the white dusty road, watching for my arrival. And here I was, compelled to sit, idly swinging my legs on the gate, because that abominable fat woman had taken a fancy to keep me by her. Feeling mad with indignation, I suddenly jumped down from the gate with an exclamation not intended for ears polite, causing my hostess to jump also and utter a scream, for there she was, confound her, standing just beside me. "The saints defend me!" she exclaimed, recovering herself and laughing. "What made you startle me so?" I apologized for the strong expression I had used, then added, "Señora, I am a young man full of energy, and accustomed to take a great deal of exercise every day, and I am getting very impatient sitting here basking in the sunshine like a turtle on a bank of mud." "Why, then, do you not take a walk?" she said, with kind concern. I said I would gladly do so, and thanked her for the permission. Then she immediately offered to accompany me. I protested very ungallantly that I was a fast walker, and reminded her that the sun was excessively hot, and I should also have liked to add that she was excessively fat. She replied that it did not matter; so polite a person as myself would know how to accommodate his pace to that of his companion. Unable to shake her off, I started for my walk in a somewhat unamiable mood, the stout lady resolutely trudging on at my side, perspiring abundantly. Our path led us down to a little cañada, or valley, where the ground was moist and abounding with numerous pretty flowers and feathery grasses, very refreshing to look at after leaving the parched yellow ground about the estancia house. "You seem to be very fond of flowers," observed my companion. "Let me help you gather them. To whom will you give your nosegay when it is made?" "Señora," I replied, vexed at her trivial chatter, "I will give it to the—" I had almost said the devil, when a piercing scream she uttered suddenly arrested the rude speech on my lips. Her fright had been caused by a pretty little snake, about 18 inches long, which she had seen gliding away at her feet. And no wonder it glided away from her, and with all the speed it was capable of, for how gigantic and deformed a monster that fat woman must have seemed to it. The terror of a timid little child at the sight of a hippopotamus, robed in flowing bed curtains, and walking erect on its hind legs, would perhaps be comparable to the panic possessing the shallow brain of the poor speckled thing when that huge woman came striding over it. First I laughed, and then, seeing that she was about to throw herself for protection like a mountain of flesh upon me, I turned and ran after the snake, for I had observed that it belonged to a harmless species, one of the innocuous Coronella genus, and I was anxious to annoy the woman. I captured it in a moment, then, with the poor frightened creature struggling in my hand and winding itself about my wrist, I walked back to her. "Did you ever see such lovely colours?" I cried. "Look at the delicate primrose yellow on its neck, deepening into vivid crimson on the belly. Talk of flowers and butterflies, and its eyes are bright as 2 small diamonds. Look closely at them, señora, for they are well worth your admiration." But she only turned and fled away screaming at my approach, and at last, finding that I would not obey her and drop the terrible reptile, she left me in a towering rage and went back to the house by herself. After that I continued my walk in peace amongst the flowers, but my little speckled captive had served me so well that I would not release it. It occurred to me that if I kept it on my person it might serve as a sort of talisman to protect me from the disagreeable attentions of the señora. Finding that it was a very sly little snaky, and like Marcos Marco in captivity, full of subtle deceit, I put it into my hat, which, when firmly pressed on to my head, left no opening for the little arrowy head to insinuate itself through. After spending 2 or 3 hours botanizing in the cañada, I returned to the house. I was in the kitchen refreshing myself with a bitter mate, when my hostess came in beaming with smiles, for she had, I suppose, forgiven me by this time. I politely rose and removed my hat. Unfortunately, I had forgotten the snake, when out it dropped on the floor. Then followed screams, confusion, and scuttling out of the kitchen by madam, children, and servants. After that I was compelled to carry the snake out and give it back its liberty, which no doubt tasted very sweet to it after its close confinement. On my return to the house, one of the servants informed me that the señora was too much offended to sit in the same room with me again, so that I was obliged to have my breakfast alone. And for the remainder of the time during which I was a prisoner, I was avoided by everyone, except Brass Buttons, who appeared indifferent to everything on earth, as if I had been a leper or a dangerous lunatic. They thought perhaps that I still had other reptiles concealed about my person. Of course, one always expects to find a cruel, unreasoning prejudice against snakes amongst ignorant people, but I never knew before to what ridiculous lengths it will carry them. The prejudice makes me angry, but on this occasion it had a use, for it enabled me to pass the day unmolested. In the evening the Juez returned, and I soon heard him loud in a stormy altercation with his wife. Perhaps she wanted to have me decapitated. How it ended I cannot say, but when I saw him his manner towards me was freezing, and he retired without giving me an opportunity of speaking to him. Next morning I got up and resolved not to be put off any longer. Something would have to be done, or I would know the reason why. On stepping out, I was very much surprised to see my horse standing saddled at the gate. I went into the kitchen and asked Brass Buttons, the only person up, what it meant. "Who knows?" he returned, giving me a mate. "Perhaps the Juez desires you to leave the house before he is up." "What did he say?" I demanded. "Say? Nothing. What should he say?" "But you saddled the horse, I suppose?" "Of course. Who else would do it?" "Were you told to do so by the Juez?" "Told? Why should he tell me?" "How, then, am I to know that he wishes me to leave his beautiful house?" I asked, getting angry. "The question," he returned, shrugging his shoulders. "How do you know when it is going to rain?" Finding there was nothing more to be got out of the fellow, I finished taking mate, lit a cigar, and left the house. It was a lovely morning, without a cloud, and the heavy dew sparkled on the grass like drops of rain. What a pleasant thing it was to be able to ride forth again free to go where I liked. And so ends my snake story, which is perhaps not very interesting, but it is true, and therefore has one advantage over all other snake stories told by travelers. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by RickVina. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 12. Before leaving the magistrate's estancia, I had made up my mind to return by the shortest route, and as quickly as possible, to Montevideo, and that morning, mounted on a well-rested horse, I covered a great deal of ground. By 12 o'clock, when I stopped to rest my horse and get some refreshment at a wayside pulperia, I had got over about 8 leagues. This was travelling at an imprudent pace, of course, but in the Banda Oriental it is so easy to pick up a fresh horse that one becomes somewhat reckless. My journey that morning had taken me over the eastern portion of the Durazno district, and I was everywhere charmed with the beauty of the country, though it was still very dry, the grass on the higher lands being burnt to various shades of yellow and brown. Now, however, the summer heats were over, for the time was near the end of February. The temperature, without being oppressive, was deliciously warm, so that travelling on horseback was delightful. I might fill dozens of pages with descriptions of pretty bits of country I passed that day, but must plead guilty of an unconquerable aversion to this kind of writing. After this candid confession, I hope the reader will not quarrel with me for the omission. Besides, anyone who cares for these things and knows how evanescent are the impressions left by word pictures on the mind can sail the seas and gallop round the world to see them all for himself. It is not, however, every wanderer from England, I blush while saying it, who can make himself familiar with the home habits, the ways of thought and speech of a distant people. Bid me discourse of lowly valley, lofty height, of barren waste, shady wood, or cooling stream, where I have drunk and been refreshed, but all these places, pleasant or dreary, must be in the kingdom called the heart. After getting some information about the country I had to traverse from the pulpero, who told me that I would probably reach the river Yí before evening, I resumed my journey. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I came to an extensive wood of thorn trees, of which the pulpero had spoken, and, in accordance with his instructions, I skirted it on the eastern side. The trees were not large, but there was an engaging wildness about this forest, full of the musical chatter of birds, which tempted me to alight from my horse and rest for an hour in the shade. Taking the bit from his mouth to let him feed, I threw myself down on the dry grass under a clump of shady thorns, and for half an hour watched the sparkling sunlight falling through the foliage overhead, and listened to the feathered people that came about me, loudly chirping, apparently curious to know what object had brought me to their haunts. Then I began to think of all the people I had recently mixed with, the angry magistrate and his fat wife, horrid woman, and Marcos Marco, that shabby rascal, rose up before me to pass quickly away, and once more I was face to face with that lovely mystery, Margarita. In imagination, I put forth my hands to take hers, and drew her towards me so as to look more closely into her eyes, vainly questioning them as to their pure sapphire hue. Then I imagined or dreamt that with trembling fingers I unbraided her hair to let it fall like a splendid golden mantle over her mean dress, and asked her how she came to possess that garment of glory. The sweet, grave, child lips smiled, but returned no answer. Then a shadowy face seemed to shape itself dimly against a green curtain of foliage, and, looking over the fair girl's shoulder, gaze sadly into my eyes. It was the face of Paquita. Ah, sweet wife, never let the green-eyed monster trouble the peace of your heart. Know that the practical Saxon mind of your husband is puzzling itself over a purely scientific problem, that this surpassingly fair child interests me only because her fairness seems to upset all physiological laws. I was, in fact, just sinking to sleep at this moment when the shrill note of a trumpet blown close by, and followed by loud shouts from several voices, made me spring instantly to my feet. A storm of answering shouts came from another quarter of the wood. Then followed profound silence. Presently the trumpet sounded again, making me feel very much alarmed. My first impulse was to spring onto my horse and ride away for dear life, but on second thoughts I concluded that it would be safer to remain concealed amongst the trees, as by leaving them I should only reveal myself to the robbers or rebels or whatever they were. I bridled my horse so as to be ready to run, then drew him into a close thicket of dark foliaged bushes, and fastened him there. The silence that had fallen on the wood continued, and at last, unable to bear the suspense longer, I began to make my way cautiously, revolver in hand, towards the point the sounds had proceeded from. Stealing softly through the bushes and trees, where they grew near together, I came at length in sight of an open piece of ground about 200 or 300 yards wide, and overgrown with grass. Near its border on one side I was amazed to see a group of about a dozen boys, their ages ranging from about 10 to 15, all standing perfectly motionless. One of them held a trumpet in his hand, and they all wore red handkerchiefs or rags tied round their heads. Suddenly, while I crouched amongst the leafage watching them, a shrill note sounded from the opposite side of the open space, and another troop of boys, wearing white on their heads, burst from the trees and advanced with loud shouts of vivas and mueras towards the middle of the ground. Again the red heads sounded their trumpet, and went out boldly to meet the newcomers. As the two bands approached each other, each led by a big boy, who turned at intervals and with many wild gestures addressed his followers, apparently to encourage them, I was amazed to see them all suddenly draw out long knives, such as the native horsemen usually wear, and rush furiously together. In a moment they were mingled together in a desperate fight, uttering the most horrible yells, their long weapons glittering in the sunshine as they brandished them about. With such fury did they fight that in a few moments all the combatants lay stretched out on the grass, excepting 3 boys wearing the red badges. One of these bloodthirsty young miscreants then snatched up the trumpet and blew a victorious blast, while the other 2 shrieked an accompaniment of vivas and mueras. While they were thus occupied, one of the white-headed boys struggled to his feet, and snatching up a knife, charged the 3 reds with desperate courage. Had I not been perfectly paralyzed with amazement at what I had witnessed, I should then have rushed out to aid this boy in his forlorn attempt. But in an instant his 3 foes were on him, and dragged him down to the ground. 2 of them then held him fast by the legs and arms. The other raised his long knife, and was just about to plunge it in the struggling captive's breast, when, uttering a loud yell, I sprang up and rushed at them. Instantly they started up and fled screaming towards the trees in the greatest terror, and then, most wonderful thing of all, the dead boys all came to life, and springing to their feet, fled from me after the others. This brought me to a stand, when, seeing that one of the boys limped painfully after his companions, hopping on one leg, I made a sudden dash and captured him before he could reach the shelter of the trees. "Oh, señor, do not kill me," he pleaded, bursting into tears. "I have no wish to kill you, you unspeakable young miscreant, but I think I ought to thrash you," I answered, for though greatly relieved at the turn things had taken, I was excessively annoyed at having experienced all those sensations of blood-curdling horror for nothing. "We were only playing at whites and reds," he pleaded. I then made him sit down and tell me all about this singular game. None of the boys lived very near, he said. Some of them came a distance of several leagues, and they had selected this locality for their sports on account of its seclusion, for they did not like to be found out. Their game was a mimic war of whites and reds, manoeuvres, surprises, skirmishes, throat-cutting, and all. I pitied the young patriot at the last, for he had sprained his ankle badly and could scarcely walk, and so assisted him to the spot where his horse was hidden. Then, having helped him to mount and given him a cigarette, for which he had the impudence to ask me, I laughingly bade him good-bye. I went back to look for my own horse after that, beginning to feel very much amused at the whole thing. But alas, my steed was gone. The young scoundrels had stolen him, to revenge themselves on me, I suppose, for disturbing them. And to relieve me from all doubt in the matter, they left 2 bits of rag, one white and the other red, attached to the branch I had fastened the bridle to. For some time I wandered about the wood, and even shouted aloud in the wild hope that the young fiends were not going to carry things so far as to leave me without a horse in that solitary place. Nothing could I see or hear of them, however, and as it was getting late, and I was becoming desperately hungry and thirsty, I resolved to go in search of some habitation. On emerging from the forest, I found the adjacent plain covered with cattle quietly grazing. Any attempt to pass through the herd would have been almost certain death, as these more than half-wild beasts will always take revenge on their master man, when they catch him dismounted in the open. As they were coming up from the direction of the river and were slowly grazing past the wood, I resolved to wait for them to pass on before leaving my concealment. I sat down and tried to be patient, but the brutes were in no hurry, and went on skirting the wood at a snail's pace. It was about 6 o'clock before the last stragglers had left, and then I ventured out from my hiding place, hungry as a wolf and afraid of being overtaken by night before finding any human habitation. I had left the trees half a mile behind me, and was walking hurriedly along towards the valley of the Yí, when, passing over a hillock, I suddenly found myself in sight of a bull resting on the grass and quietly chewing his cud. Unfortunately, the brute saw me at the same moment, and immediately stood up. He was, I think, about 3 or 4 years old, and a bull of that age is even more dangerous than an older one, for he is quite as truculent as the other, and far more active. There was no refuge of any kind near, and I knew very well that to attempt to escape by running would only increase my danger. So after gazing at him for a few moments, I assumed an easy, unconcerned manner and walked on. But he was not going to be taken in that way, and began to follow me. Then, for the first, and I devoutly hope for the last time in my life, I was compelled to resort to the gaucho plan, and casting myself face downwards on the earth, lay there, simulating death. It is a miserable, dangerous expedient, but in the circumstances I found myself the only one offering a chance of escape from a very terrible death. In a few moments I heard his heavy tramp, then felt him sniffing me all over. After that he tried unsuccessfully to roll me over, in order to study my face, I suppose. It was horrible to endure the prods he gave me and lie still, but after a while he grew quieter, and contented himself by simply keeping guard over me, occasionally smelling at my head, then turning round to smell at my heels. Probably his theory was, if he had one, that I had fainted with fear at the sight of him, and would recover presently. But he was not quite sure at which end of me returning life would first show itself. About once in every 5 or 6 minutes he seemed to get impatient, and then he would paw me with his heavy hoof, uttering a low, hoarse moaning, spattering me with froth from his mouth. But as he showed no disposition to leave, I at last resolved to try a very bold experiment, for my position was becoming unendurable. I waited till the brute's head was turned from me, then worked my hand cautiously down to my revolver. But before I had quite drawn it, he noticed the movement and wheeled swiftly round, kicking my legs as he did so. Just as he brought his head round close to mine, I discharged the weapon in his face, and the sudden explosion so terrified him that he turned tail and fled, never pausing in his lumbering gallop till he was out of sight. It was a glorious victory, and though I could scarcely stand on my legs at first, so stiff and bruised did I feel all over, I laughed with joy, and even sent another bullet whizzing after the retreating monster, accompanying the discharge with a wild yell of triumph. After that, I proceeded without further interruption on my walk, and, had I not felt so ravenously hungry and so sore where the bull had trod on me or prodded me with his horns, the walk would have been very enjoyable, for I was now approaching the Yí. The ground grew moist and green, and flowers abounded, many of them new to me, and so lovely and fragrant that in my admiration for them I almost forgot my pain. The sun went down, but no house appeared in sight. Over the western heavens flamed the brilliant hues of the afterglow, and from the long grass came the sad, monotonous trill of some night insect. Troops of hooded gulls flew by me on their way from their feeding grounds to the water, uttering their long, hoarse, laughter-like cries. How buoyant and happy they seemed, flying with their stomachs full to their rest, while I, dismounted and supperless, dragged painfully on like a gull that had been left behind with a broken wing. Presently, through the purple and saffron-hued vapours in the western sky, the evening star appeared, large and luminous, the herald of swift coming darkness. And then, weary, bruised, hungry, baffled, and despondent, I sat down to meditate on my forlorn position. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by RickVina. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 13. I sat there till it was very dark, and the longer I sat, the colder and stiffer I grew. Yet I felt no disposition to walk farther. At length, a large owl, flapping down close to my head, gave utterance to a long hiss, followed by a sharp, clicking sound, ending with a sudden, loud, laugh-like cry. The nearness of it startled me, and looking up, I saw a twinkling yellow light gleam for a moment across the wide black plain, then disappear. A few fireflies were flitting about the grass, but I felt sure the gleam just witnessed proceeded from a fire, and after vainly trying to catch sight of it again from my seat on the ground, I rose and walked on, keeping before me a particular star shining directly over the spot where that transient glimmer had appeared. Presently, to my great joy, I spied it again in the same place, and felt convinced that it was the gleam of firelight shining from the open door or window of some rancho or estancia house. With renewed hope and energy, I hastened on, the light increasing in brightness as I progressed, and after half an hour's brisk walking, I found myself approaching a human dwelling of some kind. I could make out a dark mass of trees and bushes, a long, low house, and nearer to me, a corral or cattle pen of tall, upright posts. Now, however, when a refuge seemed so close, the fear of the terrible, savage dogs kept on most of these cattle-breeding establishments made me hesitate. Unless I wished to run the risk of being shot, it was necessary to shout loudly to make my approach known. Yet, by shouting, I would inevitably bring a pack of huge, frantic dogs upon me, and the horns of the angry bull I had encountered were less terrible to contemplate than the fangs of these powerful, truculent brutes. I sat down on the ground to consider the position, and presently heard the clatter of approaching hoofs. Immediately afterwards, 3 men rode past me, but did not see me, for I was crouching down behind some scrubby bushes. When the horsemen approached the house, the dogs rushed forth to assail them, and their loud, fierce barking, and the wild shouts of some person from the house calling them off, were enough to make a dismounted man nervous. However, now was my only chance, and starting up, I hurried on towards the noise. As I passed the corral, the brutes became aware of my approach, and instantly turned their attention on me. I wildly shouted Ave Maria then, revolver in hand, stood awaiting the onset. But when they were near enough for me to see that the pack was composed of 8 or 10 huge, yellow, mastiff-like brutes, my courage failed, and I fled to the corral, where, with an agility surpassing that of a wild cat, so great was my terror, I climbed up a post and placed myself beyond their reach. With the dogs furiously barking under me, I renewed my shouts of Ave Maria, the proper thing to do when you approach a strange house in these pious latitudes. After some time, the men approached, 4 of them, and asked me who I was and what I did there. I gave an account of myself, then asked whether it would be safe for me to descend. The master of the house took the hint and drove his faithful protectors off, after which I came down from my uncomfortable perch. He was a tall, well-made, but rather fierce-looking gaucho, with keen black eyes and a heavy black beard. He seemed suspicious of me, a very unusual thing in a native's house, and asked me a great many searching questions. And finally, still with some reluctance in his manner, he invited me into the kitchen. There I found a big fire blazing merrily on the raised clay hearth in the centre of the large room, and seated near it an old, grey-haired woman, a middle-aged, tall, dark-skinned dame in a purple dress, my host's wife, a pale, pretty young woman about 16 years old, and a little girl. When I sat down, my host began once more questioning me, but he apologized for doing so, saying that my arrival on foot seemed a very extraordinary circumstance. I told him how I had lost my horse, saddle, and poncho in the wood, and then related my encounter with the bull. They listened to it all with very grave faces, but I am sure it was good as a comedy to them. Don Sinforiano Alday, the owner of the place, and my questioner, made me take off my coat to exhibit the bruises the bull's hoofs had inflicted on my arms and shoulders. He was anxious, even after that, to know something more about me, and so, to satisfy him, I gave him a brief account of some of my adventures in the country, down to my arrest with Marcos Marcó, and how that plausible gentleman had made his escape from the magistrate's house. That made them all laugh, and the 3 men I had seen arrive, and who appeared to be casual visitors, became very friendly, frequently passing me the rum bottle with which they were provided. After sipping maté and rum for half an hour, we settled down to discuss a plentiful supper of roast and boiled beef and mutton, with great basins of well-seasoned broth to wash it down. I consumed an amazing quantity of meat, as much, in fact, as any gaucho there, and to eat as much as one of these men at a sitting is a feat for an Englishman to boast about. Supper done, I lit a cigar and leant back against the wall, enjoying many delightful sensations altogether. Warmth, rest, and hunger satisfied, and the subtle fragrance of that friend and comforter, divine tobacco. On the farther side of the room, my host was meanwhile talking to the other men in low tones. Occasional glances in my direction seemed to show that they still harboured some suspicion of me, or that they had some grave matters to converse about, unsuitable for a stranger to hear. At length, Alday rose and addressed me. "Señor, if you are ready to rest, I will now conduct you to another room, where you can have some rugs and ponchos to make a bed with." "If my presence here is not inconvenient," I returned, "I would rather remain and smoke by the fire." "You see, señor," he said, "I've arranged to meet some neighbours and friends who are coming here to discuss matters of importance with me. I am even now expecting their arrival, and the presence of a stranger would scarcely allow us to talk freely over our affairs. Since you wish it, I will go to any part of the house you may think proper to put me in," I returned. I rose, not very cheerfully I must say, from my comfortable seat before the fire to follow him out, when the tramp of galloping horses came to our ears. "Follow me this way, quick!" exclaimed my impatient conductor. But just as I reached the door, about a dozen mounted men dashed up close to us and burst forth in a perfect storm of yells. Instantly, all those who were in the kitchen sprang to their feet, uttering loud exclamations and looking greatly excited. Then came from the mounted men another wild outburst, as they all yelled together, "Viva el General Santa Coloma! Viva!" The other three men then rushed from the kitchen, and in excited tones began to ask if anything fresh had happened. Meanwhile, I was left standing at the door by myself. The women appeared almost as excited as the men, except the girl, who had glanced at me with shy compassion in her large, dark eyes when I had been roused from my seat by the fire. Taking advantage of the general excitement, I now repaid that kindly look with one of admiration. She was a quiet, bashful girl, her pale face crowned with a profusion of black hair, and while she stood there waiting, apparently unconcerned by the hubbub outside, she looked strangely pretty. Her home-made cotton gown, of limp and scanty material, clinging closely to her limbs so as to display her slender, graceful form to the best advantage. Presently, seeing me looking at her, she came near, and touching my arm in passing, told me in a whisper to go back to my seat by the fire. I gladly obeyed her, for my curiosity was now thoroughly aroused, and I wished to know the meaning of this outcry which had thrown these phlegmatic gauchos into such a frenzied state of excitement. It looked rather like a political row, but of General Santa Coloma I had never heard, and it seemed curious that a name so seldom mentioned should be the rallying cry of revolutionists. In a few minutes the men all streamed back into the kitchen. Then the master of the house, Alday, his face on fire with emotion, thrust himself into the midst of the crowd. "Boys, are you mad?" he cried. "Do you not see a stranger here? What is the meaning of all this outcry if nothing new has happened?" A roar of laughter from the newcomers greeted this outburst, after which they raised another yell of "Viva Santa Coloma!" Alday became furious. "Speak, madman!" he shouted. "Tell me, in God's name, what has happened, or do you wish to ruin everything with your imprudence?" "Listen, Alday," replied one of the men, "and know how little we need fear the presence of a stranger. Santa Coloma, the hope of Uruguay, the savior of his country, who will shortly deliver us out of the power of Colorado assassins and pirates. Santa Coloma has come. He is here in our midst. He has seized on El Molino del Yí and has raised the standard of revolt against the infamous government of Montevideo. Viva Santa Coloma! Alday flung his hat off, and falling on his knees, remained for some moments in silent prayer, his hands clasped before him. The others all snatched off their hats and stood silent, grouped about him. Then he stood up, and all together joined in a viva which far surpassed in its deafening power their previous performances. My host now appeared to be almost beside himself with excitement. "What?" he cried. "My general, come! Do you tell me that Santa Coloma has come? Oh, friends, the great God has remembered our suffering country at last. He has grown weary of looking on man's injustice, the persecutions, the bloodshed, the cruelties that have almost driven us mad. I cannot realize it. Let me go to my general, that these eyes that have watched for his coming may see him and rejoice. I cannot wait for daylight. This very night must I ride to El Molino, that I may see him and touch him with my hands, and know that it is not a dream." His words were welcomed with a shout of applause, and the other men all immediately announced their intention to accompany him to El Molino, a small town on the Yí, some leagues distant. Some of the men now went out to catch fresh horses, while Alday busied himself in bringing out a store of old broadswords and carbines from their concealment in some other part of the house. The men, talking excitedly together, occupied themselves in scouring and sharpening the rusty weapons, while the women cooked a fresh supply of meat for the last comers. And in the meantime, I was permitted to remain unnoticed by the fire, smoking peacefully. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by RickVina. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 14. The girl I have mentioned, whose name was Monica, and the child, called Anita, were the only persons there besides myself who were not carried away by the warlike enthusiasm of the moment. Monica, silent, pale, almost apathetic, was occupied serving maté to the numerous guests, while the child, when the shouting and excitement was at its height, appeared greatly terrified, and clung to Alday's wife, trembling and crying piteously. No notice was taken of the poor little thing, and at length she crept away into a corner to conceal herself behind a faggot of wood. Her hiding place was close to my seat, and after a little coaxing I induced her to leave it and come to me. She was a most forlorn little thing, with a white, thin face and large, dark, pathetic eyes. Her mean little cotton frock only reached to her knees, and her little legs and feet were bare. Her age was 7 or 8. She was an orphan, and Alday's wife having no children of her own, was bringing her up, or rather, permitting her to grow up under her roof. I drew her to me and tried to soothe her tremors and get her to talk. Little by little, she gained confidence and began to reply to my questions. Then I learnt that she was a little shepherdess, although so young, and spent most of the time every day in following the flock about on her pony. Her pony and the girl Monica, who was some relation, cousin the child called her, were the two beings she seemed to have the greatest affection for. "And when you slip off, how do you get on again?" I asked. "Little pony is tame, and I never fall off," she said. "Sometimes I get off, then I climb on again." "And what do you do all day long? Talk and play?" "I talk to my doll. I take it on the pony when I go with the sheep." "Is your doll very pretty, Anita?" No answer. "Will you let me see your doll, Anita? I know I shall like your doll, because I like you." She gave me an anxious look. Evidently, Doll was a very precious being, and had not met with proper appreciation. After a little nervous fidgeting, she left me and crept out of the room. Then presently she came back, apparently trying to screen something from the vulgar gaze, in her scanty little dress. It was her wonderful doll, the dear companion of her rambles and rides. With fear and trembling, she allowed me to take it into my hands. It was, or consisted of, the forefoot of a sheep, cut off at the knee. On the top of the knee part, a little wooden ball wrapped in a white rag represented the head, and it was dressed in a piece of red flannel, a satyr-like doll, with one hairy leg and a cloven foot. I praised its pleasing countenance, its pretty gown and dainty little boots, and all I said sounded very precious to Anita, filling her with emotions of the liveliest pleasure. "And do you never play with the dogs and cats and little lambs?" I asked. "Not with the dogs and cats. When I see a very little lamb asleep, I get down and go softly and catch it. It tries to get away, then I put my finger in its mouth, and it sucks, and sucks, then it runs away." "And what do you like best to eat?" "Sugar. When Uncle buys sugar, Aunt gives me a lump. I make Doll eat some, and bite off one small piece and put it in Pony's mouth." "Which would you rather have, Anita? A great many lumps of sugar, or a beautiful string of beads, or a little girl to play with?" This question was rather too much for her neglected little brain, which had fed itself with such simple fare, so I was obliged to put it in various ways, and at last, when she understood that only one of the three things could be chosen, she decided in favour of a little girl to play with. Then I asked her if she liked to hear stories. This also puzzled her, and after some cross-questioning, I discovered that she had never heard a story, and did not know what it meant. "Listen, Anita, and I will tell you a story," I said. "Have you seen the white mist over the Yí in the morning? A light, white mist that flies away when the sun gets hot?" "Yes, she often saw the white mist in the morning," she told me. "Then I will tell you a story about the white mist and a little girl named Alma. Little Alma lived close to the river Yí, but far, far from here, beyond the trees and beyond the blue hills, for the Yí is a very long river. She lived with her grandmother and with 6 uncles, all big, tall men with long beards, and they always talked about wars and cattle and horse racing and a great many other important things that Alma could not understand. There was no one to talk to Alma, and for Alma to talk to or to play with. And when she went out of the house where all the big people were talking, she heard the cocks crowing, the dogs barking, the birds singing, the sheep bleating, and the trees rustling their leaves over her head, and she could not understand one word of all they said. At last, having no one to play with or talk to, she sat down and began to cry. Now it happened that near the spot where she sat there was an old black woman wearing a red shawl, who was gathering sticks for the fire, and she asked Alma why she cried. "Because I have no one to talk to and play with," said Alma. Then the old black woman drew a long brass pin out of her shawl and pricked Alma's tongue with it, for she made Alma hold it out to be pricked. "Now," said the old woman, "you can go and play and talk with the dogs, cats, birds, and trees, for you will understand all they say, and they will understand all you say." Alma was very glad, and ran home as fast as she could to talk to the cat. "Come, cat, let us talk and play together," she said. "Oh no," said the cat, "I am very busy watching a little bird, so you must go away and play with little Niebla down by the river." Then the cat ran away among the weeds and left her. The dogs also refused to play when she went to them, for they had to watch the house and bark at strangers. Then they also told her to go and play with little Niebla down by the river. Then Alma ran out and caught a little duckling, a soft little thing that looked like a ball of yellow cotton, and said, "Now, little duck, let us talk and play." But the duckling only struggled to get away, and screamed, "Oh, mamma, mamma, come and take me away from Alma." Then the old duck came rushing up and said, "Alma, let my child alone, and if you want to play, go and play with Niebla down by the river. A nice thing to catch my ducky in your hands. What next, I wonder?" So she let the duckling go, and at last she said, "Yes, I will go and play with Niebla down by the river." She waited till she saw the white mist, and then ran all the way to the Yí, and stood still on the green bank close by the water, with the white mist all round her. By and by she saw a beautiful little child come flying towards her in the white mist. The child came and stood on the green bank and looked at Alma. Very, very pretty she was, and she wore a white dress, whiter than milk, whiter than foam, and all embroidered with purple flowers. She had also white silk stockings and scarlet shoes, bright as scarlet verbenas. Her hair was long and fluffy, and shone like gold, and round her neck she had a string of big gold beads. Then Alma said, "Oh, beautiful little girl, what is your name?" To which the little girl answered, "Niebla." "Will you talk to me and play with me?" said Alma. "Oh no," said Niebla. "How can I play with a little girl dressed as you are, and with bare feet?" For you know poor Alma only wore a little old frock that came down to her knees, and she had no shoes and stockings on. Then little Niebla rose up and floated away, away from the bank and down the river, and at last, when she was quite out of sight in the white mist, Alma began to cry. When it got very hot, she went and sat down, still crying, under the trees, there were two very big willow trees growing near the river. By and by, the leaves rustled in the wind, and the trees began talking to each other, and Alma understood everything they said. "Is it going to rain, do you think?" said one tree. "Yes, I think it will, some day," said the other. "There are no clouds," said the first tree. "No, there are no clouds today, but there were some the day before yesterday," said the other. "Have you got any nests in your branches?" said the first tree. "Yes, one," said the other. "It was made by a little yellow bird, and there are 5 speckled eggs in it." Then the first tree said, "There is little Alma sitting in our shade. Do you know why she is crying, neighbor?" The other tree answered, "Yes, it is because she has no one to play with. Little Niebla by the river refused to play with her because she is not beautifully dressed." Then the first tree said, "Ah, she ought to go and ask the fox for some pretty clothes to wear. The fox always keeps a great store of pretty things in her hole." Alma had listened to every word of this conversation. She remembered that a fox lived on the hillside not far off, for she had often seen it sitting in the sunshine with its little ones playing round it and pulling their mother's tail in fun. So Alma got up and ran till she found the hole, and putting her head down it, she cried out, "Fox, fox." But the fox seemed cross, and only answered without coming out, "Go away, Alma, and talk to little Niebla. I am busy getting dinner for my children, and have no time to talk to you now." Then Alma cried, "Oh, fox, Niebla will not play with me because I have no pretty things to wear. Oh, fox, will you give me a nice dress and shoes and stockings and a string of beads?" After a little while, the fox came out of its hole with a big bundle done up in a red cotton handkerchief, and said, "Here are the things, Alma, and I hope they will fit you. But you know, Alma, you really ought not to come at this time of day, for I am very busy just now cooking the dinner, an armadillo roasted, and a couple of partridges stewed with rice, and a little omelette of turkey's eggs. I mean plover's eggs, of course. I never touch turkey's eggs." Alma said she was very sorry to give so much trouble. "Oh, never mind," said the fox. "How is your grandmother?" "She is very well, thank you," said Alma, "but she has a bad headache." "I am very sorry to hear it," said the fox. "Tell her to stick 2 fresh dock leaves on her temples, and to drink a little weak tea made of nut grass, and on no account to go out in the hot sun. I should like to go and see her, only I do not like the dogs being always about the house. Give her my best respects, and now run home, Alma, and try on the things, and when you are passing this way, you can bring me back the handkerchief, as I always tie my face up in it when I have the toothache." Alma thanked the fox very much, and ran home as fast as she could, and when the bundle was opened, she found in it a beautiful white dress, embroidered with purple flowers, a pair of scarlet shoes, silk stockings, and a string of great golden beads. They all fitted her very well, and next day, when the white mist was on the Yí, she dressed herself in her beautiful clothes and went down to the river. By and by, little Niebla came flying along, and when she saw Alma, she came and kissed her and took her by the hand. All the morning they played and talked together, gathering flowers and running races over the green sward, and at last Niebla bade her good-bye and flew away, for all the white mist was floating off down the river. But every day after that, Alma found her little companion by the Yí, and was very happy, for now she had someone to talk to and to play with. After I had finished a story, Anita continued gazing into my face with an absorbed expression in her large, wistful eyes. She seemed half scared, half delighted at what she had heard, but presently, before the little thing had said a word, Monica, who had been directing shy and wondering glances towards us for some time, came, and taking her by the hand, led her away to bed. I was getting sleepy then, and, as the clatter of talk and warlike preparation showed no signs of abating, I was glad to be shown into another room, where some sheepskins, rugs, and a couple of ponchos were given to me for a bed. During the night all the men took their departure, for in the morning, when I went into the kitchen, I only found the old woman and Alday's wife sipping bitter maté. The child, they informed me, had disappeared from the house an hour before, and Monica had gone out to look for her. Alday's wife was highly indignant at the little one's escapade, for it was high time for Anita to go out with the flock. After taking maté, I went out, and, looking towards the Yí, veiled in a silvery mist, I spied Monica leading the culprit home by the hand, and went to meet them. Poor little Anita, her face stained with tears, her little legs and feet covered with clay and scratched by sharp reeds in 50 places, her dress soaking wet with the heavy mist, looked a most pitiful object. "Where did you find her?" I asked the girl, beginning to fear that I had been the indirect cause of the poor child's misfortunes. "Down by the river, looking for little Niebla. I knew she would be there when I missed her this morning." "How did you know that?" I asked. "You did not hear the story I told her." "I made her repeat it all to me last night," said Monica. After that, little Anita was scolded, shaken, washed and dried, then fed, and finally lifted on to the back of her pony and sent to take care of the sheep. While undergoing this treatment, she maintained a profound silence, her little face puckered up into an expression that boded tears. They were not for the public, however, and only after she was on the pony, with the reins in her little mites of hands and her back towards us, did she give way to her grief and disappointment at having failed to find the beautiful child of the mist. I was astonished to find that she had taken the fantastic little tale invented to amuse her as truth, but the poor babe had never read books or heard stories, and the fairy tale had been too much for her starved little imagination. I remember that once, on another occasion, I told a pathetic story of a little child lost in a great wilderness to a girl about Anita's age, and just as unaccustomed to this kind of mental fare. Next morning her mother informed me that my little listener had spent half the night sobbing and begging to be allowed to go and look for that lost child I had told her about. Hearing that Alday would not return till evening, or till the following day, I asked his wife to lend or give me a horse to proceed on my journey. This, however, she could not do. Then she added, very graciously, that while all the men were away, My presence in the house would be a comfort to her, a man always being a great protection. The arrangement did not strike me as one very advantageous to myself, but as I could not journey very well to Montevideo on foot, I was compelled to sit still and wait for Alday's return. It was dull work talking to those two women in the kitchen. They were both great talkers, and had evidently come to a tacit agreement to share their one listener fairly between them. For first one, then the other, would speak with a maddening monotony. Alday's wife had 6 favourite, fine-sounding words: elements, superior, division, prolongation, justification, and disproportion. One of these she somehow managed to drag into every sentence, and sometimes she succeeded in getting in 2. Whenever this happened, the achievement made her so proud that she would, in the most deliberate, cold-blooded way, repeat the sentence again, word for word. The strength of the old woman lay in dates. Not an occurrence did she mention, whether it referred to some great public event or to some trivial domestic incident in her own rancho, without giving the year, the month, and the day. The duet between these two confounded barrel organs, one grinding out rhetoric, the other chronology, went on all the morning, and often I turned to Monica, sitting over her sewing, in hopes of a different tune from her more melodious instrument, but in vain, for never a word dropped from those silent lips. Occasionally her dark, luminous eyes were raised for a moment, only to sink abashed again when they encountered mine. After breakfast, I went for a walk along the river, where I spent several hours hunting for flowers and fossils, and amusing myself as best I could. There were legions of duck, coot, rosy spoonbills, and black-necked swans disporting themselves in the water, and I was very thankful that I had no gun with me, and so was not tempted to startle them with rude noises, and send any of them away to languish wounded amongst the reeds. At length, after having indulged in a good swim, I set out to walk back to the estancia. When still about a mile from the house, as I walked on, swinging my stick and singing aloud in lightness of heart, I passed a clump of willow trees, and looking up, saw Monica under them, watching my approach. She was standing perfectly motionless, and when I caught sight of her, cast her eyes demurely down, apparently to contemplate her bare feet, which looked very white on the deep green turf. In one hand she held a cluster of stalks of the large crimson autumnal lilies which had just begun to blossom. My singing ceased suddenly, and I stood for some moments gazing admiringly at the shy, rustic beauty. "What a distance you have walked to gather lilies, Monica," I said, approaching her. "Will you give me one of your stalks?" "They were gathered for the Virgin, so I cannot give away any of these," she replied. "If you will wait here under the trees, I will find one to give you." I agreed to wait for her. Then, placing the cluster she had gathered on the grass, she left me. Before long she returned with a stalk, round, polished, slender, like a pipe stem, and crowned with its cluster of 3 splendid crimson flowers. When I had sufficiently thanked her and admired it, I said, "What boon are you going to ask from the Virgin, Monica, when you offer her these flowers? Safety for your lover in the wars?" "No, señor. I have no offering to make, and no boon to ask. They are for my aunt. I offered to gather them for her, because I wished to meet you here." "To meet me, Monica? What for?" "To ask for a story, señor," she replied, colouring, and with a shy glance at my face. "Ah, we have had stories enough," I said. "Remember poor Anita running away this morning to look for a playmate in the wet mist?" "She is a child. I am a woman." "Then, Monica, you must have a lover who will be jealous if you listen to stories from a stranger's lips in this lonely spot." "No person will ever know that I met you here," she returned, so bashful, yet so persistent. "I have forgotten all my stories," I said. "Then, señor, I will go and find you another ramo of lilies while you think of one to tell me." "No," I said, "you must get no more lilies for me. Look, I will give you back these you gave me." And saying that, I fastened them in her black hair, where, by contrast, they looked very splendid, and gave the girl a new grace. "Ah, Monica, they make you look too pretty. Let me take them out again." But she would not have them taken. "I will leave you now to think of a story for me," she said, blushing and turning away. Then I took her hands and made her face me. "Listen, Monica," I said. "Do you know that these lilies are full of strange magic? See how crimson they are. That is the colour of passion, for they have been steeped in passion, and turn my heart to fire. If you bring me any more of them, Monica, I shall tell you a story that will make you tremble with fear, tremble like the willow leaves, and turn pale as the mist over the Yí." She smiled at my words. It was like a ray of sunlight falling through the foliage on her face. Then, in a voice that was almost a whisper, she said, "What will the story be about, señor? Tell me, then I shall know whether to gather lilies for you or not." "It will be about a stranger meeting a sweet, pale girl standing under the trees, her dark eyes cast down, and red lilies in her hand, and how she asked him for a story, but he could speak to her of nothing but love, love, love." When I finished speaking, she gently withdrew her hands from mine, and turned away amongst the trees, doubtless to fly from me, trembling at my words, like a frightened young fawn from the hunter. So for a moment I thought. But no, there lay the lilies, gathered for a religious purpose at my feet, and there was nothing reproachful in the shy, dark eyes when they glanced back for a moment at me, for in spite of those warning words, she had only gone to find more of those perilous crimson flowers to give me. Not then, while I waited for her return with palpitating heart, but afterwards in calmer moments, and when Monica had become a pretty picture in the past, did I compose the following lines. I am not so vain as to believe that they possess any great poetical merit, and introduce them principally to let the reader know how to pronounce the pretty name of that Oriental river, which it still keeps in remembrance of a vanished race. Standing silent, pale her face was, pale and sweet to see, 'neath the willows waiting for me. Willow-like was she, smiling, blushing, trembling, bashful maid of Yí. Willow-like she trembled, yet she never fled from me, but her dove-like eyes were downcast on the grass to see white feet standing. White thy feet were, maid of ye. Stalks of lilies in her hands were, crimson lilies 3. Placed I in her braids of black hair, they were bright to see. Lift thy dark eyes, for I love thee, maid of ye. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jairus Amar. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 15. In the evening, Alday returned with a couple of his friends, and, as soon as an opportunity offered, I took him aside and begged him to let me have a horse to continue my journey to Montevideo. He answered evasively that the horse I had lost in the neighboring forest would probably be recovered in the course of 2 or 3 days. I replied that if he would let me have a horse, the one I had lost, together with the saddle, poncho, etc., could be claimed by him whenever they turned up. He then said that he could not very well give me a horse, with saddle and bridle also. It looked as if he wanted to keep me in his house for some purpose of his own, and this made me all the more determined to leave it immediately, in spite of the tender, reproachful glances which Monica flashed on me from under her long, drooping eyelashes. I told him that if I could not have a horse, I would leave his estancia on foot. That rather put him in a corner, for in this country, where horse-stealing and cheating at cards are looked on as venial offences, to let a man leave your estancia on foot is considered a very dishonourable thing. He pondered over my declaration for some minutes, then, after conferring with his friends, he promised to provide me with all I required next day. I had heard nothing more about the revolution, but after supper Alday suddenly became very confidential, and said that the whole country would be up in arms in the course of a very few days, and that it would be highly dangerous for me to attempt travelling by myself to the capital. He expatiated on the immense prestige of General Santa Coloma, who had just taken up arms against the Colorado party then in power, and concluded by saying that my safest plan would be to join the rebels and accompany them on their march to Montevideo, which would begin almost immediately. I replied that I took no interest in the dissensions of the Banda Oriental, and did not wish to compromise myself by joining a military expedition of any kind. He shrugged his shoulders, and renewing his promise of a horse next day, retired to rest. On rising next morning, I found that the others were already up. The horses were standing saddled at the door, and Alday, pointing out a very fair-looking animal, informed me that it had been saddled for me, and then added that he and his friends would ride 1 or 2 leagues with me to put me on the right road to Montevideo. He had suddenly become almost too kind, but in the simplicity of my heart I believed that he was only making amends for the slight inhospitality of the day before. After partaking of a bitter mate, I thanked my hostess, looked my last into Monica's dark, sorrowful eyes, lifted for one moment to mine, and kissed little Anita's pathetic face, by so doing filling the child with astonishment and causing considerable amusement to the other members of the family. After we had ridden about 4 miles, keeping nearly parallel with the river. It struck me that we were not going in the right direction. The right one for me, at any rate. I therefore checked my horse and told my companions that I would not trouble them to ride with me any further. "My friend," said Alday, approaching me, "you will, if you leave us now, infallibly fall into the hands of some partida, who, finding you without a passport, will take you to El Molino or to some other center. Though it would make no difference if you had a passport, for they would only tear it up and take you all the same. In these circumstances, it is your safest plan to go with us to El Molino, where General Santa Coloma is collecting his forces, and you will then be able to explain your position to him." "I refuse to go to El Molino," I said angrily, exasperated at his treachery. "You will then compel us to take you there," he returned. I had no wish to become a prisoner again so soon, and, seeing that a bold stroke was necessary to keep my liberty, I suddenly reined up my horse and drew my revolver. "My friends," I said, "your road lies in that direction, mine in this. I wish you good morning." I had scarcely finished speaking before a blow of a heavy whip handle descended on my arm below the elbow, almost breaking it, and sending me off my horse, while the revolver went spinning away a dozen yards. The blow had been dealt by one of Alday's 2 followers, who had just dropped a little to the rear, and the rascal certainly showed a marvelous quickness and dexterity in disabling me. Wild with rage and pain, I scrambled to my feet and, drawing my knife, threatened to stab the first man who approached me, and then, in unmeasured language, I abused Alday for his cowardice and brutality. He only smiled, and replied that he considered my youth, and therefore felt no resentment against me for using such intemperate words. "And now, my friend," he continued, after picking up my revolver and remounting his horse, "let us waste no more time, but hasten on to El Molino, where you can state your case to the general." As I did not wish to be tied on to my horse and carried in that unpleasant and ignominious manner, I had to obey. Climbing into the saddle with some difficulty, we set out towards the village of El Molino at a swinging gallop. The rough motion of the horse I rode increased the pain in my arm till it became intolerable. Then one of the men mercifully bound it up in a sling, after which I was able to travel more comfortably, though still suffering a great deal. The day was excessively warm, and we did not reach our destination till about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Just before entering the town, we rode through a little army of gauchos and camped on the adjacent plain. Some of them were engaged cooking meat. Others were saddling horses, while others, in bodies of 20 or 30, were going through cavalry exercises, the whole making a scene of wonderful animation. Very nearly all the men wore the ordinary gaucho costume, and those who were exercising carried lances, to which were attached little white fluttering bannerets. Passing through the encampment, we clattered into the town, composed of about 70 or 80 houses of stone or mud, some thatched, others with tiled roofs, and every house with a large garden attached to it. At the official building facing the plaza, a guard of 10 men, armed with carbines, were stationed. We dismounted and went into the building, only to hear that the general had just left the town, and was not expected back till the following day. Alday spoke to an officer sitting at a table in the room we were shown into, addressing him as Major. He was a thin, elderly man, with calm gray eyes and a colorless face, and looked like a gentleman. After hearing a few words from Alde, he turned to me and said courteously that he was sorry to tell me I should have to remain in El Molino till the general's return, when I could give an account of myself to him. We do not, he said in conclusion, wish to compel any foreigner, or any Oriental even, to join our forces, but we are naturally suspicious of strangers, having already caught 2 or 3 spies in the neighborhood. Unfortunately, you are not provided with a passport, and it is best that the general should see you. Sir Officer, I replied, by ill-treating and detaining an Englishman, you are doing your cause no good. He answered that he was grieved that his people had found it necessary to treat me roughly, for he put it in that mild way. Everything, he said, short of liberating me, would be done to make my sojourn in El Molino pleasant. If it is necessary that the general should see me himself before I can have my liberty, pray let these men take me to him at once, I said. He has not yet left El Molino, said an orderly, standing in the room. He is at the end of the town, at the Casa Blanca, and does not leave till 3:30. It is early that now, said the officer, consulting his watch. Take him to the general at once, Lieutenant Alde. I thanked the officer, who had looked and spoken so unlike a revolutionary bandit, and, as soon as I had succeeded in clambering onto my horse, we were once more dashing along the main street at a fast gallop. We drew up before a large, old-looking stone house at the end of the town, standing some distance back from the road, and screened from it by a double row of tall Lombardy poplars. The back of the house was towards the road, and, passing round to the front after leaving our horses at the gate, we entered a spacious patio, or yard. Running along the front of the dwelling was a wide corridor, supported by wooden pillars, painted white, while the whole of the patio was shaded by an immense grapevine. This was evidently one of the best houses in the place, and, coming directly from the glaring sun and the white dusty road, the vine-shaded patio and corridor looked delightfully cool and inviting. A gay company of 12 or 15 people were gathered under the corridor, some sipping mate, others sucking grapes, and when we came on the scene, a young lady was just finishing a song she was singing. I at once singled out General Santa Coloma, sitting by the young lady with the guitar, a tall, imposing man, with somewhat irregular features, and a bronzed, weather-beaten face. He was booted and spurred, and over his uniform wore a white silk poncho with purple fringe. I judged from his countenance that he was not a stern or truculent man, as one expects a caudillo, a leader of men, in the Banda Oriental to be, and, remembering that in a few minutes he would be leaving the house, I was anxious to push forward and state my case to him. The others, however, prevented me, for the general just then happened to be engaged in a vivacious conversation with the young lady sitting by him. When I had once looked attentively at this girl, I had eyes for no other face there. The type was Spanish, and I have never seen a more perfect face of the kind, a wealth of blue-black hair shading the low, broad forehead, straight nose, dark, luminous eyes, and crimson, pouting lips. She was tall, perfect in her figure as in her face, and wore a white dress with a deep red China rose on her bosom for only ornament. Standing there unnoticed at the end of the corridor, I gazed with a kind of fascination on her, listening to her light, rippling laughter and lively talk, watching her graceful gestures, her sparkling eyes, and damask cheeks flushed with excitement. Here is a woman, I thought, with a sigh. I felt a slight twinge at that disloyal sigh. I could have worshipped. She was pressing the guitar on the general. "You have promised to sing one song before you go, and I cannot let you off," she exclaimed. At length he took the instrument, protesting that his voice was a very bad one. Then, sweeping the strings, began that fine old Spanish song of love and war. Cuando suena la trompa guerrera. His voice was uncultivated and somewhat harsh, but there was a good deal of fire and expression in the performance, and it was rapturously applauded. The moment the song was over, he handed her back the guitar, and, starting up hastily, bade the company adieu and turned to go. Coming forward, I placed myself before him and began to speak. "I am pressed for time and cannot listen to you now," he said quickly, scarcely glancing at me. "You are a prisoner, wounded, I see. Well, when I return—" Suddenly he stopped, caught hold of my wounded arm, and said, "How did you get hurt? Tell me quickly." His sharp, impatient manner, and the sight of 20 people all standing round staring at me, quite upset me, and I could only stammer out a few unintelligible words, feeling that my face was blushing scarlet to the very roots of my hair. "Let me tell you, General," said Alday, advancing. "No, no," said the General. "He shall speak." The sight of Alday so eager to give his version of the affair first restored my anger to me, and with that came back the power of speech and the other faculties which I had lost for a moment. "Sir General, all I have to say is this," I said. "I came to this man's house at night, a stranger, lost on foot, for my horse had been stolen from me. I asked him for shelter in the belief that at least one virtue of hospitality still survives in this country. He, assisted by these 2 men, treacherously disabled me with a blow on my arm and dragged me here a prisoner." "My good friend," said the General, "I am extremely sorry that you have been hurt through an excess of zeal on the part of one of my people. But I can scarcely regret this incident, painful as it seems, since it enables me to assure you that one other virtue besides hospitality still survives in the Banda Oriental. I mean gratitude." "I do not understand you," I said. "We were companions in misfortune a very short time ago," he returned. "Have you forgotten the service you did me then?" I stared at him, astonished at his words, and while I looked into his face, suddenly that scene at the magistrate's estancia, when I went with the key to let my fellow traveler out of the stocks, and he jumped up and seized my hand, flashed on me. Still I was not quite sure, and half whispered tentatively, "What? Marcos Marco?" "Yes," he returned, smiling. "That was my name at that moment. My friends," he continued, resting a hand on my shoulder and speaking to the others, "I have met this young Englishman before. A few days ago, when I was on my way hither, I was arrested at Las Cuevas in his company. It was by means of his assistance that I succeeded in making my escape. He did this good deed, believing at the time that he was helping a poor peasant and not expecting any return. I might have reminded him that only after he had given me a solemn assurance that he did not intend attempting to make his escape, did I consent to get his legs out of the stocks. However, as he thought proper to forget that part of the affair, I was not going to recall it to him. There were many surprised exclamations from the bystanders, and, glancing at that beautiful girl, who was standing near with the others, I found her dark eyes fixed on my face with an expression of tenderness and sympathy in them that sent the blood rushing to my heart. "They have hurt you badly, I fear," said the general, addressing me again. "To continue your journey now would be imprudent. Let me beg you to remain where you are, in this house, till your arm is better." Then, turning to the young lady, he said, "Dolores, will you and your mother take charge of my young friend till I return, and see that his injured arm is attended to?" "My general, you will make us happy by leaving him in our care," she replied, with a bright smile. He then introduced me as Don Ricardo simply, for he did not know my surname, to the lovely señorita Dolores Zelaya, after which he again bade us adieu and hurried away. When he had gone, all they advanced, hat in hand, and gave me back my revolver, which I had forgotten all about. I took it with my left hand and put it in my pocket. He then apologized for having treated me roughly. The major had taught him that word, but without the faintest trace of servility in his speech or manner, and after that he offered me his hand. "Which will you have?" I said. "The hand you have injured, or the left hand?" He immediately dropped his own hand to his side, then, bowing, said that he would wait till I had recovered the use of my right hand. Turning to go, he added with a smile that he hoped the injury would soon heal, so that I would be able to wield a sword in my friend Santa Coloma's cause. His manner, I thought, was a little too independent. "Pray take back your horse now," I said, "as I have no further use for it, and accept my thanks for conducting me thus far on my journey." "Do not mention it," he replied, with a dignified wave of his hand. "I am pleased to have been able to render you this small service." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 16. When all they had left us, the charming señorita, in whose care I was well pleased to find myself, led me into a cool, spacious room, dimly lighted, scantily furnished, and with a floor of red tiles. It was a great relief to drop into a sofa there, for now I felt fatigued and suffered great pain from my arm. In a few moments I had the señorita, her mother, Doña Mercedes, and an old serving woman all round me. Gently drawing off my coat, they subjected my wounded arm to a minute examination, their compassionate fingertips, those of the lovely Dolores especially, feeling like a soft, cooling rain on the swollen, inflamed part, which had become quite purple. "Ah, how barbarous of them to hurt you like that! A friend, too, of our general!" exclaimed my beautiful nurse, which made me think that I had involuntarily become associated with the right political party in the state. They rubbed the arm with sweet oil, while the old servant brought in a bundle of rue from the garden, which, being bruised in a mortar, filled the room with a fresh aromatic smell. With this fragrant herb she made a cooling cataplasm. Having dressed my arm, they placed it in a sling. Then in place of my coat, a light Indian poncho was brought for me to wear. "I think you're feverish," said Doña Mercedes, feeling my pulse. "We must send for the doctor. We have a doctor in our little town, a very skillful man." "I have little faith in doctors, señora," I said, "but great faith in women and grapes. If you will give me a cluster from your vine to refresh my blood, I promise to be well very soon." Dolores laughed lightly and left the room, only to return in a few minutes with a dish full of ripe, purple clusters. They were delicious, and did seem to allay the fever I felt, which had probably been caused as much by angry passions as by the blow I had received. While I reclined luxuriously, sucking my grapes, the two ladies sat on each side of me, ostensibly fanning themselves, but only, I think, trying to make the air cooler for me. Very cool and pleasant they made it, certainly, but the gentle attentions of Dolores were at the same time such as might well create a subtler kind of fever in a man's veins, a malady not to be cured by fruit, fans, or phlebotomy. "Who would not suffer blows for such compensation as this?" I said. "Do not say such a thing," exclaimed the señorita, with wonderful animation. "Have you not rendered a great service to our dear general, to our beloved country? If we had it in our power to give you everything your heart might desire, it would be nothing, nothing. We must be your debtors forever." I smiled at her extravagant words, but they were very sweet to hear, none the less. "Your ardent love of your country is a beautiful sentiment," I remarked somewhat indiscreetly. "But is General Santa Coloma so necessary to its welfare?" She looked offended and did not reply. "You are a stranger in our country, señor, and do not quite understand these things," said the mother gently. "Dolores must not forget that. You know nothing of the cruel wars we have seen, and how our enemies have conquered only by bringing in the foreigner to their aid. Ah, señor, the bloodshed, the proscriptions, the infamies, which they have brought on this land. But there is one man they have never yet succeeded in crushing. Always from boyhood he has been foremost in the fight, defying their bullets, and not to be corrupted by their Brazilian gold. Is it strange that he is so much to us, who have lost all our relations, and have suffered many persecutions, being deprived almost of the means of subsistence that hirelings and traders might be enriched with our property? To us in this house he is even more than to others. He was my husband's friend and companion in arms. He has done us 1,000 favors, and if he ever succeeds in overthrowing this infamous government, he will restore to us all the property we have lost. But ay de me, I cannot see deliverance yet." "Mamita, do not say such a thing," exclaimed her daughter. "Do you begin to despair now, when there is most reason to hope?" "Child, what can he do with this handful of ill-armed men?" returned the mother sadly. "He has bravely raised the standard, but the people do not flock to it. Ah, when this revolt is crushed, like so many others, we poor women will only have to lament for more friends slain and fresh persecutions." And here she covered her eyes with her handkerchief. Dolores tossed her head back and made a sudden gesture of impatience. "Do you, then, expect to see a great army formed before the ink is dry on the general's proclamation? When Santa Coloma was a fugitive without a follower, you hoped. Now when he is with us, and actually preparing for a march on the capital, you begin to lose heart. I can't understand it." Doña Mercedes rose without replying, and left the room. The lovely enthusiast dropped her head on her hand, and remained silent, taking no notice of me, a cloud of sorrow on her countenance. "Señorita," I said, "it is not necessary for you to remain longer here. Only tell me before going that you forgive me, for it makes me very unhappy to think that I have offended you." She turned to me with a very bright smile and gave me her hand. "Ah, it is for you to forgive me for hastily taking offense at a light word," she said. "I must not allow anything you say in future to spoil my gratitude. Do you know, I think you are one of those who like to laugh at most things, señor. No, let me call you Richard, and you shall call me Dolores, for we must remain friends always. Let us make a compact. Then it will be impossible for us to quarrel. You shall be free to doubt, question, laugh at everything, except one thing only, my faith in Santa Coloma." "Yes, I will gladly make that agreement," I replied. "It will be a new kind of paradise, and of the fruit of every tree I may eat except of this tree only." She laughed gaily. "I will now leave you," she said. "You are suffering pain, and are very tired. Perhaps you will be able to sleep." While speaking, she brought a second cushion for my head, then left me, and before long I fell into a refreshing doze. I spent 3 days of enforced idleness at the Casa Blanca, as the house was called, before Santa Coloma returned, and after the rough experience I had undergone, during which I had subsisted on a flesh diet untempered by bread or vegetables, they were indeed like days spent in paradise to me. Then the general came back. I was sitting alone in the garden when he arrived, and, coming out to me, he greeted me warmly. "I greatly feared from my previous experience of your impatience under restraint that you might have left us," he said kindly. "I could not do that very well yet, without a horse to ride on," I returned. "Well, I came here just now to say I wish to present you with a horse and saddle. The horse is standing at the gate now, I believe. But, if you are only waiting for a horse to leave us, I shall have to regret making you this present. Do not be in a hurry. You have yet many years to live in which to accomplish all you wish to do, and to let us have the pleasure of your company a few days longer. Doña Mercedes and her daughter desire nothing better than to keep you with them." I promised not to run away immediately, a promise which was not hard to make. Then we went to inspect my horse, which proved to be a very fine bay, saddled with a dashing native recado. "Come with me and try him," he said. "I am going to ride out to the Cerro solo." The ride proved to be an extremely pleasant one, as I had not mounted a horse for some days, and had been longing to spice my idle hours with a little exhilarating motion. We went at a swinging gallop over the grassy plain, the general all the time discoursing freely of his plans and of the brilliant prospects awaiting all those timely wise individuals who should elect to link their fortunes with his at this early age of the campaign. The Cerro, 3 leagues distant from the village of El Molino, was a high, conical hill, standing quite alone and overlooking the country for a vast distance around. A few well-mounted men were stationed on the summit, keeping watch, and, after talking with them for a while, the general led me to a spot 100 yards away, where there was a large mound of sand and stone, up which we made our horses climb with some difficulty. While we stood there he pointed out the conspicuous objects on the surface of the surrounding country, telling me the names of the estancias, rivers, distant hills, and other things. The whole country about us seemed very familiar to him. He ceased speaking at length, but continued gazing over the wide, sunlit prospect with a strange far-off look on his face. Suddenly, dropping the reins on the neck of his horse, he stretched out his arms towards the south and began to murmur words which I could not catch, while an expression of mingled fury and exultation transformed his face. It passed away as suddenly as it came. Then he dismounted, and, stooping till his knee touched the ground, he kissed the rock before him, after which he sat down, and quietly invited me to do the same. Returning to the subject he had talked about during our ride, he began openly pressing me to join him in his march to Montevideo, which, he said, would begin almost immediately, and would infallibly result in a victory, after which he would reward me for the incalculable service I had rendered him in assisting him to escape from the Juez of Las Cuevas. These tempting offers, which would have fired my brain in other circumstances, the single state I felt compelled to decline, though I did not state my real reasons for doing so. He shrugged his shoulders in the eloquent Oriental fashion, remarking that it would not surprise him if I altered my resolution in a few days. "Never!" I mentally ejaculated. Then he recalled our first meeting again, spoke of Margarita, that marvelously beautiful child, asking if I had not thought it strange so fair a flower as that should have sprung from the homely stalk of a sweet potato. I answered that I had been surprised at first, but had ceased to believe that she was a child of Batatas, or any of his kin. He then offered to tell me Margarita's history, and I was not surprised to hear that he knew it. "I owe you this," he said, "in expiation of the somewhat offensive remarks I have addressed to you that day in reference to the girl. But you must remember that I was then only Marcos Marco, a peasant, and, having some slight knowledge of acting, it was only natural that my speech should be, as you find it in our common people, somewhat dry and ironical. Many years ago there lived in this country one Basilio de la Barca, a person of so noble a figure and countenance that to all those who beheld him he became the type of perfect beauty, so that a Basilio de la Barca came to be a proverbial expression in Montevidean society when anyone surpassingly handsome was spoken of. Though he had a gay, light-hearted disposition and loved social pleasures, he was not spoiled by the admiration his beauty excited. Simple-minded and modest he remained always, though perhaps not capable of any very strong passion, for though he won, without seeking it, the hearts of many fair women, he did not marry. He might have married some rich woman to improve his position had he been so minded, but in this, as in everything else in his life, Basilio seemed to be incapable of doing anything to advance his own fortunes. The de la Barcas had once possessed great wealth in land in the country, and I have heard, descended from an ancient noble family of Spain. During the long disastrous wars this country has suffered, when it was conquered in turn by England, Portugal, Spain, Brazil, and the Argentines, the family became impoverished, and at last appeared to be dying out. The last of the de la Barcas was Basilio, and the evil destiny which had pursued all of that name for so many generations did not spare him. His whole life was a series of calamities. When young he entered the army, but in his first engagement he received a terrible wound which had disabled him for life, and compelled him to abandon the military career. After that he embarked all his little fortune in commerce, and was ruined by a dishonest partner. At length, when he had been reduced to great poverty, being then about 40 years old, he married an old woman out of gratitude for the kindness she had shown to him, and with her he went to live on the sea-coast, several leagues east of the Cabo Santa Maria. Here, in a small rancho, in a lonely spot called Barranca del Peregrin, and with only a few sheep and cows to subsist on, he spent the remainder of his life. His wife, though old, bore him one child, a daughter, named Transita. They taught her nothing, for in all respects they lived like peasants and had forgotten the use of books. The situation was also wild and solitary, and they very seldom saw a strange face. Transita spent her childhood in rambling over the dunes on that lonely coast, with only wild flowers, birds, and the ocean waves for playmates. One day, her age being then about 11, she was at her usual pastimes, her golden hair blowing in the wind, her short dress and bare legs wet with the spray, chasing the waves as they retired, or flying with merry shouts from them as they hurried back towards the shore, flinging a cloud of foam over her retreating form, when a youth, a boy of 15, rode up and saw her there. He was hunting ostriches when, losing sight of his companions, and finding himself near the ocean, he rode down to the shore to watch the tide coming in. Yes, I was that boy, Richard. You are quick in making conclusions. This he said not in reply to any remark I made, but to my thoughts, which he frequently guessed very aptly. The expression this exquisite child made on me, it would be impossible to convey in words. I had lived much in the capital, had been educated in our best college, was accustomed to associate with pretty women. I had also crossed the water and had seen all that was most worthy of admiration in the Argentine cities. And remember that with us, a youth of 15 already knows something of life. This child, playing with the waves, was like nothing I had seen before. I regarded her not as a mere human creature. She seemed more like some being from I know not what far-off celestial region which strayed to earth, just as a bird of white and azure plumage, and unknown to our woods, sometimes appears, blown hither from a distant tropical country or island, filling those who see it with wonder and delight. Imagine, if you can, Margarita with her shining hair loose to the winds, swift and graceful in her motions as the waves she plays with, her sapphire eyes sparkling like sunlight on the waters, the tender tints of the seashell in her ever-changing countenance, with a laughter that seems to echo the wild melody of the sandpiper's note. Margarita has inherited the form, not the spirit, of the child Transita. She is an exquisite statue endowed with life. Transita, with lines equally graceful and colors just as perfect, had caught the spirit of the wind and sunshine, and was all freedom, motion, fire, a being half human, half angelic. I saw her only to love her, nor was it a common passion she inspired in me. I worshipped her, and longed to wear her on my bosom, but I shrank then, and for a long time after, from breathing the hot breath of love on so tender and heavenly a blossom. I went to her parents, and opened my heart to them. My family being well known to Basilio, I obtained his consent to visit their lonely rancho whenever I could, and I, on my part, promised not to speak of love to Transita till her 16th year. 3 years after I had found Transita, I was ordered to a distant part of the country, for I was already in the army then, and, fearing that it would not be possible for me to visit them for a long time, I persuaded Basilio to let me speak to his daughter, who was now 14. She had by this time grown extremely fond of me, and she always looked forward with delight to my visits, when we would spend days together rambling along the shore, or seated on some cliff overlooking the sea, talking of the simple things she knew, and of that wonderful, faraway city life of which she was never tired of hearing. When I opened my heart to her, she was at first frightened at these new strange emotions I spoke of. Soon, however, I was made happy by seeing her fear grow less. In one day she ceased to be a child. The rich blood mantled her cheeks, to leave her the next moment pale and tremulous. Her tender lips were toying with the rim of the honeyed cup. Before I left her, she had promised me her hand, and at parting even clung to me, with her beautiful eyes wet with tears. 3 years passed before I returned to seek her. During that time I had sent scores of letters to Basilio, but received no reply. Twice I was wounded in fight, once very seriously. I was also a prisoner for several months. I made my escape at last, and, returning to Montevideo, obtained leave of absence. Then with heart of fire, with sweet anticipations, I sought that lonely sea-coast once more, only to find the weeds growing on the spot where Basilio's rancho had stood. In the neighborhood I learnt that he had died 2 years before, and that after his death the widow had returned to Montevideo with Transita. After a long inquiry in that city, I discovered that she had not long survived her husband, and that a foreign señora had taken Transita away, no one knew whither. Her loss cast a great shadow on my life. Poignant grief cannot endure forever, nor for very long. Only the memory of grief endures. To this memory, which cannot fade, it is perhaps due that in one respect at least, I am not like other men. I feel that I am incapable of passion for any woman. No, not if a new Lucrezia Borgia were to come my way, scattering the fiery seeds of adoration upon all men, could they blossom to love in this arid heart. Since I lost Transita, I have had one thought, one love, one religion, and it is all told in one word: Patria. Years passed. I was captain in General Uribe's army at the siege of my own city. One day a lad was captured in our lines, and came very near being put to death as a spy. He had come out from Montevideo, and was looking for me. He had been sent, he said, by Transita de la Barca, who was lying ill in the town, and desired to speak to me before she died. I asked and obtained permission from a general, who had a strong personal friendship for me, to penetrate into the town. This was of course dangerous, and more so for me, perhaps, than it would have been for many of my brother officers, for I was very well known to the besieged. I succeeded, however, by persuading the officers of a French sloop of war, stationed in the harbor, to assist me. These foreigners at that time had friendly relations with the officers of both armies, and 3 of them had at one time visited our general to ask him to let them hunt ostriches in the interior. He passed them on to me, and, taking them to my own estancia, I entertained them and hunted with them for several days. For this hospitality they had expressed themselves very grateful, inviting me repeatedly to visit them on board, and also saying they would gladly do me any personal service in the town, which they visited constantly. I love not the French, believing them to be the most vain and egotistical, consequently the least chivalrous of mankind. But these officers were in my debt, and I resolved to ask them to help me. Under cover of night, I went on board their ship. I told them my story, and asked them to take me on shore with them disguised as one of themselves. With some difficulty they consented, and I was thus enabled next day to be in Montevideo with my long-lost Transita. I found her lying on her bed, emaciated and white as death, on the last stage of some fatal pulmonary complaint. On the bed with her was a child between 2 and 3 years old, exceedingly beautiful like her mother, for one glance was sufficient to tell me it was Transita's child. Overcome with grief at finding her in this pitiful condition, I could only kneel at her side, pouring out the last tender tears that have fallen from these eyes. We Orientals are not tearless men. and I have wept since then, but only with rage and hatred. My last tears of tenderness were shed over unhappy, dying Transita. Briefly, she told me her story. No letter from me had ever reached Basilio. It was supposed that I had fallen in battle, or that my heart had changed. When her mother lay dying in Montevideo, she was visited by a wealthy Argentine lady named Romero, who had heard of Transita's singular beauty, and wished to see her merely out of curiosity. She was so charmed with the girl that she offered to take her and bring her up as her own daughter. To this the mother, who was reduced to the greatest poverty and was dying, consented gladly. Transita was in this way taken to Buenos Aires, where she had masters to instruct her, and lived in great splendor. The novelty of this life charmed her for a while. The pleasures of a large city, and to the universal admiration her beauty excited, occupied her mind and made her happy. When she was 17, the Señora Romero bestowed her hand on a young man of that city, named Andrada, a wealthy person. He was a fashionable man, a gambler, and a sybarite. Having conceived a violent passion for the girl, he succeeded in winning over the señora to aid his suit. Before marrying him, Transita told him frankly that she felt incapable of great affection for him. He cared nothing for that. He only wished, like the animal he was, to possess her for her beauty. Shortly after marrying her, he took her to Europe, knowing very well that a man with a full purse, and whose spirit is a compound of swine and goat, finds life pleasanter in Paris than in the Plata. In Paris, Transita lived a gay but an unhappy life. Her husband's passion for her soon passed away, and was succeeded by neglect and insult. After 3 miserable years, he abandoned her altogether to live with another woman, and then, in broken health, she returned with her child to her own country. When she had been several months in Montevideo, she heard casually that I was still alive and in the besieging army, and anxious to impart her last wishes to a friend, had sent for me. Could you, my friend, divine the nature of that dying request Transita wished to make? Pointing to her child, she said, "Do you not see that Margarita inherits that fatal gift of beauty which won for me a life of splendor, with extreme bitterness of heart and early death? Soon, before I die perhaps, there will not be wanting some new Señora Romero to take charge of her, who will at last sell her to some rich cruel man, as I was sold, for how can her beauty remain long concealed? It was with very different views for her that I secretly left Paris and returned here. During all those miserable years I spent there, I thought more and more of my childhood on that lonely coast, until, when I fell ill, I resolved to go back there to spend my last days on that beloved spot where I had been so happy. It was my intention to find some peasant family there who would be willing to take Margarita and bring her up as a peasant's child, with no knowledge of her father's position and of the life men live in towns. The siege of my failing health made it impossible for me to carry out that plan. I must die here, dear friend, and never see that lonely coast where we have sat together so often watching the waves. But I think only of poor little Margarita now, who will soon be motherless. Will you not help me to save her? Promise me that you will take her away to some distant place, where she will be brought up as a peasant's child, where her father will never find her. If you can promise me this, I will resign her to you now, and face death without even the sad consolation of seeing her by me to the last." I promised to carry out her wishes, and also to see the child as often as circumstances will allow, and when she grew up to find her a good husband. But I would not deprive her of the child then. I told her that if she died, Margarita would be conveyed to the French ship in the harbor, and afterwards to me, and that I knew where to place her with a good-hearted, simple peasant who loves me, and would obey my wishes in all things. She was satisfied, and I left her to make the necessary arrangements to carry out my plans. A few weeks later, Transita expired, and the child was brought to me. I then sent her to Batata's house, where, ignorant of the secret of her birth, she has been brought up as her mother wished her to be. May she never, like the unhappy Transita, fall into the power of a ravening beast in man's shape. Amen, I exclaimed. But surely, if this child will be entitled to a fortune some day, it will only be right that she should have it. We do not worship gold in this country, he replied. With us the poor are just as happy as the rich. Their wants are so few and easily satisfied. It would be too much to say that I love the child more than I love anyone else. I think only of Transita's wishes. That for me is the only right in the matter. Had I failed to carry them out to the letter, then I should have suffered a great remorse. Possibly, I may encounter Andrada some day, and pass my sword through his body. That would give me no remorse. After some moments of silence, he looked up and said, Richard, you admired and loved that beautiful girl when you first saw her. Listen, if you wish it, you shall have her for a wife. She is simple-minded, ignorant of the world, affectionate, and where she is told to love, she will love. Batata's people will obey my wishes in everything. I shook my head, smiling somewhat sorrowfully when I thought that the events of the last few days had already half obliterated Margarita's fair image from my mind. This unexpected proposition had, moreover, forced on me, with a startling suddenness, the fact that by once performing the act of marriage, a man has forever used up the most glorious privilege of his sex. Of course, I mean in countries where he is only allowed to have one wife. It was no longer in my power to say to any woman, however charming I might find her, be my wife. But I did not explain all this to the general. You are thinking of conditions, said he. There will be none. No, you have guessed wrong for once, I returned. The girl is all you say. I have never seen a being more beautiful, and I have never heard a more romantic story than the one you have just told me about her birth. I can only echo your prayer that she may not suffer as her mother did. In name she is not a de la Barca, and perhaps destiny will spare her on that account. He glanced keenly at me and smiled. Perhaps you were thinking more of Dolores than of Margarita just now, he said. Let me warn you of your danger there, my young friend. She is already promised to another. Absurdly unreasonable as it may seem, I felt a jealous pang at that information. But then, of course, we are not reasonable beings, whatever the philosophers say. I laughed, not very gaily, I must confess, and answered that there was no need to warn me, as Dolores would never be more to me than a very dear friend. Even then, I did not tell him that I was a married man, for often in the Banda Oriental I did not quite seem to know how to mix my truth and lies, and so preferred to hold my tongue. In this instance, as subsequent events proved, I held it not wisely, but too well. The open man, with no secrets from the world, often enough escapes disasters which overtake your very discreet person, who acts on the old adage that speech was given to us to conceal our thoughts. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Chapter 17. With a horse to travel on, and my arm so much better that the sling supporting it was worn rather for ornament than use, there was nothing except that promise not to run away immediately to detain me longer in the pleasant retreat of the Casa Blanca. Nothing, that is, had I been a man of gutta percha or cast iron, being only a creature of clay, very impressionable clay as it happened. I could not persuade myself that I was quite well enough to start on that long ride over a disturbed country. Besides, my absence from Montevideo had already lasted so long that a few days more could not make much difference one way or the other. Thus, it came to pass that I still stayed on, enjoying the society of my new friends, while every day, every hour, in fact, I felt less able to endure the thought of tearing myself away from Dolores. Much of my time was spent in the pleasant orchard adjoining the house. Here, growing in picturesque irregularity, were 50 or 60 old peach, nectarine, apricot, plum, and cherry trees, their boles double the thickness of a man's thigh. They had never been disfigured by the pruner's knife or saw, and their enormous size and rough bark, overgrown with grey lichen, gave them an appearance of great antiquity. All about the ground, tangled together in a pretty confusion, flourished many of those dear, familiar, old-world garden flowers that spring up round the white man's dwelling in all temperate regions of the earth. Here were immemorial wallflowers, stocks, and marigolds, tall hollyhock, gay poppy, brilliant bachelor's button, also, half hid amongst the grass, pansy and forget-me-not. The larkspur, red, white, and blue, flaunted everywhere, and here, too, was the unforgotten Sweet William, looking bright and velvety as of yore, yet, in spite of its brightness and stiff green collar, still wearing the old shamefaced expression, as if it felt a little ashamed of its own pretty name. These flowers were not cultivated, but grew spontaneously from the seed they shed year by year on the ground, the gardener doing nothing for them beyond keeping the weeds down and bestowing a little water in hot weather. The solstitial heats being now over, during which European garden flowers ceased to bloom for a season, they were again in gayest livery to welcome the long second spring of autumn, lasting from February to May. At the farther end of this wilderness of flowers and fruit trees was an aloe hedge, covering a width of 20 to 30 yards with its enormous, disorderly, stave-like leaves. This hedge was like a strip of wild nature placed alongside of a plot of man's improved nature, and here, like snakes hunted from the open, the weeds and wildings, which were not permitted to mix with the flowers, had taken refuge. Protected by that rude bastion of spikes, the hemlock opened feathery clusters of dark leaves and whitish umbels wherever it could reach up to the sunshine. There also grew the nightshade, with other solanaceous weeds, bearing little clusters of green and purple berries, wild oats, foxtail grass, and nettles. The hedge gave them shelter, but no moisture, so that all these weeds and grasses had a somewhat forlorn and starved appearance, climbing up with long, stringy stems among the powerful aloes. The hedge was also rich in animal life. There dwelt mice, cavies, and elusive little lizards. Crickets sang all day long under it, while in every open space the green epeiras spread their geometric webs. Being rich in spiders, it was a favourite hunting ground of those insect desperadoes, the mason wasps, that flew about loudly buzzing in their splendid gold and scarlet uniform. There were also many little shy birds here, and my favourite was the wren, for in its appearance and its scolding, jerky, gesticulating ways, it is precisely like our house wren, though it has a richer and more powerful song than the English bird. On the other side of the hedge was the potrero, or paddock, where a milch cow with 2 or 3 horses were kept. The manservant, whose name was Nepomucino, presided over orchard and paddock, also to some extent over the entire establishment. Nepomucino was a pure Negro, a little old, round-headed, blear-eyed man, about 5'4" in height, the short, lumpy wool on his head quite grey, slow in speech and movements, his old black or chocolate-coloured fingers all crooked, stiff-jointed, and pointing spontaneously in different directions. I have never seen anything in the human subject to equal the dignity of Nepomucino, the profound gravity of his bearing and expression, forcibly reminding one of an owl. Apparently, he had come to look upon himself as the sole head and master of the establishment, and the sense of responsibility had more than steadied him. The negrine propensity to frequent explosions of inconsequent laughter was not, of course, to be expected in such a sober-minded person, but he was, I think, a little too sedate for a black, for, although his face would shine on warm days like polished ebony, it did not smile. Everyone in the house conspired to keep up the fiction of Nepomucino's importance. They had, in fact, conspired so long and so well that it had very nearly ceased to be a fiction. Everybody addressed him with grave respect. Not a syllable of his long name was ever omitted. What the consequences of calling him Nepo, or Sino, or Sinito, the affectionate diminutive, would have been, I am unable to say, since I never had the courage to try the experiment. It often amused me to hear Doña Mercedes calling to him from the house, and throwing the whole emphasis on the last syllable in a long, piercing crescendo. Nepomucino. Sometimes, when I sat in the orchard, he would come, and placing himself before me, discourse gravely about things in general, clipping his words and substituting R for L in a Negro fashion, which made it hard for me to repress a smile. After winding up with a few appropriate moral reflections, he would finish with the remark, "For though I am black on the surface, señor, my heart is white." And then he would impressively lay one of his old crooked fingers on the part where the physiological curiosity was supposed to be. He did not like being told to perform menial offices, preferring to anticipate all requests of that kind and do whatever was necessary by stealth. Sometimes, I would forget this peculiarity of the old black, and tell him that I wanted him to polish my boots. He would ignore the request altogether, and talk for a few minutes of political matters, or on the uncertainty of all things mundane, and by, glancing at my boots, would remark incidentally that they required polishing, offering somewhat ostentatiously to have them done for me. Nothing would make him admit that he did these things himself. Once I tried to amuse Dolores by mimicking his speech to her, but quickly she silenced me, saying that she loved Nepomuceno too well to allow even her best friend to laugh at him. He had been born when blacks were slaves in the service of her family, had carried her in his arms when she was an infant, and had seen all the male members of the house of Zelaya swept away in the wars of reds and whites. But in the days of their adversity, his faithful, dog-like affection had never failed them. It was beautiful to see her manner towards him. If she wanted a rose for her hair or dress, she would not pluck it herself or allow me to get it for her, but Nepomuceno must be asked to get it. Then every day she would find time to sit down in the garden by his side, to tell him all the news of the village and of the country at large, discuss the position of affairs with him, and ask his advice about everything in the house. Indoors or out, I generally had Dolores for a companion, and I could certainly not have had a more charming one. The Civil War, though the little splutter on the ye scarcely deserved that name yet, was her unfailing theme. She was never weary of singing her hero Santa Coloma's praises, his dauntless courage and patience in defeat, his strange romantic adventures, the innumerable disguises and stratagems he had resorted to when going about in his own country, where a price was set on his head, ever labouring to infuse fresh valour into his beaten, disheartened followers. That the governing party had any right to be in power, or possessed any virtue of any kind, or were in fact anything but an incubus and a curse to the Banda Oriental, she would not for one moment admit. To her mind, her country always appeared like Andromeda, bound on her rock, and left weeping and desolate, to be a prey to the abhorred Colorado monster, while ever to the deliverance of this lovely being came her glorious Perseus, swift as the winds of heaven, the lightnings of terrible vengeance flashing from his eyes, the might of the immortals in his strong right arm. Often she tried to persuade me to join this romantic adventurer, and it was hard, very hard, to resist her eloquent appeals, and perhaps it grew harder every day as the influence of her passionate beauty strengthened itself upon my heart. Invariably, I took refuge in the argument that I was a foreigner, that I loved my country with an ardour equal to hers, and that by taking arms in the Banda Oriental I should at once divest myself of all an Englishman's rights and privileges. She scarcely had patience to listen to this argument, it seemed so trivial to her, and when she demanded other, better reasons, I had none to offer. I dare not quote to her the words of sulky Achilles. The distant Trojans never injured me, for that argument would have sounded even weaker to her than the former one. She had never read Homer in any language, of course, but she would have quickly made me tell her about Achilles, and when the end came, with miserable Hector dragged thrice round the walls of besieged Troy. Montevideo was called modern Troy, she knew. Then she would have turned my argument against me, and bidden me go and serve the Uruguayan president as Achilles served Hector. Seeing me silent, she would turn indignantly away, only for a moment, however. The bright smile would quickly return, and she would exclaim, "No, no, Richard, I shall not forget my promise, though I sometimes think you tried to make me do so." It was noon. The house was quiet, for Doña Mercedes had retired after breakfast to take her unfailing siesta, leaving us to our conversation. In that spacious, cool room where I had first reposed in the house, I was lying on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. Dolores, seating herself near me with her guitar, said, "Now let me play and sing you to sleep with something very soft." But the more she played and sang, the further was I from unneeded slumber. "What, not sleeping yet, Richard?" she would say, with a little laugh after each song. "Not yet, Dolores," I would reply, pretending to get drowsy, "but my eyes are getting heavy now. One more song will send me to the region of dreams. Sing me that sweet favourite, Desde aquel doloroso momento." At length, finding that my sleepiness was all pretence, she refused to sing any more, and presently we drifted once more into the old subject. "Ah, yes," she replied to that argument about my nationality, which was my only shield. "I have always been taught to believe foreigners a cold, practical, calculating kind of people, so different from us. You never seemed to me like a foreigner. Ah, Richard, why will you make me remember that you are not one of us? Tell me, dear friend, if a beautiful woman cried out to you to deliver her from some great misfortune or danger, would you stop to ask her nationality before going to her rescue? No, Dolores. You know that if you, for instance, were in distress or danger, I would fly to your side and risk my life to save you." "I believe you, Richard, but tell me, is it less noble to help a suffering people cruelly oppressed by wicked men who have succeeded by crimes and treachery and foreign aid in climbing into power? Will you tell me that no Englishman has drawn a sword in a cause like that? Oh, friend, is not my mother country more beautiful and worthy to be helped than any woman? Has not God given her spiritual eyes that shed tears and look for comfort, lips sweeter than any woman's lips, that cry bitterly every day for deliverance? Can you look on the blue skies above you, and walk on the green grass where the white and purple flowers smile up at you, and be deaf and blind to her beauty and to her great need? Oh, no, no, it is impossible." "Ah, if you were a man, Dolores, what a flame you would kindle in the hearts of your countrymen." "Yes, if I were a man," she exclaimed, starting to her feet, "then I should serve my country, not with words only. Then I would strike and bleed for her. How willingly, being only a weak woman, I would give my heart's blood to win one arm to aid in the sacred cause." She stood before me with flashing eyes, her face glowing with enthusiasm. Then I also rose to my feet and took her hands in mine, for I was intoxicated with her loveliness and almost ready to throw all restraints to the winds. "Dolores," I said, "are not your words extravagant? Shall I test their sincerity? Tell me, would you give even as much as one kiss with your sweet lips to win a strong arm for your country?" She turned crimson and cast her eyes down, then, quickly recovering herself, answered, "What do your words mean? Speak plainly, Richard." "I cannot speak plainer, Dolores. Forgive me if I have offended once more. Your beauty and grace and eloquence have made me forget myself. Her hands were moist and trembling in mine. Still, she did not withdraw them. "No, I am not offended," she returned in a strangely low tone. "Put me to the test, Richard. Do you wish me to understand clearly that for such a favour as that you would join us?" "I cannot say," I replied, still endeavouring to be prudent, though my heart was on fire and my words, when I spoke, seemed to choke me. "But, Dolores, if you would shed your blood to win one strong arm, will you think it too much to bestow the favour I spoke of in the hope of winning an arm?" She was silent. Then, drawing her closer, I touched her lips with mine. But who was ever satisfied with that one touch on the lips for which the heart has craved? It was like contact with a strange celestial fire that instantly kindled my love to madness. Again and yet again I kissed her. I pressed her lips till they were dry and burned like fire, then kissed cheek, forehead, hair, and casting my arms about her, strained her to my breast in a long, passionate embrace. Then the violence of the paroxysm was over, and with a pang I released her. She trembled. Her face was whiter than alabaster, and covering it with her hands, she sank down on the sofa. I sat down beside her and drew her head down on my breast, but we remained silent, only our hearts were beating very fast. Presently she disengaged herself, and without bestowing one glance on me, rose and left the room. Before long I began to blame myself bitterly for this imprudent outburst. I dared not hope to continue longer on the old, familiar footing. So high-spirited and sensitive a woman as Dolores would not easily be brought to forget or forgive my conduct. She had not repelled me. She had even tacitly consented to that one first kiss, and was therefore partly to blame herself. But her extreme pallor, her silence, and cold manner had plainly shown me that I had wounded her. My passion had overcome me, and I felt that I had compromised myself. For that one first kiss I had all but promised to do a certain thing, and not to do it now seemed very dishonourable, much as I shrank from joining the Blanco rebels. I had proposed the thing myself. She had silently consented to the stipulation. I had taken my kiss, and much more, and having now had my delirious, evanescent joy, I could not endure the thought of meanly skulking off without paying the price. I went out full of trouble, and paced up and down in the orchard for 2 or 3 hours, hoping that Dolores might come to me there, but I saw no more of her that day. At dinner, Doña Mercedes was excessively affable, showing clearly that she was not in her daughter's confidence. She informed me, simple soul, that Dolores was suffering from a grievous headache, caused by taking a glass of claret at breakfast after eating a slice of watermelon, an imprudence against which she did not omit to caution me. Lying awake that night, for the thought that I had pained and offended Dolores made it impossible for me to sleep, I resolved to join Santa Coloma immediately. That act alone would salve my conscience, and I only hoped that it would serve to win back the friendship and esteem of the woman I had learned to love so well. I had no sooner determined on taking this step than I began to see so many advantages in it that it seemed strange I had not taken it before. But we lose half our opportunities in life through too much caution. A few more days of adventure, all the pleasanter for being spiced with danger, and I would be once more in Montevideo with a host of great and grateful friends to start me in some career in the country. Yes, I said to myself, becoming enthusiastic, once this oppressive, scandalous, and besotted Colorado party is swept with bullet and steel out of the country, as of course it will be, I shall go to Santa Coloma to lay down my sword, resuming by that act my own nationality, and as sole reward of my chivalrous conduct in aiding the rebellion, ask for his interest in getting me placed, say, at the head of some large estancia in the interior. There, possibly on one of his own establishments, I shall be in my element and happy, hunting ostriches, eating carne con cuero, possessing a tropilla of 20 cream-coloured horses for my private use, and building up a modest fortune out of hides, horns, tallow, and other native products. At break of day, I rose and saddled my horse. Then, finding the dignified Nepomuceno, who was the early bird, blackbird of the establishment, told him to inform his mistress that I was going to spend a day with General Santa Coloma. After taking a maté from the old fellow, I mounted and galloped out of the village of Molino. Arrived at the camp, which had been moved to a distance of 4 or 5 miles from El Molino, I found Santa Coloma just ready to mount his horse to start on an expedition to a small town 8 or 9 leagues distant. He at once asked me to go with him, and remarked that he was very much pleased, though not surprised, at my having changed my mind about joining him. We did not return till late in the evening, and the whole of the following day was spent in monotonous cavalry exercises. I then went to the general and requested permission to visit the Casa Blanca, to bid adieu to my friends there. He informed me that he intended going to El Molino the next morning himself, and would take me with him. The first thing he did on our arrival at the village was to send me to the principal storekeeper in the place, a man who had faith in the Blanco leader, and was rapidly disposing of a large stock of goods at a splendid profit, receiving in payment sundry slips of paper signed by Santa Coloma. This good fellow, who mixed politics with business, provided me with a complete and much-needed outfit, which included a broadcloth suit of clothes, soft brown hat rather broad in the brim, long riding boots, and poncho. Going back to the official building or headquarters in the plaza, I received my sword, which did not harmonize very well with the civilian costume I wore, but I was no worse off in this respect than 49 out of every 50 men in our little army. In the afternoon we went together to see the ladies, and the general had a very hearty welcome from both of them, as I also had from Doña Mercedes, while Dolores received me with the utmost indifference, expressing no pleasure or surprise at seeing me wearing a sword in the cause which she had professed to have so much at heart. This was a sore disappointment, and I was also nettled at her treatment of me. After dinner, over which we sat talking some time, the general left us, telling me before doing so to join him in the plaza at 5 o'clock next morning. I then tried to get an opportunity of speaking to Dolores alone, but she studiously avoided me, and in the evening there were several visitors, ladies from the town, with 3 or 4 officers from the camp, and dancing and singing were kept up till towards midnight. Finding that I could not speak to her, and anxious about my appointment at 5 in the morning, I at length retired, sorrowful and baffled, to my apartment. Without undressing, I threw myself on my bed, and being very much fatigued with so much riding about, I soon fell asleep. When I woke, the brilliant light of the moon, shining in at open window and door, made me fancy it was already daylight, and I quickly sprang up. I had no means of telling the time, except by going into the large living room, where there was an old 8-day clock. Making my way thither, I was amazed to see, on entering it, Dolores, in her white dress, sitting beside the open window in a dejected attitude. She started and rose up when I entered, the extreme pallor of her face heightened by contrast with her long, raven-black hair hanging unbound on her shoulders. "Dolores, do I find you here at this hour?" I exclaimed. "Yes," she returned coldly, sitting down again. "Do you think it very strange, Richard?" "Pardon me for disturbing you," I said. "I came here to find out the time from your clock." "It is 2 o'clock. Is that all you came for? Did you imagine I could retire to sleep without first knowing what your motive was in returning to this house? Have you then forgotten everything?" I came to her and sat down by the window before speaking. "No, Dolores," I said. "Had I forgotten, you would not have seen me here enlisted in a cause which I looked on only as your cause." "Ah, then you have honoured the Casa Blanca with this visit not to speak to me that you considered unnecessary, but merely to exhibit yourself wearing a sword." I was stung by the extreme bitterness of her tone. "You are unjust to me," I said. "Since that fatal moment when my passion overcame me, I have not ceased thinking of you, grieving that I had offended you. No, I did not come to exhibit my sword, which is not worn for ornament. I came only to speak to you, Dolores, and you purposely avoided me." "Not without reason," she retorted quickly. "Did I not sit quietly by you after you had acted in that way towards me, waiting for you to speak, to explain, and you were silent? Well, señor, I am here now, waiting again." "This, then, is what I have to say," I replied. "After what passed, I considered myself bound in honour to join your cause, Dolores. What more can I say, except to implore your forgiveness? Believe me, dear friend, in that moment of passion I forgot everything, forgot that your hand was already given to another." "Given to another? What do you mean, Richard? Who told you that?" "General Santa Coloma." "The General? What right has he to occupy himself with my affairs? This is a matter that concerns myself only, and it is presumption on his part to interfere in it." "Do you speak in that tone of your hero, Dolores? Remember that he only warned me of my danger out of pure friendship, but his warning was thrown away. My unhappy passion, the sight of your loveliness, your own incautious words, were too much for my heart." She dropped her face on her hands and remained silent. "I have suffered for my fault, and must suffer more. Will you not say you forgive me, Dolores?" I said, offering my hand. She took it, but continued silent. "Say, dearest friend, that you forgive me, that we part friends." "Oh, Richard, must we part then?" she murmured. "Yes, now, Dolores, for before you are up I must be on horseback and on my way to join the troops. The march to Montevideo will probably commence almost immediately." "Oh, I cannot bear it!" she suddenly exclaimed. taking my hands in both hers. "Let me open my heart to you now. Forgive me, Richard, for being so angry with you, but I did not know the General had said such a thing. Believe me, he imagines more than he knows. When you took me in your arms and held me against your breast, it was a revelation to me. I cannot love or give my hand to any other man. You are everything in the world to me now, Richard. Must you leave me to mingle in this cruel civil strife in which all my dearest friends and relations have perished?" She had had her revelation. I now had mine, and it was an exceedingly bitter one. I trembled at the thought of confessing my secret to her, now when she had so unmistakably responded to the passion I had insanely revealed. Suddenly she raised her dark, luminous eyes to mine, anger and shame struggling for mastery on her pale face. "Speak, Richard," she exclaimed. "Your silence at this moment is an insult to me." "For God's sake, have mercy on me, Dolores," I said. "I am not free. I have a wife." For some moments she sat staring fixedly at me, then, flinging my hand from her, covered her face. Presently she uncovered it again, for shame was overcome and cast out by anger. She rose and stood up before me, her face very white. "You have a wife whose existence you concealed from me till this moment," she said. "Now you ask for mercy when your secret has been wrung from you. Married, and you have dared to take me in your arms, to excuse yourself afterwards with the plea of passion. Passion, do you know what it means, traitor? Ah, no, a breast like yours cannot know any great or generous emotion. Would you have dared show your face to me again, had you been capable of shame even? And you judged my heart as shallow as your own, and after treating me in that way, thought to win my forgiveness and admiration even by parading before me with a sword. Leave me. I can feel nothing but contempt for you. Go, you are a disgrace to the cause you have espoused." I had sat, utterly crushed and humiliated, not daring even to raise my sight to her face, for I felt that my own unspeakable weakness and folly had brought this tempest upon me. But there is a limit to patience, even in the most submissive mood, and when that was overpassed, then my anger blazed out all the more hotly for the penitential meekness I had preserved during the whole interview. Her words from the first had fallen like whip cuts, making me writhe with the pain they inflicted, but that last taunt stung me beyond endurance. I, an Englishman, to be told that I was a disgrace to the Blanco cause, which I had joined, in spite of my better judgment, purely out of my romantic devotion to this very woman. I too was now upon my feet, and there, face to face, we stood for some moments, silent and trembling. At length I found my speech. "This," I cried, "from the woman who was ready yesterday to shed her heart's blood to win one strong arm for her country. I have renounced everything, allied myself with abhorred robbers and cutthroats, only to learn that her one desire is everything to her, her divine, beautiful country nothing. I wish that a man had spoken those words to me, Dolores, so that I might have put this sword you speak of to one good use before breaking it and flinging it from me like the vile thing it is. Would to God the earth would open and swallow up this land forever, though I sank down into hell with it for the detestable crime of taking part in its pirate wars. She stood perfectly still, gazing at me with widely dilated eyes, a new expression coming into her face. Then, when I paused for her to speak, expecting only a fresh outburst of scorn and bitterness, a strange, sorrowful smile flitted over her lips, and coming close to me, she placed her hand on my shoulder. "Oh," she said, "what a strength of passion you are capable of! Forgive me, Richard, for I have forgiven you. Ah, we were made for each other, and it can never, never be." She dropped her head dejectedly on my shoulder. My anger vanished at those sad words. Love only remained. Love mingled with profoundest compassion and remorse for the pain I had inflicted. Supporting her with my arm, I tenderly stroked her dark hair, and, stooping, pressed my lips against it. "Do you love me so much, Dolores?" I said. "Enough even to forgive the cruel, bitter words I have just spoken? Oh, I was mad to say such things to you, and shall repent it all my life long. How cruelly have I wounded you with my love and my anger? Tell me, dearest Dolores, can you forgive me?" "Yes, Richard, everything. Is there any word you can speak, any deed you can do, and I not forgive it? Does your wife love you like that? Can you love her as you love me? How cruel destiny is to us! Ah, my beloved country, I was ready to shed my blood for you, just to win one strong arm to fight for you, but I did not dream that this would be the sacrifice required of me. Look, it will soon be time for you to go. We cannot sleep now, Richard. Sit down here with me, and let us spend this last hour together, with my hand in yours, for we shall never, never, never meet again." And so, sitting there hand in hand, we waited for the dawn, speaking many sad and tender words to one another. And at last, when we parted, I held her once more, unresisting, to my breast, thinking, as she did, that our separation would be an eternal one. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by RickVina. The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson. Chapter 18. About the stirring events of the succeeding days I have little to relate, and no reader who has suffered the malady of love in its acutest form will wonder at it. During those days I mixed with a crowd of adventurers, returned exiles, criminals, and malcontents, every one of them worth studying. The daylight hours were passed in cavalry exercises or in long expeditions about the country, while every evening beside the camp-fire romantic tales enough to fill a volume were told in my hearing. But the image of Dolores was ever before my mind, so that all this crowded period, lasting 9 or 10 days, passed before me like a phantasmagoria or an uneasy dream, leaving only a very confused impression on my brain. I not only grieved for the sorrow I had occasioned her, but mourned also that my own heart had so terribly betrayed me, so that for the moment The beautiful girl I had persuaded to fly from home and parents, promising her my undying affection, had ceased to be what she had been. So great was this new, inconvenient passion. The General had offered me a commission in his tatterdemalion gathering, but as I had no knowledge of military matters, I had prudently declined it, only requesting, as a special favour, that I might be employed constantly on the expeditions he sent out over the surrounding country to beat up recruits, seize arms, cattle, and horses, and to depose the little local authorities in the villages, putting creatures of his own in their places. This request had been granted, so that morning, noon, and night I was generally in the saddle. One evening I was in the camp, seated beside a large fire, and gloomily staring into the flames, when the other men, who were occupied playing cards or sipping maté, hastily rose to their feet, making the salute. Then I saw the General standing near, gazing fixedly at me. Motioning to the men to resume their cards, he sat down by my side. "What is the matter with you?" he said. "I have noticed that you are like a different person since you joined us. Do you regret that step?" "No," I answered, and then was silent, not knowing what more to say. He looked searchingly at me. Doubtless some suspicion of the truth was in his mind, for he had gone to the Casa Blanca with me, and it was scarcely likely that his keen eyes had failed to notice the cold reception Dolores gave me on that occasion. He did not, however, touch on that matter. "Tell me," he said at length, "what can I do for you?" I laughed. "What can you do except to take me to Montevideo?" I replied. "Why do you say that?" he returned quickly. "We are not merely friends now, as we were before I joined you," I said. "You are my general. I am simply one of your men. The friendship remains just the same, Richard. Let me know frankly what you think of this campaign, since you have now suddenly turned the current of the conversation in that direction." There was a slight sting in the concluding words, but I had, perhaps, deserved it. "Since you bid me speak," I said, "I, for one, feel very much disappointed at the little progress we are making. It seems to me that before you are in a position to strike, the enthusiasm and courage of your people will have vanished. You cannot get anything like a decent army together, and the few men you have are badly armed and undisciplined. Is it not plain that a march to Montevideo in these circumstances is impossible, that you will be obliged to retire into the remote and difficult places to carry on a guerrilla war?" "No," he returned, "there is to be no guerrilla war. The Colorados made the Orientals sick of it when that arch traitor and chief of cutthroats, General Rivera, desolated the Banda for 10 years. We must ride on to Montevideo soon. As for the character of my force, that is a matter it would perhaps be useless to discuss, my young friend. If I could import a well-equipped and disciplined army from Europe to do my fighting, I should do so. The Oriental farmer, unable to send to England for a threshing machine, is obliged to go out and gather his wild mares from the plain to tread out his wheat, and I, in like manner, having only a few scattered ranchos to draw my soldiers from, must be satisfied to do what I can with them. And now tell me, are you anxious to see something done at once? A fight, for instance, in which we might possibly be the losers?" "Yes, that would be better than standing still. If you are strong, the best thing you can do is to show your strength." He laughed. "Richard, you were made for an Oriental," he said. "Only nature at your birth dropped you down in the wrong country. You are brave to rashness, abhor restraint, love women, and have a light heart. The Castilian gravity you have recently assumed is, I fancy, only a passing mood." "Your words are highly complimentary, and fill me with pride," I answered, "but I scarcely see their connection with the subject of our conversation." "There is a connection, nevertheless," he returned pleasantly. "Though you refuse a commission from me, I am so convinced that you are in heart one of us that I will take you into my confidence and tell you something known to only half a dozen trusted individuals here. You rightly say that if we have strength, we must show it to the country. That is what we are now about to do. A cavalry force has been sent against us, and we shall engage it before 2 days are over. As far as I know, the forces will be pretty evenly balanced, though our enemies will, of course, be better armed. We shall choose our own ground, and should they attack us tired with a long march, or if there should be any disaffection amongst them, the victory will be ours, and after that every blanco sword in the Banda will be unsheathed in our cause. I need not repeat to you that in the hour of my triumph, if it ever comes, I shall not forget my debt to you. My wish is to bind you, body and heart, to this Oriental country. It is, however, possible that I may suffer defeat, and if in 2 days' time we are all scattered to the winds, let me advise you what to do. Do not attempt to return immediately to Montevideo, as that might be dangerous. Make your way by Minas to the southern coast, and when you reach the department of Rocha, inquire for the little settlement of Lomas de Rocha, a village 3 leagues west of the lake. You will find there a storekeeper, one Florentino Blanco, a Blanco in heart as well. Tell him I sent you to him, and ask him to procure you an English passport from the capital, after which it will be safe for you to travel to Montevideo. Should you ever be identified as a follower of mine, you can invent some story to account for your presence in my force. When I remember that botanical lecture you once delivered, also some other matters, I am convinced that you are not devoid of imagination." After giving some further kind advice, he bade me good night, leaving me with a strangely unpleasant conviction in my mind that we had changed characters for the nonce, and that I had bungled as much in my new part as I had formerly done in my old. He had been sincerity itself, while I, picking up the discarded mask, had tied it on, probably upside down, for it made me feel excessively uncomfortable during our interview. To make matters worse, I was also sure that it had quite failed to hide my countenance, and that he knew as well as I knew myself the real cause of the change he had noticed in me. These disagreeable reflections did not trouble me long, and then I began to feel considerable excitement at the prospect of a brush with the government troops. My thoughts kept me awake most of the night. Still, next morning, when the trumpet sounded its shrill réveil close at hand, I rose quickly, and in a much more cheerful mood than I had known of late. I began to feel that I was getting the better of that insane passion for Dolores which had made us both so unhappy, and when we were once more in the saddle, the Castilian gravity, to which the General had satirically alluded, had pretty well vanished. No expeditions were sent out that day after we had marched about 12 or 13 miles eastward and nearer to the immense range of the Cuchilla Grande. We encamped, and after the midday meal spent the afternoon in cavalry exercises. On the next day happened the great event for which we had been preparing, and I am positive that with the wretched material he commanded, no man could have done more than Santa Coloma, though, alas, all his efforts ended in disaster. Alas, I say, not because I took even then any very serious interest in Oriental politics, but because it would have been greatly to my advantage if things had turned out differently. Besides, a great many poor devils who had been an unconscionable time out in the cold would have come into power, and the rascally Colorados sent away in their turn to eat the bitter bread of proscription. The fable of the fox and the flies might here possibly occur to the reader. I, however, prefer to remember Lucero's fable of the tree called Montevideo, with the chattering colony in its branches, and to look upon myself as one in the majestic bovine army about to besiege the monkeys and punish them for their naughty behaviour. Quite early in the morning we had breakfast. Then every man was ordered to saddle his best horse, for every one of us was the owner of 3 or 4 steeds. I, of course, saddled the horse the General had given me, which had been reserved for important work. We mounted and proceeded at a gentle pace through a very wild and broken country, still in the direction of the Cuchilla. About midday, scouts came riding in and reported that the enemy were close upon us. After halting for half an hour, we again proceeded at the same gentle pace till about 2 o'clock, when we crossed the Cañada de San Paulo, a deep valley beyond which the plain rose to a height of about 150 feet. In the cañada we stopped to water our horses, and there heard that the enemy were advancing along it at a rapid pace, evidently hoping to cut off our supposed retreat towards the Cuchilla. Crossing the little stream of San Paulo, we began slowly ascending the sloping plain on the farther side till the highest point was gained. Then, turning, we saw the enemy, numbering about 700 men beneath us, spread out in a line of extraordinary length. Up from the valley they came towards us at a brisk trot. We were then rapidly disposed in 3 columns, the centre one numbering about 250 men, the others about 200 men each. I was in one of the outside columns, within about 4 men from the front. My fellow soldiers, who had hitherto been very light-hearted and chatty, had suddenly become grave and quiet, some of them even looking pale and scared. On one side of me was an irrepressible scamp of boy, about 18 years old, a dark little fellow with a monkey face and a feeble falsetto voice like a very old woman. I watched him take out a small, sharp knife, and without looking down, draw it across the upper part of his surcingle 3 or 4 times. But this he did evidently only for practice, as he did not cut into the hide. Seeing me watching, he grinned mysteriously, and made a sign with head and shoulders thrust forward in imitation of a person riding away at full speed, after which he restored his knife to its sheath. "You intend cutting your surcingle and running away, little coward," I said. "And what are you going to do?" he returned. Fight, I said. It is the best thing you can do, Sir Frenchman, said he with a grin. Listen, I said, when the fight is over, I will look you up to thrash you for your impertinence in calling me a Frenchman. After the fight, he exclaimed with a funny grimace. Do you mean next year? Before that distant time arrives, some Colorado will fall in love with you, and here he explained himself without words by drawing the edge of his hand briskly across his throat, then closing his eyes and making gurgling sounds, supposed to be uttered by a person undergoing the painful operation of having his throat cut. Our colloquy was carried on in whispers, but his pantomimic performance drew on us the attention of our neighbours, and now he looked round to inform them with a grin and a nod that his Oriental wit was getting the victory. I was determined not to be put down by him, however, and tapped my revolver with my hand to call his attention to it. Look at this, you young miscreant, I said. Do you not know that I and many others in this column have received orders from the General to shoot down every man who attempts to run away? This speech effectually silenced him. He turned as pale as his dark skin would let him, and looked round like a hunted animal in search of a hole to hide in. On my other hand, a grizzly bearded old gaucho in somewhat tattered garments lit a cigarette, and oblivious of everything except the stimulating fragrance of the strongest black tobacco, expanded his lungs with long inspirations to send forth thereafter clouds of blue smoke into his neighbours' faces, scattering the soothing perfume over a third portion of the army. Santa Coloma rose equal to the occasion. Swiftly riding from column to column, he addressed each in turn, and using the quaint, expressive phraseology of the gauchos, which he knew so well, poured forth his denunciations of the Colorados with a fury and eloquence that brought the blood with a rush to many of his followers' pale cheeks. They were traitors, plunderers, assassins, he cried. They had committed 1,000,000 crimes, but all these things were nothing compared with that one black crime which no other political party had been guilty of. By the aid of Brazilian gold and Brazilian bayonets, they had risen to power. They were the infamous pensioners of the empire of slaves. He compared them to the man who marries a beautiful wife and sells her to some rich person so as to live luxuriously on the wages of his own dishonour. The foul stain which they had brought on the honour of the Banda Oriental could only be washed away with their blood. Pointing to the advancing troops, he said that when those miserable hirelings were scattered like thistledown before the wind, the entire country would be with him, and the Banda Oriental, after half a century of degradation, free at last and for ever from the Brazilian curse. Waving his sword, he galloped back to the front of his column, greeted by a storm of vivas. Then a great silence fell upon our ranks, while up the slope, their trumpets sounding merrily, trotted the enemy, till they had covered about 300 yards of the ascending ground, threatening to close us round in an immense circle, when suddenly the order was given to charge, and, led by Santa Coloma, we thundered down the incline upon them. Soldiers reading this plain, unvarnished account of an Oriental battle might feel inclined to criticize Santa Coloma's tactics, for his men were, like the Arabs, horsemen and little else. They were, moreover, armed with lance and broadsword, weapons requiring a great deal of space to be used effectively. Yet, considering all the circumstances, I am sure that he did the right thing. He knew that he was too weak to meet the enemy in the usual way, pitting man against man. Also, that if he failed to fight, his temporary prestige would vanish like smoke and the rebellion collapse. Having decided to hazard all, and knowing that in a stand-up fight he would infallibly be beaten, his only plan was to show a bold front, mass his feeble followers together in columns, and hurl them upon the enemy, hoping by this means to introduce a panic amongst his opponents, and so snatch the victory. A discharge of carbines with which we were received did us no damage. I, at any rate, saw no saddles emptied near me, and in a few moments we were dashing through the advancing lines. A shout of triumph went up from our men, for our cowardly foes were flying before us in all directions. On we rode in triumph till we reached the bottom of the hill. Then we reined up, for before us was the stream of San Paulo, and the few scattered men who had crossed it and were scuttling away like hunted ostriches scarcely seemed worth chasing. Suddenly, with a great shout, a large body of Colorados came thundering down the hill on our rear and flank, and dismay seized upon us. The feeble efforts made by some of our officers to bring us round to face them proved unavailing. I am utterly unable to give any clear account of what followed immediately after that, for we were all, friends and foes, mixed up for some minutes in the wildest confusion, and how I ever got out of it all without a scratch is a mystery to me. More than once I was in violent collision with Colorado men, distinguished from ours by their uniform, and several furious blows with sword and lance were aimed at me. But somehow I escaped them all. I emptied the 6 chambers of my Colt's revolver, but whether my bullets did any execution or not, I cannot pretend to say. In the end, I found myself surrounded by 4 of our men who were furiously spurring their horses out of the fight. "Whip up, Captain! Come with us this way!" shouted one of them who knew me, and who always insisted on giving me a title to which I had no right. As we rode away, skirting the hill towards the south, he assured me that all was lost, in proof of which he pointed to scattered bodies of our men flying from the field in all directions. Yes, we were defeated, that was plain to see, and I needed little encouragement from my fellow runaways to spur my horse to its utmost speed. Had the falcon eye of Santa Coloma rested on me at that moment, he might have added to the list of Oriental traits he had given me the un-English faculty of knowing when I was beaten. I was quite as anxious, I believe, to save my skin, throat, we say in the Banda Oriental, as any horseman there, not even excepting the monkey-faced boy with the squeaky voice. If the curious reader, thirsting for knowledge, will consult the Uruguayan histories, I dare say he will find a more scientific description of the Battle of San Paulo than I have been able to give. My excuse must be that it was the only battle, pitched or other, at which I have ever assisted. Also, that my position in the Blanco forces was a very humble one. Altogether, I am not over proud of my soldiering performances. Still, as I did no worse than Frederick the Great of Prussia, who ran away from his first battle, I do not consider that I need blush furiously. My companions took our defeat with the usual Oriental resignation. "You see," said one in explanation of his mental attitude, "there must always be one side defeated in every fight, for had we gained the day, then the Colorados would have lost." There was in this remark a sound, practical philosophy. It could not be controverted. It burdened our brains with no new thing, and it made us all very cheerful. For myself, I did not care very much, but could not help thinking a great deal of Dolores, who would now have a fresh grief to increase her pain. For a distance of 3 or 4 miles, we rode at a fast gallop on the slopes of the Cachilla, paused to breathe our horses, and dismounting, stood for some time gazing back over the wide landscape spread out before us. At our backs rose the giant green and brown walls of the Sierras, the range stretching away on either hand in violet and deep blue masses. At our feet lay the billowy green and yellow plain, vast as ocean, and channeled by innumerable streams, while one black patch on a slope far away showed us that our foes were camping on the very spot where they had overcome us. Not a cloud appeared in the immense heavens, only, low down in the west, purple and rose-coloured vapours were beginning to form, staining the clear, intense, white-blue sky about the sinking sun. Over all reigned deep silence, until suddenly a flock of orange and flame-coloured orioles with black wings swept down on a clump of bushes hard by, and poured forth a torrent of wild, joyous music. A strange performance. Screaming notes that seemed to scream jubilant gladness to listening heaven, and notes abrupt and guttural, mingling with others more clear and soul-piercing than ever human lips drew from reed or metal. It soon ended. Up sprang the vocalists like a fountain of fire, and fled away to their roost among the hills. Then silence reigned once more. What brilliant hues! What gay, fantastic music! Were they indeed birds, or the glad, winged inhabitants of a mystic region, resembling earth, but sweeter than earth, and never entered by death, upon whose threshold I had stumbled by chance? Then, while the last rich flood of sunshine came over the earth from that red, everlasting urn resting on the far horizon, I could, had I been alone, have cast myself upon the ground to adore the great God of nature who had given me this precious moment of life. For here the religion that languishes in crowded cities, or steals shamefaced to hide itself in dim churches, flourishes greatly, filling the soul with a solemn joy. Face to face with nature, on the vast hills at eventide, who does not feel himself near to the unseen? Out of his heart God shall not pass. His image stamped is on every grass. My comrades, anxious to get through the Cachilla, were already on horseback, shouting to me to mount. One more lingering glance over that wide prospect, wide, yet how small a portion of the Banda's 20,000 miles of everlasting verdure, watered by innumerable beautiful streams. Again the thought of Dolores swept like a moaning wind over my heart. For this rich prize, her beautiful country, how weakly and with what feeble hands had we striven! Where now was her hero, the glorious deliverer Perseus, lying, perhaps, stark and stained with blood on yon darkening moor. Not yet was the Colorado monster overcome. "Rest on thy rock, Andromeda," I sadly murmured, then, leaping into the saddle, galloped away after my retreating comrades, already half a mile away down in the shadowy mountain pass. End of chapter 18.